Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 901, Merlin's Familiars. Hati walked back into her house after finishing her check on the situation. She was faced with Merlin leaning on the wall. "You're back? Did you sleep well?" Hati asked with a smile. Merlin had spent the whole night working on some spells, and she barely managed to get some sleep. "Got enough. Look at this." She waved her hand and a small bird cage appeared above her palm. Astrid and Frida were locked up inside. The moment they saw their mother, they cried, "Mom, she turned us into frogs." Astrid shouted and Frida nodded. Hati approached the cage and looked at her two daughters with a faint smile. "How cute." She turned toward Merlin. "Make sure they don't dry out, it'll damage their skin." "Worry not." Merlin pointed her finger at the cage and sprayed it with water. Astrid and Frida looked at their mother with a stunned look. "Mom, stop her." Hati turned toward them with a large smile on her face. "Didn't I spend 40 years teaching you polymorph magic? And you're telling me that you can't break out of a human's polymorph spell? I'll get you out if you want, but you'll spend the rest of the week standing naked in the living room with "I failed polymorph magic" written on your foreheads. She glared at them with glowing white eyes. "You'll be the laughing talk of the week of your sisters." The two sisters froze in place, looking down. "Get out on your own." "You should have been able to," she giggled. "Or is her merely encrypting her magic made you unable to understand it?" Unlike them, Hati could see straight through Merlin's magic. She knew well that she had taught all of her daughters how to deal with this kind of magic. Frida and Astrid should be able to get out if they used their brains a tiny bit. "I'll take that as I could do anything I want." Merlin looked at Hati with a smile and she got a nod. "I know what they are capable of. They should be at least your equal in power. They've got lazy in the past decade. Fighting the weak ruffians had softened their hide." She walked past Merlin and tapped her shoulder. "Do whatever you want with them. They're old and strong enough to protect themselves. Arad is training, so why won't they train as well?" As Hati left, Merlin stared at the sisters with glowing eyes. "Heard your mom. You'll spend the rest of the week as my familiars." She waved her finger and collars appeared on their necks. The sisters cried in shock, and Merlin returned them to their normal bodies. The two sisters grabbed the collars on their necks and cried. Trying to rip them off they failed. Their bodies couldn't have any strength, and they could even feel mana. "My lovely mistress, why is this collar on my neck?" Astrid turned toward Merlin and bowed down. Astrid's face immediately paled as she realized what she had just done. She wanted to yell at Merlin, but the words that came out weren't hers. The collar's effect runs brain deep, twisting their words and emotions to suit Merlin's whims. Even though the sisters were angry at the situation, the only thing they could feel was happiness. They wanted the collar out, but at the same time wished they stayed like this for the rest of the time. "Sit." Merlin pointed down with her finger, and the two sisters sat on the ground. She flicked her finger, "On your back," and the sisters laid on their back, lifting their legs and arms up. "Roll." She smiled, and they rolled left and right. "Sit and do a flip on Merlin's orders." The two sisters sat up and then immediately jumped, doing a backflip, and looked at her with smiles on their faces. Merlin patted their heads. Good girls, and just to let you know you can break the spell, you'll only have to figure out how. They won't believe your words." Hati walked from the back with another one of her daughters, Lamia. She was taking a break from work, so I brought her. "Show them." Merlin pointed her finger at Lamia and turned her into a frog. Lamia fell to the ground and looked at her frog body, and after about a minute she shifted back into her body, and Merlin couldn't forcefully polymorph her again. Lamia had proved to Astrid and Frida that it was their problem, that they couldn't break out of Merlin's polymorph. They needed to step up their skill a bit. But currently, that spell wasn't the one plaguing them, the dominating effect. Merlin waved her finger, sending a tiny purple spark toward Lamia, and a collar appeared on her neck, just like the other sisters. "Kneel," Merlin said with a smile. Lamia immediately knelt, and the collar on her neck shattered. She stood with a passive face. Interesting, but still could be broken out with ease. She looked at Frida and Astrid. One is an earthworm that only thinks about earth magic, and the other is a musclehead that only knows how to handle her spear. Unless you try to understand magic on a fundamental level, you won't be able to get out of this. Lamia looked at Hati. Mother, is this all I do want to spend my break doing something else? Hati nodded with a smile. You can take the rest of the day off. You've been working hard recently. You deserve it, unlike those two. She looked back at Astrid and Frida. Feel free to do whatever you want to them. The two left, leaving Astrid and Frida in Merlin's hands. Just a few seconds later, the gate of the training ground opened up and Caden walked out, dusted to the neck. He looked around. Hattie, I'm going back home. Get Arad ready for tomorrow. He's doing well, so feed him nicely. He'll need the energy tomorrow. He disappeared without making a sound, leaving even a chill down her spine. His massive aura disappeared all at once as if he was an illusion. Astrid and Frida, who were there, rushed toward the gate as they saw it sparkle. Arad was coming out, and they wanted him to save them from Merlin. Arad, Merlin had been bullying us, Frida cried. Put a leash on her. She's harming us, Astrid growled. The gate before them shifted, and something large came out. The two sisters froze in place as the 7-foot-tall woman walked out, glaring at them with burning purple eyes. They went silent, confused, baffled, and most likely dumbfounded. Who are you? Astrid tilted her head. The woman's body started steaming and her shape shifted. In her place, Arad was standing with a tired expression on his face. I guess a trick only works once. He had tried the same trick twice, but Caden sniffed him out in the second almost immediately and knocked him out. Caden now would check all the spawns, whatever they were, for the presence of Arad's soul. You look less battered than yesterday. Was it a better day today? Merlin asked with a smile, forcing both Astrid and Frida to kneel down. I wouldn't call it a better day, but it's less bad. Arad shifted his gaze toward the kneeling sisters. You're controlling them through the collars? I asked their mother, and she allowed me. For the week, they are my obedient little familiars. I'll make sure it's a week they'll never forget in their lives. She giggled, approaching Arad. Arad bent down and looked at their necks. I see. Just give up. Surrender to her. He tapped their heads and stood. My back hurts, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll go out for a walk. I need some fresh air. Arad walked toward the door. A walk? What walk? You don't go on walks. Merlin stared at him with a confused look. Where are you going? I go on walks, usually at midnight, to look for food. Arad replied. I'll check on the other students and then go find something to snack on. He was hungry. The tall neck in his stomach had already ended, and he was looking for something to sate his hunger until it was midnight, and he could go hunt more. reamnovel.com. Dragons' bodies are extremely efficient. If the dragon isn't active, they can survive on the same meal for years, maybe even decades. But if the dragon starts fighting at full power, their energy consumption skyrockets, and they might hunt an ecosystem into extinction. Arad walked away, and Merlin looked at the sisters with a smile on her face. I want you to help me tend to a few things. She approached Sarah and sat on her back. Let's head to my room. She rode on her away as Frida trailed behind them. On his way out, Arad changed his clothes and approached the living room to look for Mira and the rest. They were sitting there playing with Saren and Ignis. I'm going out for a walk. Need anything? He asked. You're out of the training room? Mira stood and gasped. She rushed at him with a worried face. You aren't hurt, are you? She inspected his torso and arms, but he didn't have a single scratch on him. He had already healed. Saren approached Arad, clenching her fists and swinging them down. She growled with a serious face. Gah, gah, gah. She stared at him, and he smiled, lifting her up. You want to come with me? Here you go. He carried her on his neck. But from the corner of his eyes, he could see Ignis staring at him. You two as well. Come. He waved his hand, and she rushed toward him, latching to his back. Mira sighed, approaching him. Take care, and don't be late. She kissed him on the cheek. Arad paused for a second and looked at her with a smile, giving her a kiss on the lips. I won't be late. Not fair. Me too, Isdis cried in the back, rushing toward him for her kiss. Chapter 902, Interrupting the Catfight. Chapter 902, Interrupting the Catfight. Arad opened the door and took a step outside. The barrier around Hattie's house crackled like lightning, sending waves of heat as it assaulted Arad's body in the blink of an eye. The barrier was a massive array designed to attack intruders and burn them into ash. Arad was carrying Seren on his shoulders and Ignis on his back, but even so he wasn't worried a single bit. The large bolts of magic and lightning instantly shifted toward his body as he acted like a ground wire, absorbing all the damage. The void is always hungry and seeks to be filled, and magic wasn't an exception to it. The flash of lightning illuminated Hattie's whole garden, and its radiant glow reached the lions' houses in the distance, sending them into a panic. It was 30 years since the array attacked something, and they didn't expect anyone to be such a foot as to intrude on Hattie's house, so they all rushed to attack. Maintaining the array is one of the duties of Hattie's daughters. Their mother only created the barrier the first time and is supplying it with mana, nothing more. Each day the array must be reconfigured with a new passcode for strangers other than Hattie and her daughters. In the past 2 days it was the duty of the twins Astrid and Frida, and of course they couldn't do it since they were captured by Merlin. Hattie, who was sitting on her large pillow basking in the sweet smell of her essence and wine, blinked, looking up as the array short-circuited and fried itself. "Oh, I forgot." She disappeared and emerged in the garden, watching as Arad took his first step before the main gate about to leave into the city. His body offered so much resistance to the point the barrier destroyed itself, like a stone shattering a blender's blades. Ignis and Seren were both giggling and laughing. They enjoyed the sudden light show, beneath the protection of their father. Even the deadliest of barriers was nothing more than an amusing light show. "Are you okay?" Hattie looked at him with a worried face. "It stung a bit, but I'm fine. In fact, it helped relax my sore neck." Arad cracked his neck, and Seren held to his hair, almost falling, but Ignis supported her with her head. Right outside Hattie's mansion, countless lions were armed to the teeth looking around for the intruder. When Arad opened the gate and glared at them, half shrunk in fear and the other half held their weapons in shaking hands. They've seen the tall neck getting killed before, and they heard how it was Arad who did it. They didn't fully understand the extent of Arad's power, but knew they weren't winning without some heavy losses. Hattie pulled her fan and waved it. "Calm down, lions of the Beast Kingdom. This was simply a misfire of the array. There is no intruder. A misfire." One of the lions approached. He was an elderly that had lived here for far too long, and was now the chieftain of the lions' village. "Do you mean?" It fired at him. He looked at Arad, hoping she would say no. "Yeah, but he seems to have tanked it without any problems," she smiled. "Move out of the way, and as I've ordered before, don't any one of you dare mess with him. I know how excited you might be." She waved her fan and immediately disappeared. Lions were known for their hot blood, always striving for blood and thrilling fights. It was a common occurrence to see their men fighting in the city plaza. It was like a sport, but with more blood than any sport should have. But none of them was a fool. They'll never start a fight they are certain to lose, or they'll lose the respect of their wives. Arad walked as forward as the lions opened a path, staring at him with worried yet puzzled faces. Albeit tanking Hattie's barrier, he didn't have a scratch on him. And what's more impressive, the little girl on his shoulders and the Wyrmling were unharmed. Arad disappeared into the distance, leaving the lions standing there confused even further. Arad landed beside the area where the other students were living. He looked up at Seren and back at Ignis. If he used gravity magic, he could protect them from the sudden acceleration after putting Seren on the ground so she could walk a bit. Arad let her look around with Ignis as he turned toward Lucia, who approached him with a slightly worried face. "Aaron, there is something I wanted to talk to you about." She looked around with a scared face. "What is it?" Arad asked as looked around following her line of sight. "Wait, I don't sense Matilda around. Where is she?" That was strange. If she was within 40 kilometers, he would have sniffed her out. I couldn't find her anywhere since yesterday, and I'm starting to get worried. She looked at Arad with a scared face, waiting for him to snap. Leave it to me, Arad immediately uses Gemini so that his clone can remain here and watch Saren and Ignis as he looks for Matilda. In the next second, the Arad standing before Lucia smiled, looking at Saren and telling her not to wander too far away. Arad's true body was already far above the cloud, looking down at the jungle with his glowing amethyst eyes. All the magic in the jungle looked normal, like a transparent layer of fog, barely visible but still could be detected. Matilda was indeed nowhere to be seen. Anyone would have been fooled, but Arad wasn't that dumb. Looking normal doesn't mean it's normal. His eyes traced the magic, inspecting the mana in the air and comparing it to the mana in different areas of the jungle, counting all the sours of natural energy like magic ore deposits and old lakes as sources of interference. In seconds, he was able to conjure a mental image of the forest and noticed that there was an area that had its magic slightly off. It was extremely similar to the other parts of the jungle, but not perfect. In the jungle, Matilda's body flew back with a splash of blood, crashing into the large trees and toppling them over. But the painful impact wasn't enough to knock her out. She immediately stood and caught Selena's foot that flew at her face, biting her calf and swinging her to the ground with her powerful neck. Selena landed on her hand and swung Matilda away, punching her in the stomach and sending her rolling on the ground. "Are you done yet?" "Nya," she said with a smile as she watched Matilda struggle to stand. Matilda's mind was already getting foggy. She couldn't even remember why they were fighting, how long she'd been there, and she could barely remember the face of the woman she was fighting with, how exhausted her mind had become. The two had been fighting here since yesterday. No matter how far Selena pushed Matilda, she always stood back like a zombie, fighting relentlessly. Selena herself didn't have a problem. She had once fought a fight that lasted a whole decade. Fighting for a day straight was like a minute of exercise to her. Albeit her godly physical capabilities, Selena was in fact far less competent when it came to magic. Arad was standing behind her, lifting his arms to smack her down. Before Arad's palms could reach her, she disappeared and landed a fair distance away from him. "You managed to find us?" Selena glared at him with glowing golden eyes. She had easily dodged his attack and had the leisure to run all the way back. Only that move alone told Arad that she was a problem, and the fact Matilda was still alive was because she was holding back a lot. In the blink of an eye, Arad had carried Matilda from the ground and was looking at Selena, making sure to keep her in his vision. Matilda gasped, "Aaron?" She recognized him by the smell. She could barely see at this moment, but thanks to her extreme endurance and draconic blood, she was still able to move. Arad pulled a stamina potion and a healing potion, immediately pouring them into her mouth. What is this all about? By Matilda's injuries, he could tell that this wasn't any fight. It was a training fight. Matilda's injuries were all uniform, as if Selena kept using the same attack until Matilda got used to them and stopped getting injured. Punching someone in the face repeatedly with straight punches until he figures out how to block or dodge them. It was a primitive way of training, but it also spoke volumes about Selena's lack of understanding of how to teach someone. Since Matilda could barely drink the potions, Arad carried her in his arms as he stood. "Well, I'll ask her later, and about you," he disappeared, his foot flying straight at Selena's face. Selena dodged it and burst running into the jungle, zooming across the trees. As she looked to the side, Arad was keeping up, running backward at a mind-boggling speed, his legs barely touching the ground as he kept his torso straight so Matilda wouldn't spill the potions. Nothing could beat the suspensions of his knees and hips. Not a single vibration reached. "Matilda? Your magic is quite similar to Maharaja?" "No, it's the same." Arad looked at Selena with glowing eyes. "What is a warlock patron doing in the mortal world?" "You're the one I sensed yesterday, right?" He swung a kick at her, and she shifted into a massive black jaguar the side of a bull, running at Arad's side. Matilda finally recovered her vision, and the first thing she saw was mountains zooming around, vision as the jungle blurred. She was being carried by Arad as he ran around a whole mountain range, chasing Selena at his top speed. Chapter 903, A Supersonic Chase. Chapter 903, A Supersonic Chase. As Arad and Selina ran across the jungle, Matilda couldn't believe her eyes. The trees around them have turned into a mess blur, and the massive mountains were rushing past them like trees when you ride a fast horse. And what baffled her more is that Arad was running backward and still keeping up with that black jaguar. In her whole life, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. The entire world quickly disappeared before her eyes. Being held in Arad's arms as he moved at this speed felt both horrifying and enticing. This is how he sees the world. Slow and small, even mountains were nothing but small stones that he could walk past in a heartbeat. Trying to shake Arad off her trails, Selina shifted back into her humanoid form and slipped into a small cave. Thanks to Arad's large body, he won't fit through the tight hole, but his training with Caden wasn't in vain. While accelerating in a direction is easy, it's far harder to suddenly switch direction due to the centrifugal force. To combat that, Arad had learned to teleport to the same spot, but face the direction he wanted to keep moving, allowing him to change the direction of his acceleration without actually turning. Arad instantly teleported in place, but this time appeared to stand horizontally like he was doing a flying kick, diving into the hole feet first. Matilda screamed, terrified as they flew into the tight space for a second there. She thought they were about to crash into the stones. Her fears were just starting as Arad started chasing Selina through the caves. No matter what she did to lose him, he was always at least 5 meters behind her. A supersonic chase inside a tight and pitch-black cave, chasing a black jaguar that could easily blend into mere shadows and disappear. Matilda couldn't even begin to comprehend how Arad was keeping up with that black jaguar. Now that Matilda thought about it, it clicked in her mind. Arad had mentioned that the black jaguar is a warlock patron, Maharaja. That's their goddess. Selina looked back. You're one insistent chaser. Selina looked back. Even though Matilda could barely hear her due to their speed, she was quite confused at the lack of Naya. Try and catch me if you can. Selina suddenly accelerated into the distance, her speed almost doubling. Don't get scared, Arad said with a stern voice, his boots disappearing as his feet turned into draconic talons. His claws dug into the ground for more traction, and a faint druidic magic gushed from his body, making Matilda think he used the druidic magic bestial claws. But what Arad had cast was something else. Taurus, his favorite constellation after Gemini. Arad bolted forward at double the speed, quickly catching up to Selina as the ground around them shattered and the two burst out of the cave, destroying the exist in a blast. The two landed outside and burst running at a blinding speed. The hole around Matilda had turned to a white blur. She could barely tell if they were still in the jungle or flying through the cloud. Looking forward, Matilda couldn't even tell Selina's legs and arms apart. All she could see was a blur around her torso as she seemed to be a few meters ahead of them. How in the hell is Arad keeping up with their goddess like this? She knew he was strong, far too strong, but this was on another level. People shouldn't even dream of being able to stand before a god, let alone chase one like this, and Arad is easily doing it. But Arad wasn't done yet. In a fraction of a second, he pushed beyond his limit and accelerated, even further surpassing Selina, and started running ahead of her. At that moment, it seemed as if she was the one chasing him. Arad immediately turned toward Selina with a kick aimed at her face. Halt. He wanted to smack her down and stop this meaningless chase. He was already hungry, and doing cardio on top. He wasn't looking to lose weight. Selina dodged his kick with ease and landed behind him, pulling her fist back. He wanted to stop her, but now she'll try to stop him. Don't die. The moment she threw her fist toward Arad, Matilda saw her death coming. There was nothing she could do but hold tightly to Arad's chest. The sheer difference in power that Selina was willing to use against Arad compared to what she used against Matilda was stunning. Matilda was certain of this, that the black jaguar was indeed their goddess. If she had used such power from the start, Matilda would have died without even seeing her. Arad can't be Arad planted his left foot on the ground and threw the right one forth as a kick, clashing with Selena's fist. The power that Matilda saw as certain death, he had chosen to face head-on. When Arad and Selena's attacks clashed, the ground around them shattered, and Selena used that to change the angle of her fist upward, sending both Arad and herself flying in opposite directions at a speed far surpassing their speed combined. She masterfully harnessed the full power of their clash and used it to her advantage, which shocked Arad, who didn't expect to see such a refined move be used so nonchalantly. He was indeed facing a warlock patron with immense power. In the blink of an eye, Arad got flung all the way back to the lion's village. He landed at the edge, right where Lucia and his clone were watching over Seren and Ignis. The clone instantly disappeared when arrived, and no one noticed the change except Lucia, who almost screamed, even though Arad was flying at a ridiculous speed, using the same acceleration technique that Caden taught him in reverse to decelerate, made him able to stop smoothly without blasting the whole place. Arad looked in the direction that Selena flew into. Next time I'll skin her alive. She had already left his detection range. It wouldn't be wise to chase her further, as that would mean him leaving his wives and children unprotected, which isn't something he's willing to do in a million years unless his brother is around to watch over them. Matilda stared at Arad's face with a blank and baffled expression. That was their goddess, Maharaja. Hunters spend their whole lifetime trying to follow her way, hunt in her name, and still far short of her glory. Yet he managed to chase her away. Thinking back to how she fought him on their first day of school, how her father clashed with him, and how all the tigers of her clan worked together to try and beat him, only now she could see how useless and foolish those actions were. Even if the whole beast kingdom were to band together, they wouldn't even scratch him. Being caressed between his arms, not even the gods could reach her. "Can you stand?" Arad asked, looking at her, and she gasped with a blushing face. "Yeah, put me down," she cried, noticing that some of the other students were coming to watch, but when Arad put her down, she fell on her knees, unable to move. All the energy was drained from her body after the long fight. He did give her a stamina potion before, but what little energy that provided was easily consumed by the healing potion he gave to her. Now, albeit unharmed and awake, Matilda couldn't move a muscle, and she fell headfirst on the ground. Selena rushed at her. "Matilda, where did you go?" She rushed to check on her. "Aran, what did happen?" "I don't fully understand as well. She was fighting a black jaguar woman. I chased her away, so everything is fine," he replied, and some of the students growled. "Black jaguars? Was it the one we saw yesterday walking around?" "I knew she looked like troubles with all those scares. Probably a bandit," one growled. "Matilda, don't worry next time she shows up. I'll blast her away," one of the students said with a large smile on his face. "No, it'll be me. I'll freeze her in place. Just wait and see," another exclaimed proudly. Most of the students adored Matilda a lot, mainly thanks to her outgoing and energetic attitude. Matilda looked at them with one eye and then back at Arad. None of them understood what they were talking about. What Arad faced wasn't some random black jaguar. They are clearly underestimating the gap of power between them and Arad compared to him. There were nothing but ants walking cluelessly on the ground.
Dag-gat.
Seren, who was playing around, rushed toward Arad with a stick, swinging it at him. She hit his leg, and he fell on the ground, crying and rolling dramatically. She laughed and swung again, but this time Arad gently blocked the attack with his arms and looked at her. Seren immediately swung again at a different angle and hit him on the head. Arad cried and rolled back, pretending to be beaten down. Seren immediately rushed in, jumping at him like a playful cat trying to bite him. Matilda could only stare in shock at how fast Arad could switch. A second ago, he was fighting a goddess Toto, and now he's gently playing with his daughter. From now on, she can't judge him by how timid or gentle he looks around them. No matter how cute a bear might look, it's still a vicious bear. Chapter 904, Black Bloodwine. Chapter 904, Black Bloodwine. Arad approached an open pub at the side of the village's inner garden and sat in it. letting his 2 daughters run into the grass and play as he sat there and watched. "Master, what should I bring you?" The bartender who sat inside combing his massive mane looked at Arad. "You're that guest of our Queen Hattie? I doubt I have drinks suitable for humans, but would you like to try some of ours?" He pointed at the massive shelves behind him, filled with different bottles. All of the bottles had the price carved into the wooden shelves beneath them with their name. Those prices don't seem to have changed in years. "Are those prices accurate?" Arad asked. "This is the land of eternity. Nothing gets cheaper or pricier. By our Queen's grace, we now know exactly how much money we'll need for anything, just like how we know that we'll need to sleep a third of our days." The bartender replied, "Shall I present you with a sample?" Arad looked at the bottle. He didn't recognize any of the names, and some of them were even weird. One white cloudy bottle was called Death Claw, and another red one akin to wine was called Blood Wine. There was one clear small bottle called Clear River Spirit. "What do recommend, since I never tried any of them? I can't choose." Arad looked at the bartender with a smile on his face, slightly tilting his head. "Try this one here." The bartender pulled 2 silver coins wooden bottle. "This one is cheap and widely available in the Beastlands. It's nothing fancy, but to us, it's like the beer of humans." He poured a large mug for Arad. "The day still has some life in it. People usually drink at night, but you seem like you handle yourself quite well." The bottle had the name Three-Horn Reserve of the 5th Pull. Arad looked at the white and lightly cloudy liquid inside his massive mug, lifted it up, and sniffed it. It was slightly moldy, but had a sweet hint of something tastily like the taste of meat. "What is this?" "There is this monster we call the 3 Horns. It's a massive creature with 3 massive horns coming from its shield-like head. We take those horns and hollow them up, then ferment the blackberry of the jungle in it. The blackberry is the 3 Horns' favorite food." The bartender poured a small cup for himself. "The 5th pull means that this is the 5th batch fermented in the same horn. The more the horn is used, the less aggressive the alcohol comes." "How many pulls does a single horn yield?" Arad asked as he took a sip. "Usually 7 pulls, so the one I gave you is the sweet spot for common people. The 6th pull would only cost about 1 silver coin, and the 7th pull is 40 copper coins. For someone like you, I suggest this." He drank his cup. As Arad sat drinking his large mug, he looked back at Saren and Ignis running around and playing. Today was an eventful day. He finished the training with Caden, and even faced a warlock patron. He's exhausted, and nothing beats a drink after a hard day. Tap! A hand landed on Arad's shoulder. Zara was there, and he looked at him with a smile. "I've heard about it. You saved Matilda once again." He pulled a chair and sat down, looking at the bartender. "Give me something strong. Look who's there." "I know I smelled some strong people." Serba walked into the pub and looked at Arad and Zara. "It's been a while since we got the chance to drink together, my old friend," he said beside Zara. Serba's eyes shifted toward Arad, looking at what he was drinking. His gaze slowly shifted into a frown, turning to glare at the bartender with a tilted head. "Are you trying to insult him? I can barely smell that 3-horn. It's not even a 2nd pull." The bartender looked at Serba with a smile. "I do not. I merely introduced him to our drink through a safe bet. It's neither strong nor expensive, and is quite palatable to humans." "He's no ordinary human. You can tell by the size." Serba pointed at the shelves. "Bring the ones you keep in the back. Black blood wine. It's my treat, and the only thing that befits such a mighty hunter." The bartender giggled, looking at Serba. "And who's paying? You know how expensive those things are. 3 bottles and I'll pay." He pulled a black fang and laid it on the table. Even when the usual coins are the common currency of the world, some kingdoms also have their own coins to use besides those. What Serba pulled was a black fang, a rare one pulled from the jaws of a death jaw. Only one is found amongst 100 death jaws hunted. This fang, it's quite the rare gem. Not many of them are around. The whole village only has 10, and I own 2. He looked at the bartender. What do you say? The bartender smiled and pulled a handful of gold coins from his desk. A black fang is worth almost 2 platinum coins, a whole 193 gold coins to be exact. One black blood wine bottle is 50 gold coins, so the bartender gave Serba his change of 43 gold coins. The bartender brought the large black bottles and laid them before his 3 guests, putting several tools on the large counter. Use whatever you like. Those were sealed for almost a decade now and won't open easily. Zara looked at Arad. It's the mark of a hunter. Which tool do you use to open the bottle? Will it spill or not? Show us what you can do. I suggest the corkscrew. It'll require quite a bit of arm strength, but as long as you don't shake the bottle too much, you won't spill any. Serba pointed out. Don't give him pointers. Let him try it on his own. Zara growled at the excited Serba. Arad lifted his mug and finished what last drink he had there with a gentle smile on his face, looking at the several tools laid on the counter. Those countless tools, they are like weapons. This is a test of both intellect as well as skill. It's quite interesting. Arad lifted his arm, the muscles on his arm fighting with a single swing using his whole torso. Arad cleanly slashed the neck of the bottle using his index finger. The bottle didn't even move. The severed tip smacked into the wall and bounced back to the floor. The 3 stared at Arad with stunned faces and gaping mouths. Arad lifted the bottle and gulped it down in a single sip. These tastes nice. I'll buy 10 for me and my wives if you have them at hand. He waved his hand on the table, dropping 5 shiny platinum coins in front of the bartender. Arad was the same hunter who killed the Deathjaw bare-handed. He needed to a weapon nor a tool to open his wine. His honed body is the greatest weapon in his arsenal, a refined hunk of draconic muscles and pride. Hearing the bartender describe the black blood wine price of 50 gold coins as too expensive for Arad had rubbed him the wrong way. By no means would a dragon accept being called poor. It's a direct insult to his pride, and thus he had to flaunt his wealth, pulling a sliver of his massive hoard. But sadly, Arad lacked one thing. He didn't have a single black fang in his hoard. That looked rare, like a piece of black diamond. He wanted to go hunt for food tonight, and it seemed he had found his target. The poor Deathjaw's Arad was coming to look for one with a black fang. Zara looked at his own hand and then at Arad's hands, unable to comprehend how Arad slashed the bottle. He didn't have claws, and even if he had claws, it was nearly impossible to slash glass without it shattering. He had come looking for Arad to thank him for saving Matilda once again, but now he had another thing to worry about. How can someone get so strong? Zara opened his bottle using a large hook to pull the stopper open. Serba, on the other hand, used a strange cutter to gently slice the stopper in half using sharp gem blades. Albeit both of the methods required extreme skill and were considered the best, none of them could feel that they stood close to what Arad had just done before them. This man was on a whole nother level, far beyond anyone could expect or understand. Saren came slowly, walking toward Arad, calling to him. He looked back at her. Did you finish playing? He looked back, and even Ignis had approached. While Ignis seemed fine, Saren had started to get tired. Sorry, Arad stood. Please do get my bottle out. I must get back home. My daughter is quite exhausted. Chapter 905, A Rumble of the Future. Chapter 905, A Rumble of the Future. Arad returned to Hattie's house moments later. Saren was quite exhausted after playing for a long time, so he handed her to Tina. Ignis, on the other hand, still had a lot of energy, so she kept going around the house, exploring the place. After putting them down, Arad walked toward the guest room to look for Mira and Izdis. He wanted to give them one of the bottles to try, albeit he wasn't sure if they could handle it or not. On his way, he saw Izdis approaching him alongside Hattie. You're back, we've been waiting? Hattie said with a smile. What took you so long? Nothing that matters. I was playing with the girls, Arad replied, looking at Izdis. Did something happen? Nothing. Izdis shook her head and looked at Hattie. They've told me you intend on hunting tonight. Well, I came to tell you that you don't need to. I've managed to secure a whole tall neck for you. It's waiting inside the training ground. You can go and grab it." Hati waved her finger and a door to the training ground appeared. "You hunted for me," he glared at her. "Come on, you're my guest. Don't humans feed each other when they come to visit?" Hati waved her hand and the door opened up. "This is your real dinner, but be sure to join us at the dinner table." Arad started approaching the gate, but Hati immediately called back to him, "And don't remain there for too long. You still didn't recover well from today's training. I'll be back immediately. Keep the gate open." Arad walked inside. The first thing he noticed was that the place looked nothing like the deserted wasteland he fought Caden in. This was a large frozen Arctic region with a heavy snowstorm going on. The tall neck's corpse had already frozen and was almost buried beneath the heavy snow. To the side, almost 100 meters away, he spotted something. 2 massive stone buildings with the word food storage written on one and liquid storage on the other. This region was Hati's fridge. The temperature here was so extremely low that it might kill a human instantly if they walked in there. Arad approached the tall neck and sucked him into his stomach in an instant. He can slowly absorb and digest it in his stomach overnight. Unlike other monsters, he doesn't need to sit down and eat unless he wants to enjoy a meal right after finishing. Arad walked out of the dimension and looked at Hati. What was that place? My training ground is like a massive sphere. I use the northern pole to store food in extremely low temperatures so they won't spoil, and I use the south pool for other matters. She giggled. I might send you there if you annoyed me a bit. Send me there. Arad smiled. I'll melt it in an hour. I'd love to see you try, but that's impossible. You'll get killed. She turned around and glared at him with one eye. You'll know one day, rewibnovel.com. She waved her hand. Isdis, take him to the dining room. The dinner should be ready. We'll eat a bit early today so you can knead him well. Need me? I'm not a piece of dough. He looked at Isdis replied with a passive face. She means massage, but I doubt neither me nor Mira would have the arm strength to massage you. Mira would provide her healing magic. She's a demi-goddess and better start using her power. And what a perfect training dummy she has. Hati looked at him with a grin. You'll be fine even if she messed up and popped a vein or two. She then turned toward Isdis. You'll cool Astrid and Frida down. I'll have them be the ones to massage him due to their high strength, but they'll also be using their mana to try and relax his back, so they might overheat. When we get back, I'll make sure Eris and Merida can do it. Those two boast a lot of strength, Isdis said with a smile. Nina could as well, albeit I don't know if she can learn or not. Arad smiled. Nina Isdis looked up. She isn't just waiting. I left her training. Isdis could remember Nina swinging her axe alone in the mountains, each swing shaking the whole mountain range. Isdis did ask her why she was training, and Nina asked her to inform Arad of one thing. She says that she'll be waiting for you to come back, and we'll be posted there, ready to kill you, Isdis said, and Arad smiled. The next time he comes to his land, it'll be his last fight with Nina. Nina doesn't want a husband that she can beat and thus would kill Arad if he lost to her. Arad, on the other hand, is coming to win. He wants to beat her and take her home. Whew! Hati looked at them. Nina, you're talking about the blood berserker, the one who got her head cleaved by Caden. She looked at them with a surprised face. Yeah, you must have heard of her. Isdis looked at her with a smile. She's quite famous, or should unfamous, for all of her battles turn out to be a bloodbath. Well, of course, she's the only one in the past 500 years to remain sane with the Tarask blood coursing in her. Hati replied with a passive face. Most either die, go insane, or turn into deformed Tarask monsters with no sense of self. Do you know about them? Arad gaped. People with a Tarask blood. He still had She's soul inside him resting, and no matter how much he looked, there didn't seem to be a way to bring her back, even if he provided a vampire body. People with a Tarask blood can show some of its power, like extreme regeneration and magic immunity. But none had shown the Tarask greatest power. She looked at Arad. The Tarask creatures lived in the past, far long before humans or dragons came to the world, when it was pure wild chaos filled with abominations. But as you might expect, they didn't survive and were eradicated by the abomination. Only one Tarrasque survived, and it's still alive to this day. All of those who have Tarrasque bloodline are her descendants. Hattie stared at Arad with an evil smile, her eyes glowing red. She's immune to death. All of her race's strive to survive had condensed into her and made her the most stubborn and violent beast in the world. In Alina's mountains, Nina was training, kicking the air as she fought an image of Arad conjured by her imagination, like a boxer doing shadow boxing. She kept kicking, jumping left and right at a blinding speed. She stopped, sweat dripping from her ankle as she held her pose, slowly looking past the trees and mountain cliffs at her side. A massive shadow of jagged teeth and claws creeped out, silently without a sound, and the shadow grew larger and larger. Nina immediately stopped her training and lifted her axe, looking with a worried face. Such a massive shadow, it must be a dragon that came to invade Arad's territory. Who's there? She yelled from behind the cliff. The massive shadow quickly disappeared, and a tanned woman with a body filled with tribal tattoos and wearing a single-brow robe walked out. Her hair seemed to flow like living snakes as her eyes burned with a golden flare of light. With each step, Nina could feel her blood scream. This was the great mother, the godmother earth of her barbarian tribe, and the origin of her bloodline. Who? As Nina gasped, she suddenly found herself caught by the face. Tarrasque grabbed her and jumped away, flying into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Hattie looked at Arad. We call her Tara. It's what you think of when you think of a barbarian. She's the first barbarian that ever existed, and shall be the last one to ever exist. Hattie knew that Tara was going to Nina, but she didn't tell Arad. She knows he'll fly there immediately to help Nina, and that would be bad. Tara might be a rampaging barbarian, but due to her extreme ties to survival, she won't kill one of her blood. Nina might be in for a rough time, but she'll make it out alive. What Hattie worried about the most was that two barbarians would need to speak and understand each other, and that wouldn't be an easy feat to achieve. Tara, so the Tarrasque had a name. Arad looked at her. You just chopped square part of Tarrasque. Who's the idiot who named her? He called her out, but sadly, Hattie wasn't the one who named Tara. I didn't name her. Hattie turned and started walking. Let's go. The dinner would get cold. She waved her hand, calling them to follow her. Chapter 906. Still reserved. Chapter 906. Still reserved. After dinner finished, Merlin called Arad and the rest to her room, warning them beforehand about the influx of magic inside. They all stood before the door, and Arad reached for the doorknob, slowly turning it open. Pushing the door open, a flash of majestic light washed over them. Mira gasped as they all walked inside. Unlike them, her room was far more massive, several times bigger than their rooms combined. But this wasn't something provided by Hattie. It was Merlin's magic at work. She had used this spell multiple times before to make the inside of the carriages larger, but now she had infused it with her labyrinth magic, turning her rooms into something akin to mini one-room dungeons. Merlin was already inside the room, resting on her large couch with Astrid massaging her shoulder. Frida on the other was painting her nails purple with magic-infused ink. Welcome to my humble abode, Arad. She stood and looked at them, waving her fingers and tracing a purple thread in the air. A large ceramic table emerged from the ground. It was large enough to fit Arad. This should be enough. She looked back at Astrid and Frida. Yeah, Astrid replied. Can we get to work already? Frida sighed as she approached the table. They'll massage you while Mira supplies healing magic and I supply magic. Merlin explained what was going to happen to Arad. Currently, Astrid and Frida are going to be doing the job that Merida and Eris would fulfill. Arad is extremely powerful, and for him to work at his maximum efficiency at all times, he needs special care, a care that mostly only his wives could provide. Using teleportation in the middle of acceleration seemed fine, as long as you nail it, but even with perfect execution and timing, the sudden shift in space, the rushing magic, and the turn in acceleration and deceleration caused some cells to teleport before others, leading internal damage that spread across the whole body. While Arad's outer appearance seemed fine and he didn't feel anything besides being tired, he was in fact suffering from a decent chunk of damage across his whole body. 15% of Arad's cells have already died due to the tiny malfunction in his teleportation magic, and he needs healing to be able to go at 100% of his power tomorrow. This amount of damage might not be clear today, but it's a multitude of tiny and minuscule amounts of damage that accumulated through the day, and they'll keep accumulating if Arad doesn't get attention and proper healing. Arad took his clothes off and laid on the table, looking down with an exhausted face. Fine by me. Do what you want. He indeed didn't feel like he had taken any damage, and even his vampire senses didn't detect any damage in his body. Trying to heal himself or regenerate isn't working. Merlin approached Arad and smacked him on the forehead gently with her staff. I can confirm that now that you're in my labyrinth, your whole body is damaged, flesh, bones, organs, even your hair is damaged. I'm taking any balding husband. Smacking my head isn't going to help that hair grow back. He looked at her with a smile on his exhausted face. Merlin glared at him. That damage, it's most accumulated on your brain and spine. Did you throw them, you? Crouched down and glared at his eyes. Astrid and Frida, who were getting ready to start, gasped. They looked at him, and Merlin, with confused faces. Throw what? He can regenerate from any wound as long as his brain and spine are fine. This smart one here thought it'd be a smart idea to throw his brain and spine in the middle of a battle and regenerate fully from them. She waved her staff above Arad's head. Yeah, you did it again. She smacked him again. I mean, he would have cut my head in half if I didn't. Arad looked away. Wait, he did cut my head. It's only that my brain and spine weren't in my body when that happened, so I survived. Mira and Izdis looked at Arad with scared faces. Please, don't do that again. Izdis said with a worried and terrified face. I know that I shouldn't do it, Arad replied. But I would have died. It's not something that I do for fun. It's my last measure to survive an attack. Believe it or not, only teleporting my brain and spine away is far faster than trying to teleport my whole body. Astrid lifted her fist and smacked Arad's back. If that's the case, then we need to get to work, she said with a confident face, but her cheek immediately turned red as tears rushed into her eyes. She turned back and crouched down, holding her hand and barely holding her tears. She almost shattered her fist when hitting Arad's back. Her fingers came in direct contact with his spine. Frida leaned on Arad's back and started knocking on it with her finger, listening closely. It sounded like knocking on steel. Even his muscles were hard enough to mistake for rocks. Wear you this hard? She gasped, looking at Arad's head. I'm always this hard, he replied. My scales are tougher than steel. He was able to punch holes through stone with his bare hands. His body wouldn't be as soft as anyone else. Sister, this is bad. Frida looked at the half-crying Astrid who was blowing on her red fist. Our job is to move Mira's healing magic through his body by massaging him. We can't do it. Merlin giggled. Worry not, that we're doing it here in my labyrinth. She approached them and lifted her hand, waving her fingers before Frida's face. Merlin used her authority over the space they were in to buff Astrid and Frida's physical power, making them far stronger than before. At the same time, she tried to debuff Arad so he could be easier to work with, but her magic failed to affect him. Something felt weird, Arad said as he looked at Merlin. Did you try something? He usually isn't that weary of those close to him, so he wasn't checking for an attack, and debuff magic is indeed an attack that slipped by him just now. Merlin approached him and crouched to look him in the eyes. My Arad, please relax a bit. I tried to reduce your strength stat a bit so you'll be easier to massage, but you're so tense it failed. She rubbed his cheek. Can you relax? I'm relaxed, Arad replied, that he didn't even react to the spell, let alone tense to stop it. If it failed, that means he was far too strong for Merlin to be able to debuff him. I can help. A mouth showed up on Arad's back, scaring Astrid and Frida to the point they jumped back. Their tails spiked up. Doma, you want to curse him a bit? Merlin looked at the mouth. That would work, but I've got another idea, Doma replied. Mira or Izdis, doesn't matter who. One of you should let Arad hug her for a bit. Merlin immediately looked at Izdis. You, Mira, is applying her magic to his back. Well, let's see. Izdis smiled and approached Arad. He slowly extended his arms forward and hugged her torso. That doesn't work. Get a bit down, Arad. Hug her across the chest. Doma immediately told her to crouch down so he could reach her while lying on the table. The moment Izdis did that and Arad hugged her, Merlin's debuff managed to activate on him. Even when Arad is calm, his body is always putting a minimum amount of caution and defense. He isn't doing it on purpose, but in this current situation, he isn't in a situation where he's fully safe. Merlin, Astrid, Frida, Izdis, Mira, and Tina all were in the room, and Arad could only relax around 3 of them, Izdis, Mira, and Tina. His body is naturally defending itself against Astrid and Frida by remaining harder than they could damage, and by keeping his magic surging stronger than what this small labyrinth that Merlin made could affect, when even Arad himself couldn't understand it. Doma, who was watching him for a long time, could explain it to the rest. Arad sets a clear line between his wives, his servants, and anyone else. Arad's power is almost completely sealed when dealing with his wife and children, so he won't hurt them by mistake. All of his movements become extremely docile and gentle, and his magic drops by a massive amount. That is why Mira could drag him by the ear with ease. But sadly, that didn't change the hardness of his scales while with his servants. Like Zia, Arad's power isn't reserved, but he's also holding back quite a bit. He treats them with respect and is careful all the time to make sure they are safe from his power. A strange example would be Tina. He treats her more like a wife than a servant now that he adopted Saren. While the previous 2 categories are protected by Arad's unconscious mind, the rest can only be protected actively. His power isn't held back to make sure they are safe. He actively avoids harming them. But sometimes that isn't enough. After hearing the explanation, Merlin thought back to her coming fight with Arad. She needs to earn his trust, the trust he needs to treat her like one of his wives. She could see it now in effect. He was still weary of her magic deep down. Chapter 907. A recoil of magic, even with their power enchanted. And Arad weakened. Astrid and Frida still failed to effectively massage him. Their arms gave up after just a few seconds of work. It was as hard as trying to massage a tough piece of hard rubber, even with how low Mira's healing magic output is now that she's trying to condense it into her hands. The twins still failed to keep up. Aren't you 2 supposed to be some powerful Fenrirs? How come that you can't even massage him in this situation? Merlin looked at them with a smug smile on her face. He's the problem, Astrid cried. She was right. They were powerful. Far more than anyone in that room expected. But Arad was just on a whole another level. Tough muscles, hard bones, and rigid scales, even his magic was dense enough to kill someone just by standing close. Merlin waved her fingers and conjured 2 massive steel beams almost 2 meters above Arad's back. Get up, push down with your legs. You must move that holy magic before it starts clogging his magic circles. Even if Arad can still be healed with holy magic, he's a vampire. If that holy magic isn't managed properly, it could cause more damage than it heals. Astrid and Frida jumped above Arad and started pushing on his back with their knees and feet. But even so, they kept having to take breaks. And as they worked, Merlin kept testing her spells on Arad, checking what worked and what didn't. She asked Arad, and he didn't have a problem. She tested all of her spells and effects, confirming several things that were surprising about Arad. What Merlin tested first was if her seduction could work, and that had resulted in more aggression since Arad is a dragon. Fighting for mates is natural, and if she tried to seduce him, that would only end up in her getting beaten even harder. Arad can be mind-controlled, as proven by Vars in the past, but it's gotten significantly harder than last time. Merlin had tried to mind-control Arad, but she suddenly found herself dancing naked in the middle of the room. Doma had cursed her to dance for 5 minutes or until she begged her. Trying to control Arad is a risky thing, especially with Doma there. Merlin tried to rob Arad of his draconic powers as it had happened before in her labyrinth, but due to the massive size of his current power, she ended up receiving a backlash. It was like trying to fit something massive in a small space. Her body almost split in half. It was nearly impossible to achieve without a massive labyrinth to spread his magic. After half an hour with Astrid and Frida standing on Arad's back and massaging him, they finally stopped and sat down to rest for a bit. Isdis brought them cold wine and some of the black blood wine that Arad had bought. I'm exhausted. Merlin sighed, sitting on the ground. I can't find any reliable spell to win. I would lean toward using holy magic, but you're getting used to that, right? Arad sat up. I can counter holy magic with curses, but what about you? I didn't know you could use holy magic. Not just me. All wizards have access to holy magic. The goddess of magic exists. Merlin closed her eyes and sat with her legs crossed. She almost immediately started floating up with her staff orbiting her. But she's quite the fickle one and messes with us when we ask for holy magic. She pointed her hand toward Arad. Heel, Merlin's hand flickered with light, and the spell activated. It wasn't practically strong, but it seemed to have worked on Arad. Merlin blinked twice. Strange, nothing bad happened. I usually get jolted or something like that. The goddess of magic was known for messing with wizards every time they called upon her power. Yeah, Arad looked at her with a tired face. Nothing happened. He seemed a bit disappointed. You aren't going to tell her about that? Doma said inside his head, barely holding her laughter. No, I'll pretend that I've never seen that. Some of Merlin's private memories seemed to have been shared with Arad, memories that Merlin probably would never admit. The goddess of magic growled on her desk, unamused as her prank had failed. She honestly expected a better reaction, at least better than nothing at all. Her body started floating. As she waved her fingers, flashes of magic sparked from her eyes and long red hair. She was determined to make sure it worked. Arad suddenly felt his head stink. His mana reserve had dropped to 0 out of nowhere, and Doma started rolling inside his mind, feeling as if her head was spinning inside a barrel rolling down a massive hill. Merlin froze in place, seeing Arad watching her memory. The goddess of magic did then showed her how he refused to react to what he saw. Her face turned bright red, and she almost flew out of the room screaming. The other girls stared at Arad and Merlin, wondering what happened to them. They both looked shocked and stressed for no reason. What's up? Are you two okay? Mira asked, thinking that one of Merlin's spells might have failed somehow. She wasn't wrong. This is, Arad growled. That goddess, it's an awful feeling. It's been a while since his mana had dropped to 0. Luckily, he won't pass out like other people since the moment it reached 0. He absorbed some mana from the air to make it a 1. Merlin held her face. I'm really sorry about that, both. I don't care, really, he shook his head. Just don't use her holy magic. I now understand why mages avoid her. Arad had seen parts of Merlin's memories, a sensitive one involving her, and a statue of him not being in a presentable situation. Arad had thought she got rid of all the statues of him that she made, but she seemed to have kept some for personal use. As they were talking, a knocking came on the door. Merlin stood and approached. Who is there? She asked. It's me, Roberta. I've finished all of the papers. I wanted to discuss them quickly with Isdis to make sure everything is right, Roberta replied with a worried face. She was told by one of Haiti's daughters that they were busy inside, but her work must be done before tomorrow. With a single wave of her fingers, Merlin opened the door and let Roberta inside without a second hesitation. She wanted something to change the topic and get her mind off what just happened. Roberta walked inside. Lady Isdis, She froze, seeing Arad sitting naked on the ground. She dropped the pile of papers in her hand and screamed, Why is he naked? Why, you ask? Arad looked at her. They were massaging me. That's the whole thing of this. Who opened the door? It was you, Merlin. This room is protected by your magic. Roberta glared at her. Yeah, but Arad doesn't mind. Merlin looked at Arad. Do you mind her seeing you naked? I don't mind, but they might. He looked at Mira and Isdis. Do you mind it? Well, Mira scratched her chin. Roberta had gotten too close to us already, and she's helping us finance the whole castle building and stuff. Can't really tell her off even if I mind it. A bit, same for me. The whole kingdom's money relies on her. I would love to keep her close if possible. Isdis looked at Arad. Marry her as well. She'll be useful. As Roberta looked at them with a stunned face, Arad sighed. Is it all about money? No. Mira replied, money isn't everything. But as Mother says, money is 90% of everything. That's pretty much important. And what's that, 10%? Arad looked at her, and then at the still frozen Roberta. That's between her and you. We're your wives. We can agree with someone becoming an additional wife, or refuse them, but we don't get to choose who joins or not. We can only make suggestions. Mira smiled. Isdis giggled. Yeah, I'm not going to manage all of your hoards and how to spend every copper to make your domain better. You either hire someone trustworthy and reliable or marry them. Isdis looked at Roberta with a grin. What are you talking about? Roberta rushed at her and grabbed her by the shirt, shaking her in place. What are you talking about? Isdis couldn't stop laughing. I get it. She tapped Roberta's shoulder. I'll find a smother way. Calm down. Let me see what papers you brought. As the two argued, Arad stood and laid back on the table, so Frida and Astrid could start the treatment again. Merlin sat silently for a while before reluctantly returning to her experiments. While she's powerful, she hasn't fought Arad seriously before and would love to be able to provide him with at least some resistance. Far away in a long-forgotten land, a vampire lord approached a noble with a smile on his face. How is she doing? I'm certain an immortal like her would be quite the fun toy. The noble grunted. This is no fun. It's a necessary evil, and you spawn as much of a filth as you are. He looked back at the carriage filled with tools that rode past them. We have to test those new methods on something before applying them in the field. Otherwise, we won't know if the torture would work or not. The noble pulled a bag of gold. Here you go, scram! He threw it at the vampire lord. The man caught it and disappeared. He had sold the noble one of his spawns. Deep beneath the noble's castle, inside one of the dungeon cells guarded under the heaviest security, the woman was chained, having lost everything. She had nothing else to fear now. I plead too, she mumbled, and the guards looked back, feeling a shiver down their spines. The blood of origin, to they I sacrifice my blood, and seek others' blood to be spilled. In a rusted iron spike, I shall die impaled. Blood magic started gushing from her body as she performed a forbidden ritual. I call thee, a spark of blood magic rushed, seeking Vlad, Chapter 908, to survive. I summoned the Blood Lord. Chapter 908. To survive, I summoned the Blood Lord. I call thee, as the woman mumbled. Sparks of blood magic gushed out of her body, illuminating her cold cell with a bright red flash. As a last desperate gamble, vampires can forego the link with their vampire lord and send a call straight to the originator of blood, the one who gave birth to their vampire lords. The woman's call quickly rushed through the intertwined net of the vampiric bloodline, seeing the blood lord Vlad, but since he had long since died, it reached another target. Doing such a thing wasn't so simple. Vlad is known for rejecting those calls and killing those who attempted them. Even vampire lords usually disown their spawns and thralls who attempted such an offense against the Blood Lord in the past 2,000 years. Not a single vampire who dared attempt this had survived. It was certain that they would get killed and their call to be ignored. She was gambling against unfair odds. She had felt that death was a better end for her than getting tortured for eternity. Slowly, blood chains started reaching down from the ceiling and walls. The woman could feel her heart slowing down and her blood weakening. Her blood magic, memories, everything she had that made her whole, all of them slowly seeped away from her soul, washed by the blood. Sorry fools. She stared at the guards with a smile. I'll buy the Blood Lord's hands, not yours. Her head dropped. unconscious now that all of her magic had been sucked by the horror she called. As the chains circled around, a large, muscular man emerged from the gushing blood. Ered stood there, glaring at the guards with blood-red eyes bleeding with rage. Since the burden of the summoning falls on the caster, she has lost consciousness due to the huge cost of pulling Ered all the way here. While Ered was still being massaged by Astrid and Frida, he got a sudden call for help. He thought it was coming from the vampires he left at Alina, but he was wrong. This was the first time for him to have faced such a situation. He had accepted a distress call from a rogue vampire on a faraway land, letting himself be summoned by them through Vlad's blood inside him. Usually it would have been Ginger who got summoned, but she had rejected the call, causing it to get forwarded to Ered instead. As Ered walked forward, blood rushed from the ground and engulfed the vampire woman, sucking her into his stomach. All of her memories related to this incident had been shared with him, causing Ered to feel enraged. This noble was experimenting on humans and slaves before buying the vampire woman. The only reason he got her was because vampires are more durable, and she'll cost him less in the long time than just buying slaves. The other slaves in the dungeon, elves, dark elves, dwarfs, halflings, and even humans, all looked at Arad with terrified faces. What kind of horror did that vampire woman summon? None of them knew, and prayer can't save them. Even though the steel bars making the vampire woman's cell were 3 times thicker than what the other cells had, since the guards knew how powerful vampires were, those bars bent as Arad simply walked through them. He grabbed the guards by the faces, crushing and sucking their bodies into his palms. He had seen them in the vampire woman's memories, torturing not just her but the other slaves here. The slaves screamed and Arad engulfed them in barriers. Upstairs, the noble was drinking with a man who looked in his 40s, S-rank adventurer and vampire hunter Voltus Dorimus. He had hired him to be his bodyguard while he dealt with the vampire lord. Now that his purchase of the vampire woman was completed, the two of them had been drinking together to celebrate that achievement. Just like how people resort to Alcott when dealing with dragons, most resort to Voltus when dealing with vampires. He's the master and expert on hunting them. The room suddenly shook and Voltus started sweating, his face twisting as he sensed the powerful blood magic rushing across the whole fortress. The furniture around them started floating, and the walls cracked. The magic lights flickered as they shattered due to the dense mana filling the air. The noble cried in terror, his eyes jolting everywhere trying to figure out what was happening. Arad slowly walked out of the dungeon and faced a horde of the fortress guards. He had seen in the vampire woman that not all the guards were happy with what happened in the dungeon. Some of them even snuck food and water secretly to the slaves and even healed them. Since not everyone needed to die, Arad used gravity magic on a large scale to lift everyone and everything around him up, preventing them from running away or coming to attack him. Arad lifted his arm, scanning the area around him. Inside his 40 kilometers detection range, he found him, the vampire lord who sold the woman to the noble. The vampire lord was walking away counting his gold. He suddenly got pulled back toward the fortress, smashing through the trees and stones, his body getting crushed on the steel gates and finally getting suspended mid-air before Arad's enraged face. He had been snatched from over 20 kilometers away. Voltus watched in horror from the window, no matter how stupidly powerful and horrifying that vampire lord was. The man that had appeared out of nowhere seemed to be a far more terrifying monster. Even in his long career as a vampire hunter, he had never felt such a horror. The marrow of his bones had started crying, begging him to run away. The vampire lord started screaming, his blood boiled and his skin was engulfed. In the blink of an eye, he popped like a blood balloon and got sucked into Arad's body. Arad jumped toward the window where Voltus was watching him. He stood mid-air right outside it and slowly floated toward the wall, shattering it as he moved inside. The terrified Voltus barely escaped the rubble, baffled at seeing Arad not even bother with doors and windows. He straight just moved into them and shattered everything. The noble screamed as his eyes exploded. Arad had blinded him with blood magic, eye burst, and now that he reused that old spell, he had discovered how deep his blood magic had gotten since defeating Vlad and sucking all of his blood. Controlling the blood to make the eyes explode was far too easy. He could do even more. The noble's skin turned red as he screamed in agony. While Arad could control vampires, his mastery of blood seems to have allowed him to even control the blood of non-vampires, similar to how Vlad was doing it. Albeit he isn't as efficient or skilled with that power. The noble's body twisted and contorted, getting crushed into a ball of blood and flesh that Arad swallowed into his stomach. Even though Voltus was affected by Arad's gravity magic and almost floated in O-gravity, he used the wall as a platform to jump and swung his sword at Arad's neck with a roar. D.E. Fiend! Arad simply lifted his palm and blood the sword coming at his neck. He slowly looked at Voltus's face, finally acknowledging his presence. He had seen him before, but concluded he wasn't a threat. With Voltus's scream, his silver sword flashed, slashing Arad's forearm and cutting a deep wound in his neck. That sword was special. Just like how Arad got the Dragon Slayer sword, the weapon that Alcott searched for and didn't find, Voltus had the Vampire Slayer sword. Veins rushed out of Arad's severed wrist and reattached it back. The wound on his neck quickly healed, and Voltus stared with a terrified face. Vampires shouldn't be able to heal from this sword, he mumbled. The Vampire Slayer's sword was made to kill vampires and is extremely efficient at cutting them and stopping their regeneration. It was mainly made after studying vampires and vampire lords. It had never been configured to face a vampire progenitor, let alone one who is a dragon and a werewolf at the same time. "That's a nice sword," Arad said, looking at him with a passive face. Voltus growled, swinging his sword again with a red fire spark, Vampire Slayer art burning, slash, clang. Arad caught the sword within his fingers. Impressive speed, but simple moves. You've only been hunting vampires and vampire lords. Did you ever face something? Stronger, Voltus tried to pull his sword out of Arad's grip, but it was stuck. Voltus smiled. His sword disappeared from his right hand and appeared in his left, swinging a thrust at Arad's chest. Vampire Slayer art. Phantom blade. Voltus's sword hit the thin air. Arad knew that Voltus was merely here doing his job, providing protection against vampires, nothing more or less. He wasn't on his killing list, so he left him alone. As Voltus looked around, he heard the noble's wife scream. Arad had caught her, and her screams disappeared a second later. One after another, he could only stand there floating mid-air under Arad's magic as Arad went around killing everything that helped the noble. Even such an experienced and powerful vampire slayer was helpless against the unstoppable force that had appeared out of nowhere. Seconds later, Arad had finished killing everyone that mattered, and he looked around. This noble territory was at the borders of some country. He could sense dark elves guarding a border just 15 kilometers west. Arad teleported into the border, and the dark elves there screamed as they saw him appear out of nowhere. "Strange, back away. Where do you think you're going?" They pointed their spears at him. "Sorry to ask. Is this the Dark Elf Kingdom border?" Arad asked. "It's called Elistriana, you ignorant." One of them growled. But Arad immediately disappeared as quickly as he appeared. He flew into the kingdom and quickly noticed that a large city was close, just 30 kilometers away from the border, and it had a familiar presence that he only sensed once before. With another void step, Arad arrived there. Jasmine was walking in her inner quarter with 2 of her maids following her. She had finally finished the day's work and was ready to relax a bit. It was then that she heard her guards scream their lungs out. The 2 women who were wearing plate armor and guarding her, personal quarter, had found a strange man standing inside. Jasmine rushed and saw the 2 pointing their halberds at Arad. "An intruder in the Queen's quarter. Call reinforcement," one cried. "Bastard! How did you get here?" The other one cried. When Jasmine recognized Arad, she immediately rushed at the guards. "Put your weapons down! Don't you dare attack him!" She pushed them aside. freywebnovel.com. Jasmine looked at him. You could have called. I don't have anything prepared. She tried to figure out why is he there. She was happy to see him, but at least wanted to know why. I need help with something. A noble in the neighboring kingdom in that way. He pointed to the east. He had several slaves, and some of them were dark elves as well. I was hoping you could take them in alongside the other slaves. I can't really carry them back, and I don't trust leaving them to that kingdom. She blinked twice. People were already disappearing around the border. That's why security is tight there. We were suspecting that noble at the border to be the one kidnapping our people. She looked at Arad. Are you sure? Just killed him and several members of his family? It's complicated, but a vampire woman asked me for help. Arad extended his hand and pointed at the window. Where do you want me to put them? Can you put them in the castle's garden? Jasmine replied, and Arad nodded. I'll be back. He immediately disappeared again. Your Majesty, who is that man? One of the guards asked with a worried face. Uranus, the god-eating dragon. You two had just pointed your weapons at a being who could sneeze our whole kingdom to the abyss. Jasmine rushed to the window and looked out. The slaves were already there, and Arad had gone back and brought them using Void Step. Arad appeared once again beside Jasmine. I brought them. They are a bit confused and scared, but please take care of them. Jasmine smiled. I was about to march my army into the border to investigate and retrieve my people. You've done my work for me. This can't go without a proper thank. Sorry, but I must go. We can talk about this later. Arad looked back. His wives must be quite worried. Just as quickly as he appeared, he once again disappeared. Jasmine looked at the terrified salves in her garden, her face twisted and contorted with rage. Look at how they treated my people. It's war. They finally got proof and have a reason to march into battle. Send a letter to Queen Cyrilla and King Baltos, inform them of the details, and ask for support. One of the maids looked at her. There are dwarves and halflings there as well. What should we do? Their homelands are too far away to be able to help us in time. We'll send them home, and that's it. She walked back to her room to change her clothes. Her day, which seemed to be over, had just been filled by work once more. Chapter 929, Scheming in the Background. Chapter 929, Scheming in the Background. Walking through the hallways, Isdis sighed. If only Ray and Ray were here, she looked back at Mira. Come on. 2 in a row, I'll be dead, with a smug smile on her face. Mira giggled. I sadly can't help you, and you're the one who asked for it. Poor Isdis. She didn't count well. Due to the long days off, she tried to bite more than she could chew. Now she's regretting her decision. She thought of canceling the plans, but couldn't bring herself to do that. As Mira said, she was the one to plan everything. She couldn't be the one to back away. I'll ask Merlin. She's my last hope. Isdis looked down as she dragged her legs to Merlin's room. Merlin, come help me. She opened the door and walked in with a sad face. After explaining the situation, Merlin shook her head, refusing to help. I can help, but I won't. We agreed on a plan. It's the rule, and I intend to play by them. Come on, I didn't mean it like that. Do you have anything else to help me with? Alice looked at her with a troubled face. If she didn't find a solution in the next half an hour, she might die. Merlin giggled, staring at her with a smile. Then how about a trade? She waved her fingers, drawing a magic circle in the air. I can't help you personally, but I can try some things. In exchange, you owe me a favor. Deal. Isdis exclaimed with a large smile. Please do. What do you have on your mind? Some tricks, but you'll have to get Hati's permission first. Isdis cried, breathing in heavily. I don't want to even discuss the subject with her. She's a crafty one. I'm certain she'll try to trick me somehow. I agree with Isdis. Hati is dangerous. We can't let her get too close to us. Mira nodded, giving Merlin a sharp glare. She's dangerous because you can't either understand her motives or control her. It can't be helped. She is far stronger, older, and wiser than us all. Merlin leaned back on her chair, putting one leg on another as she waved her fingers, pulling a crystal ball to her face. I've heard from her stories of her and her husband. He too had a lot of wives, and I mean a lot. Merlin smiled. He did a good job bringing them together in more than one way. But that isn't for us. I'm sure she'll have solid advice for you. Ask the old and wise, not the young and inexperienced, right? Fine, but don't blame me if she used us. Izdis walked out of the room with heavy steps, seeking Hati's advice. Hati looked at Izdis with a smile as she lay on her large pillow getting fanned by her daughters. You ask me about that? You should be smarter than to trust me with an answer. Human Princess Izdis sighed. I know, but Merlin said I should. Hattie waved her hand, and a small glass bottle glowing with faint mystical light appeared between her sharp and long red nails. I'll give you this. With it you'll be able to survive not just tonight, but for the whole week. She licked her lips, one drop in water, and you'll be able to get through everything with ease. Izdis reached toward the bottle, but Hattie moved her hand back, with a price. I knew it. Izdis gasped. What kind? Don't think you can swindle me here. Hattie giggled, throwing the bottle toward Izdis's face. Izdis immediately snatched it. What's the meaning of this? Help Astrid and Frida get close to Arad wives, mistresses, or maids. Whatever spot they get is better than nothing. Just be on their side when they need it. She stretched her arms, and now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some rest to catch up to. As Hati turned around on her pillow, Izdis found herself standing in the hallway. Izdis looked at the bottle. I hope this will work. She walked away as the next morning came, and Arad went to train with Caden. Mira looked around for Izdis but didn't find her. After a long search, she had to ask one of Hati's daughters if they saw her. What she heard was quite worrying. No one had seen her since she walked into Arad's room last night. Mira rushed into Arad's room to look for Izdis. She found her still naked on the bed, dripping and motionless. She tried to wake her up but was surprised to see her awake. Are you okay? Mira cried. Izdis mumbled into the pillow. Potion helped, but since it felt good, I got carried away. Now I can't move, my hips are sore, and I got a painful hangover. Mira looked at the side of the bed and noticed the still-filled bottle Izdis had only used a single drop in a cup of water, nothing more. Wait a moment, I'll call Tina. Mira rushed to the hallway and called Nina before walking back into the room. Come, I'll drag you to the shower room if you can't walk. She lifted her from the armpits and dragged her, trying to make her sit. Why didn't he stop? Mira growled. Told you, I'm the one who got carried away, Izdis mumbled. Since I was feeling good, I asked if we could keep going, and this is how I ended up like this. Even with how embarrassed she was, she couldn't look away from how painful her head was. The doll sitting at the side of the bed stood and started walking toward the bottle. Aisha had remained in the room after Arad left, and she looked at the bottle that Hati gave to Izdis. Pure Gracie's spit. This bottle should be worth several hundred platinum coins. Aisha lifted the bottle and shook her slightly. The goddess of lust's bites are told to contain a legendary aphrodisiac that could overwrite reason itself. How in the hell did that hag get her hand on this, and why give it just like that? Mira looked at her. The real deal, not the fake one? Does that mean that got harvested from the goddess herself? Yeah. 100 platinum coin is the base price. Put this thing in an auction, and the rich would wage war over it. Aisha looked at them. Don't underestimate how much money people are willing to give just to have some of a goddess's spit. She gave me that? She only asked that I help Astrid and Frida be on their side. Izdis barely managed to speak. Her whole body was starting to feel numb. This isn't an item that anybody could get their hands on. Make sure to keep your guard around Hati. She's far more dangerous than you think. She took the potion and stored it inside her body. I'll be keeping this. Wait, I need to use it. Izdis gasped. Aisha glared at her. No, you won't use it again. Arad is too much for you to take on alone. I'll tell him that if you aren't able to. Better than having you die in his hands. Stupid brat. She growled at her and jumped from the bedside table to the ground. Aisha glared back at Izdis and Mira. You two underestimate Arad far too much. If you can't keep up, just tell him. No need for those things to artificially make you last longer. Where are you going? Mira gasped. To have a word with that nine-tailed hag, Aisha replied. You little girls stay here. Even if she was just a cute little doll, Aisha was still older than them by a lot. When Aisha walked into Hadi's room, she found her lying on her large pillow as usual. 4 of her daughters sharpening her nails, each one taking care of a limb. 5 more daughters were behind her, brushing her tails. What brought such a cute doll to my room? Hadi looked at her with a smile. It's been decades since I played with dolls, but I'll play with you if you want. Don't mock me, Aisha growled, pulling the bottle of Gracie's spit. Where did you get freywibnovel.com? This? From Gracie herself. I just asked her to fill me some a few days ago. Hattie waved her finger and a large box filled with potions of Gracie's spit appeared. You have that much? Aisha gasped. I got Lila drunk, and she told me that Erod's wives agreed to let Izdis have him this week, since she rarely gets time with him since she deals with the kingdom's affairs. Hattie stored the box with a single weave of her nails, a single tap of her nails, and it disappeared in a puff of smoke. I knew she doesn't have the stamina or durability, so I planned ahead of time. Hattie's glowing golden eyes stared straight at Aisha's soul. I've also told Arad that this would increase fertility. She pulled out a half-empty bottle. He's a dragon with a powerful metabolism. This much would only increase his fertility, nothing more. She giggled, only if he's the only one who took it. You laced Arad's food, Aisha growled. A slithering snake. Arad knew I suggested it to him, and he accepted it. My deal with Arad was with him alone, and my deal with Izdis was with her alone. I'm not responsible for user error or side effects, Hattie giggled. Now with Izdis out for days, you think your daughters would take her place? So your whole plan was just to push them at Arad, Aisha growled. Pretty much. Hattie giggled. Do you have a problem? I'm going to tell him, Aisha growled, turning to leave. He won't be happy about it. Olivia want to meet her, Hattie said with a smug grin, and Aisha froze in place. Aisha's magic started gushing out as she glared back at Hattie. The hell you said, Olivia? You mean her, Olivia? The legendary alchemist Olivia, in the flesh. Hattie waved her fingers and a large white door opened up. Inside, it was a massive lab with a woman in her underwear, only wearing a white lab coat over her body as she glared at several boiling glassware of strange colors, giggling like a madwoman. The woman paused for a second and glanced back. Her glasses reflected the light coming from the opened door, barely allowing her green eyes to show. The woman smiled. This door, Hattie? Did ya need something? The woman smiled. Aye, aye, I wanted to get one of your nails and some of your tail fur, if you don't mind. She approached the door. Got them. Hattie waved her hand, and her daughters gathered. They weren't just tending to their mother. They were gathering the material that the woman in the lab coat asked for. Claw of the eternal Fenrir, tail fur of the divine beast. By the way, Olivia, for my payment, can you tend to this doll a bit? Hattie pointed with her foot at Aisha. Aisha could only look at the woman in the lab coat in shock. Was this really the legendary alchemist Olivia in her life? She had spent decades fighting over just a single scrap of paper written by her. To the alchemist of the world, Olivia's writing was akin to holy scripture. No need to hesitate. Thousands of alchemists begged me for centuries to allow just a second meeting with her, but I've never let a single one. Hattie nodded to one of her daughters. The daughter walked behind the stunned Aisha and kicked her into Olivia's lab, after which the door closed. That leaves the rest. Hattie leaned back and touched her ears. What are you doing? Can I send Mira your way? She then touched her other ear. Izdis isn't ready, but you better be. Chapter 910. How to Slash and the Woman of Ice. Chapter 910. How to Slash and the Woman of Ice as the hot, arid wind blew through the rocky desert. Arad stood on a large boulder staring at Caden, who was standing in the distance. He had already learned how to accelerate and how to teleport mid-acceleration for greater movement efficiency. This day was the third in his training, and Arad didn't have a clue about what was awaiting him. He looked at Caden, wondering what kind of lesson was awaiting him. Caden unsheathed his katana and looked at Arad. Today, we'll try cutting things. As he slowly lifted his katana, Arad could hear the blade screaming as it contacted the air, ripping it apart. It rumbled like a chainsaw, and the ground beneath Caden's feet started shaking. The katana suddenly went silent, and a massive demon appeared before Caden. The giant monster stood almost 3 meters tall, muscular, with dark purple skin, 2 horns on its forehead, and a long black and leathery tail. Arad gasped. With just a single look, he could tell how powerful that demon was. He wasn't an ordinary existence. The demon extended his arm forward, and Caden put his katana on it. If I push down directly, my sword won't cut his skin. After a good push, Caden lifted his sword to reveal that the demon didn't have a single mark on his skin. Slashing is achieved by moving your blade across something to slice it. He once more laid his katana on the demon's arm, and with a slashing motion, he managed to get a cut in. Arad knew that, so it wasn't something new. Caden wasn't done explaining, and what he had in store was bound to shock Arad. But look at this. Caden repeated the same motion, and the demon didn't get cut. There is a common method to resist such slashes. That is what makes ordinary slashes useless against the most powerful beings, so you'll need a new way of cutting. Caden once again lifted his katana, and it roared. You're a void dragon, so this should be easier for you to achieve than normal people. He showed Arad the katana. The edge has 2 sides, a left side and a right side. You can see both of them taper down. Listen carefully, as I'll explain what you must do. Caden approached Arad and pointed at the blade. I want you to control the space around each side of the edge separately. Deform it forward by a tiny bit toward the tip of the blade, drip it down a bit, and then pull it back like using a saw. Do it for each side separately and make sure that when one side is getting deformed forward, the one is deformed backward. As Arad looked closely at the katana, Caden took it back toward the demon and dropped it on his arm without any force. The katana fell right through the arm like it was made of air, cutting it. As you can see, it can cut with ease. It's like having 2 powerful saws moving beside each other. Caden opened his palm, and his katana flew into his hand and disappeared. Do it right, and you'll increase your cutting capacity. Do it wrong, and your blade will shatter. Caden put his hands together as the demon behind him healed. Countless swords fell from the sky and grew from the ground, for several kilometers. All that Arad could see were swords growing from the ground like grass. I want you to be able to use it with different types of edges. Those are all swords and bladed weapons from all over the world. Some are powerful. Some are old and rusty. Use them and try to master this. Caden pointed with his thumb at the demon behind him. I want you to kill this demon. He's fast and strong and extremely hard to cut, but his attack power is quite low. What about that defensive move? The one where slashing won't work? Arad asked. You can cut through it with this skill, Caden replied, but if you want to learn it, you won't be doing that today. Since I don't want you to reverse use it to cut, I want you to learn how to cut first. He knew that if Arad learned how to protect his body against slashes with a barrier, he'd find a way to bypass the demon's defenses. And that was bad. He wants him to learn how to actually cut, not cheat his way through. So I'll learn that eventually. Arad looked at him with a smile. Tomorrow, if you learned how to cut today, I'll teach you how to defend against attacks of all types. Caden turned to leave, and Arad called him out. Where are you going? One of my orphanages has an event today. The kids want me to sing for them, and I'll have some papers to do in the afternoon. Those who grew old without getting adopted are going to be sent to training ground to learn a craft so they can provide for themselves. Caden took a step forward. See you in the evening. He silently disappeared, like a ghost. Even Arad couldn't track his magic. What kind Arad was about to speak when he sensed demonic magic engulfing him. He stared at the demon that Caden left, sweating. The demon stood and roared. The ground around him cracked as he lunged at Arad with a clenched fist. Arad grabbed one of the swords and swung it at the demons, only to have it shatter upon impact. He had expected that. Arad had tried a normal slash in his first attack and concluded that he indeed couldn't cut him with normal means. After dodging the attack, Arad grabbed another sword from the ground and tried to do what Caden told him, only to have the blade explode instantly. When shifting the space between the two sides of the blade's edge, the blade won't be able to handle it and will crack instantly. It was like trying to bend ceramic dishes or glass. Those things would shatter before bending. When using Caden's technique, the swords would vibrate at a high frequency. But since not all swords were the same, each one of them had different thresholds of vibration that it resists before shattering. To be able to use this skill with multiple swords, Arad must figure out and learn how to tune the vibration's frequency and intensity based on each sword. Since all the swords and weapons weren't made equal, there wasn't a single rule to use. Arad ran across the whole battlefield while grabbing new swords and attacking the demon with them, even after an hour. Not a single sword had survived. Even if two swords looked identical, even a slight difference in how they were cooled or treated would cause them to have extremely different profiles and thus need a different tune. All that Arad could do was go by feelings and guesswork. Izdis walked through the hallway, barely able to drag her legs. Each time she moved a step forth, her hips felt as if they were about to crack. There is escaping it. She has to rest tonight. She had tried, but sadly she couldn't handle Arad alone for 2 days straight, and the potion she had from Hati had worked against her. She must find a way to get stronger. Even Mira had become a demi-goddess, and her stamina and durability are slowly rising with time. With each passing day, she felt more desperate. She couldn't shake the feeling that she was getting left behind out of her heart. Clack, clack, clack. As Izdis was drowning in her sorrow, she heard the sound of armor clacking. She slowly lifted her head, and her eyes fell on a strange figure. For a second, she thought she was looking into the mirror, but she wasn't wearing any armor, and the woman before her looked more mature. With long flowing hair and burning blue eyes, the woman wearing a set of silver armor stood at the end of the hallway, staring at Izdis. Izdis noticed the words written on the woman's chest plate. Absolute Zero. The woman slowly lifted her hand, and Ice Longsword appeared in her hand. Izdis immediately formed an ice sword to use as the woman charged forth with a thrust and blocked her attack. "Who are you?" The woman didn't respond and swung her sword several times, but Izdis managed to deflect all of them. The woman's attack seemed strange, but familiar as well. Even if she was too fast for Izdis to actively defend against, she was able to predict them. Alice took a step back, staring at the woman who looked a lot like her with a confused face. Ruris's royal swordsmanship, and the old-school art at that. "Who are you?" The woman finally spoke, her voice gentle and soothing like cold ice on a painful and swollen wound. "So you aren't completely incompetent? My name doesn't matter, but if you want to know, Isbert Silver Ruris." The moment Izdis gasped, she found herself standing in the middle of an ice storm, buried to her waist in snow. Her skin started to freeze and die as she looked at Isbert standing before her. "Control the cold. You've got my blood. Find peace in the cold beneath layers of ice." Chapter 911, Song of Ice. Chapter 911, Song of Ice. Izdis stared blankly forward, her eyelashes freezing from the sheer cold. Isbert stared at her, getting buried in the snow with an emotionless, cold stare. "We descend from an ancient hero who once soloed hell, halting a whole invasion on his own, after which he dove into the 9 hells to rip and tear the devils apart. We call him the hero of ice, Silver." Isbert's hand slowly moved up, pointing at the words engraved on her armor, Absolute Zero. This was his title. No one could match the coldness of magic. He had perfected it. "This means I, too, have achieved the absolute zero cold. Reach it, and I'll let you have it engraved on your armor." Izdis tried to move, but her skin cracked. "You can't brute force this. This place is a bit colder than when water freezes." "Slowly but surely, the water in your skin is freezing." You'll die if you can't adjust to the cold. Isbert stood there watching as Isdis froze in place. Isdis's consciousness slowly faded away. She couldn't even feel the pain of the frostbite eating her body. Numb to the world, she sat there fading away amidst the white snow. The skin on Isdis's ring finger cracked and the ring fell off, sinking into the snow. Absolute zero is an impossible level to achieve if you can't even deal with this cold breeze. Isbert approached Isdis and lifted her ice sword. Farewell, snowflake. She swung down. Crack. A large hand caught Isbert's ice sword. Arad was standing over Isdis's body, putting her between his massive thighs. The heat gushing from his body quickly melted the snow around as he glared at Isbert with burning eyes and an enraged face. This place was within Hattie's training ground on the south pole of the Demi-Plan, the place that Hattie warned him about going into the moment Isdis's skin froze and lost contact with her ring. Arad's wedding ring signaled him that the bond was cut, and he immediately located Isdis and flew toward her as fast as he could. Hattie's demi-plane wasn't as large as he expected. It was almost the same size as the moon. "Who are you?" Arad growled, clenching his fist on Isbert's ice sword, trying to shatter it, but he failed. Isbert lifted her arm, and Arad's whole body got lifted up. His insane grip strength allowed his several tons of body to remain grabbing into the sword tip, but even that scene was stunning. The thin Isbert lifted her sword up with Arad's massive human body grabbing to the tip like an iron statue. What grip strength? You can hold that position? Isbert looked at him with an indifferent, passive face. "You can lift me up with one arm?" Arad asked, looking at her thin frame with a puzzled face, even though she was wearing heavy armor. He could tell she was no larger than Isdis. Arad tried to open his palm to jump down and punch Isbert, but it was frozen shut to the elbow without hesitation. He shattered his frozen arm and swung the other fist at Isbert's face. Using her palm, she caught his fist. "Cool your head a bit." In ice, Arad's arm froze, shattering all the way to his shoulders. Merely touching this woman was enough to freeze him beyond repair. He could heat his body from the inside out using Ho-White Nova, but that might burn Isdis, who was behind him. And he can't even use that much power of fear that the death curse would activate again. Arad couldn't use his nuclear engine for heat, thanks to Isdis being close, and so found himself in a hard spot. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at Isbert with a burning kick. But with a single, graceful swing, she slashed him across the chest and froze him in a pillar of ice. Arad couldn't even see her swing. Something was off about her. It was speed nor acceleration at absolute zero. Even atoms freeze and electrons stop moving. Everything halts. Isbert was indeed a bit faster than Arad, but if that was all she could do, he would have caught up. Using her cold, she's freezing the space around her to slow everything down. She could even freeze time, and this was different than time-stop magic. When she freezes time, only those who could freeze it like her are able to move. Isbert's area of effect was this whole southern pole. Rest in peace among the ice. Isbert stared at the frozen Arad, lifting her sword to slash him in half. "Crackle! Crackle!" She stopped, hearing ice cracking behind her. Snowflakes trailing down, absolute peace. Isdis's voice came from the snow as she slowly moved. Isbert looked behind, seeing Isdis standing with a violin in her left hand and an ice sword in the other. Snow gathered behind Isdis as her sword drew closer to the violin. That snow formed several humanoid bodies, all carrying different instruments and were ready to play. Like shattered glass. The tundra's howls, rumbles, this had turned foil. Isdis ran her ice sword on the strings of the violin, sending a powerful note and causing the ground beneath them to rumble. The stalactite of ice that dangled from the trees shattered like glass, and Isbert stared back at her. As all of the snowmen behind Isdis played, their music shook snowy wastelands. It boomed, masking the howl of the snowstorm. "Took you long enough." Isbert lifted her sword and charged with a thrust at Isdis's face. With a large smile on her face, Isdis played the violin, sending waves of compressed sound at Isbert. While Isbert was a spell sword based on a fighter, Izdis was based on a bard, a clash between vastly different fighting styles yet with similar magic. Izdis's sound waves rushed forth, shattered Isbert's ice sword, and hit the pillar of ice where Arad was frozen, cracking it. Isbert immediately conjured another sword without flinching and swung at Izdis's neck, at which Izdis blocked with her violin, engulfing it with ice. As Arad's pillar cracked, Caden appeared standing beside it in a clown outfit. "What are you doing here?" Caden sighed and swung his hand, shattering the ice ceiling. Arad, "Listen, if you ended up like this, how do you think she's managing to keep up?" Caden pointed back with his thumb. "She's holding back quite a bit. Get back to your training and don't interfere with them. They are training just like you." Arad fully regenerated, and suddenly disappeared as he lunged at Isbert, ignoring Caden. Caden's red clown nose was left floating in the air as he jumped after Arad, grabbing him by the back of his neck. "You're strong, but still have a weakness. It's your wives." Arad tried to swing back at Caden, but he failed. Caught like a kitten, no matter how he tried to move. Caden remained outside his range. "See, I wouldn't have caught you like this if you weren't distracted." Caden jumped with Arad into the sky, and his red clown nose finally hit the solid ice sheets formed from Isbert and Izdis's fight. Honk! In a second, Arad found himself flying toward the field of swords where the poor demon was sitting, twiddling his thumbs and patiently waiting for Arad to return. Caden threw Arad to the ground, and the demon stood with a happy face, waving his hand at Arad as if he wanted to play. "Focus on your training and let them also train to grow stronger. Otherwise, they'll die before you could even reach them," Caden said, his eyes burning red. If Isbert was serious, Izdis would have died long ago before you could reach them. If this was a real fight, she would have been long gone. Understand that, well, you can't protect them at all times. They must be able to at least survive until you arrive. Honk! Caden's clown nose hit the ice again, and he appeared beside it, catching it in his hand. "Isbert, I've convinced Arad. He shouldn't bother you again." Caden put the nose back on and disappeared. When Caden landed back at the orphanage, his wife Lily rushed to him. She was a massive 3 meter 10 feet tall, Oni with red skin and 2 long black horns on her forehead. "The kids are getting bored. Where did you go?" "To take care of another kid," Caden replied as he walked back on stage, honking his nose, and the kids cheered. As Arad reluctantly returned to his training, and Izdis kept her fight with Isbert, Hattie was walking through the hallway with Mira, leading her into the backyard where she had called a guest. "You said you have a workshop?" Mira asked. "What do you have in it?" "I'm not really sure. I never worked there, but an old friend of my husband built it." Hattie replied with a smile, "I called that old friend to help you make a weapon for Arad, but he's too busy, so he might not be able to stay for a long time." Bang, bang, bang. Someone was in the workshop, smacking something with a hammer. With each strike, Mira could see sparks of divine magic flying into the air, making the old shed seem more like an abandoned temple. Hattie walked in the front and called, "Can we enter? Warmed me hammer that our greedy lass." "Welcome to me." Forge, albeit the short and stout man who didn't stand taller than 5 feet, greeted them with a cheerful face, his bushy red beard and eyebrows angry-looking face, and wide muscular body made him look more intimidating than anything else. "It's my forge." Hattie glared at him. The dwarf snorted, "'Tis mine now, lazy shit bucket. Chapter 912, Dwarvish Blacksmithing." Hattie waved her hand at the dwarf with an annoyed look. "You say that, but if it was true, you would have already turned it into a boiling hell." "Humph," the dwarf snorted, turning his gaze toward Mira. "It's the last who matters, not this workshop." He smiled, combing his beard. "Say, lass, what do you want to make?" "He'll help you make a weapon for Arad. Even with how annoying he could be, you won't find a better craftsman than him." Hattie smiled, tapping Mira on the back. "I was trying to make a weapon for Arad, but he never focuses on one weapon. The weapons I make also break easily. They'll be too weak for him to use," Mira said as she looked at the lit forge behind him. "And I'm a carpenter, not a blacksmith. Even if I dabbled in it a bit, I'm still nowhere near good enough." I see common problems. Seen many with those hurdles among my children, he said with a gentle smile. Do you have a vision for what that weapon would be? What would it look like? I won't call it a vision, but I want a weapon that Arad can use every time needs a weapon. I want it to slash, pierce, and smash. I want it to be able to channel magic and block it. If I could make it replace all weapons, I would. But I know that's impossible. That's why I'm looking for one that does as much as possible. Mira said, looking at the old swords and shields lined on the walls. None of them seemed to match what she wanted. There was always something missing. How greedy of you, goddess of greed. The dwarf giggled. Call me Mora. I'll show you there is nothing that we craftsmen couldn't make. The weapon you seek exists, and if it doesn't, it's your job to make it exist. He turned toward the forge and blew on it, causing it to burst into golden flames. But he looked back at Mira. With your current skill and divine magic, I'd say it's nearly impossible. I can make it for you, but that would defeat the purpose of you making it for Arad, right? Mira nodded, and Mora smiled, his large white teeth shining between his massive mustache and large bushy beard. For now, start with something you're good at. He waved his hand, and a large log emerged out of nowhere and fell to the ground. Mira jumped back as her toes almost got crushed. Careful, she exclaimed. You're a carpenter, right? Make him a staff. This wood is from the world tree Yggdrasil. He lifted his hammer and smacked it on the log as hard as he could. The log dug into the ground, and he slowly lifted his hammer and showed it to Mira. Look, the wood left dents in my hammer. Forget steel and adamantine. The world tree has been cultivating power across the whole universe since the start of time. Untold eons of layered power. Amazing, right? I can't work with it if it's this hard. Mira looked closer at the hammer. The wood had left its marks as if the hammer was made of dough. Yggdrasil has its own will. She won't mind you working with her wood, but when used in battle, it shall become harder than any metal, I assure you. He won't be able to break it even if he tried. He slapped the log with his hand. Make him a staff. It shall be the strongest stick in the world. Mira approached the counter and picked a wood chisel. She then went to the log and tested it. Indeed, it acted like normal wood when being worked. Mira looked back at Hattie with a smile on her face. With this, I can make something usable. FreyoMidmoval.com. Don't forget to learn how to work metals as well. You want to make Arad a weapon to replace all weapons, right? Hattie smiled. You're right. Mira started working on the wood as Hattie stood there and watched. Mora, on the other hand, picked a chunk of steel and shoved it into the forge. He sat beside it and started humming. Don't start. Hattie sighed, and Mora flicked his fingers. A large barrel of beer, even bigger than him, appeared out of nowhere. He caught it with one hand, put it down, and took a crowbar from the stack of tools. Mira looked back at him. You can't drink all of that. She was already used to Arad pulling stuff out of nowhere, so she didn't get surprised, only found it strange. Worry not, lass. If nothing else, I'm a dwarf. He started humming again, his deep voice rumbling from the depth of his stomach, shaking the ground. As the flames before him danced, he lifted the barrel with one hand and started chugging it. One massive gulp after another. His stomach inflated like a balloon. As Mora drank half the barrel, he stopped and put it down, laughing his guts off as he smacked his enlarged belly with a cheerful smile. Nothing beats bear while waiting. He dried his beer-wet beard with his hairy forearm and looked at Mira. Lass, want a drink? No. Getting half drunk at work is a shortcut to losing a finger, she replied with a disappointed face while sawing the wood. What's wrong with that? Nail black with iron, skin grows tougher with damage, you know. Unlike her or any blacksmith in the world, his thick and hard hands were stunning, almost as if chiseled out of stone. With them bare, he reached into the fire and flipped the red-hot metal. When Mora pulled his arm out of the forge, his forearm hair had caught on flame since its hair and also was drenched in beer. Huh? He gasped with a sharp yet childish tone. Confused and amused at the same time, with his arm still on fire, he used the other arm to lift the beer bottle and take a gulp out of it. After filling his mouth and puffing his beard-engulfed cheeks, he spat the beer on the flame, trying to put it out only to cause an even bigger fireball to emerge. "Uh-huh?" he cried with widened eyes as the fire before him took the shape of a dwarf. The fire dwarf's stomach inflated until he exploded and the fire disappeared. As Mira was looking at the fire, his expression suddenly changed as he sniffed the air. "Steel ready!" He reached with his hand into the forge, picked the burning red brick of steel, and walked back. He looked left and right. "Where's my anvil?" he gasped, seeing the anvil running away like a horse. The steel legs it had to support it and stand from the ground have sprung into life. "Come back, you bastard!" He ran after it, but couldn't catch up. His legs were too short. He stopped, took his leather boot off, and threw it at the running anvil, knocking it down. Exhausted, Mora approached the anvil and grabbed it from the nose, dragging it back to the workshop while mumbling curses at it. As he walked inside, he put the anvil back into its place. "Good. Time to forge," he smiled. Mira looked toward the steel. It was already cold. "No, you have to heat the steel again. It's already cold," she said with a giggle, unable to comprehend the weird magic buzzing around the dwarf. "Cold," Mora gasped. "Nah, it was hot a minute." "I'm certain." He looked at the steel brick with Mira, and it was red again. "See, told ya, lass?" He picked up the brick and put it on the anvil. The anvil screamed like a pig getting marked with a hot iron. Mora immediately smacked him with the hammer to shut him up, and then hammered the steel, only for the anvil to scream again, and he smacked it once more. Alternating between striking the anvil and the steel, Mora forged the steel with crimson sparks of fire sparkling from each hit. That some weird magic? Mira looked at Hati. Who is he? An avatar of the dwarven god. You won't find a better smith anywhere else. Hati looked at Mira with a smile. Unlike you or any kingdom in this world, I've lived for over 5,000 years. I've got connections to multiple world powers, lords and demons, even gods that I could call for help. I craft a lot of things, weapons, artifacts, medicines, and even dwarfs. He looked at the surprised Mira. Yeah, I make dwarves out of clay, the best clay in my mountain. He put the hammer down and looked at the brick of steel for a second, then shoved it back into the forge. She's keeping several of my failed creations and weapons safe for mortal eyes. I can't refuse if she asked me to help. He giggled. Out of all the gods, he gave them most items for safekeeping, a total of 200 weapons and artifacts that Hati was hiding for all eternity. What no one knows is that he had made the urn that is storing Vlad's ashes, and that Vlad's ashes are now deep beneath Hati's house, sealed for all eternity. Chapter 913, The True Master. Chapter 913, The True Master, far away in a distant land, an abandoned part of the human kingdom of Rurus. Selena landed in the ruins of an ancient city at the heart of a long cave. She looked around with her glowing golden eyes. Even the faint glow of luminescent mushrooms made it possible for her night vision to work perfectly. Large gashes and claw marks at least 2 meters across were left everywhere and dripped with faint traces of curse magic. She reached forward and sniffed them. They belonged to a hellbat, a titanic bat monster with extreme echolocation, powerful sound magic, an infinite thirst for blood, and a sick attitude. As she looked around, she could find 3 other tracks. 2 of them boasted holy magic of a strange nature. They didn't seem to belong to anything she had ever seen before, but if she was to guess, angels. But that was clearly wrong from the magic's nature. The 3rd track belonged to her target, the smell and faint footprints unseen by the naked eye. Something was off about this whole place. All the traces were years old yet remained visible enough to her eyes. A human wouldn't have noticed them even with detection magic, but still it was far too strange. Selena stopped and looked around. Hell bats are monsters that live in the 9th layer of the abyss. They shouldn't be in the mortal world, and if one were to get out, it would be a worldwide disaster. The gashes she saw were just 2 meters long, but since they faded through the years, those monsters were massive and powerful. Knowing that she better hurry, Selena kept following the tracks. Back at Hati's house, Merlin was working on her spells, trying to figure out a way to defeat Arod. Unlike her, he's a creature born from magic, His body drips with it. She can't match his raw and innate talent in any way. Her only hope is the accumulated experience and the plethora of tricks and spells she has. As she waved her fingers over her crystal ball, she could sense the magic rushing from her fingers, twisting and contorting. Magic seemed to refuse the mere thought of facing Arad's magic. It disintegrated upon contact. She had found that the reason for that is the sheer difference of density between her and him. If her magic was like water, his is like thick and viscous honey. She knew she'd be facing Arad's curse form, and that only made things far more complicated than before. With Doma's curses, Arad's power had shifted in a complete direction. In a fraction of a second, he could be overwhelmingly more powerful in one way and weaker in another. Merlin knew for certain that her victory or loss depended on if she could capitalize on the weakness born for the inherent nature of curses. Arad had told her about the curse that he used against Caden, the one that blinds him in exchange for doubling his speed. If he used that against her, she must have a spell prepared to take advantage of his blindness and another to reduce his speed or match it. As she layered one spell after another, time flew by. Each time she finished, she would discover another weakness in her plan and get back to work. Her work didn't seem to reach a conclusion, and she had started getting tired. She leaned back and sighed. How long was it? When she looked at the magical hourglass behind her, she froze in place. What? The hourglass was saying that a whole year had passed by. Dedication. I guess this is what happens when you don't pass out of overwork. A voice came from behind her. When Merlin slowly turned back, she saw a maid with short black hair and glowing pink eyes staring at her. I allowed you to stay alive, but I've got work to do, so stop. Merlin wanted to move, but she couldn't. She wanted to stand and attack the strange maid, at least tie her with magic, but she couldn't. The maid simply stared at her with a passive and emotionless face. Who are you? Merlin asked. Death, the maid replied. It's rare that I make exceptions like this. She lifted her hand. I have to go, but I'll tell you something before that. You're an ugly and disgusting chimera, an abominable being just like Arad. He's a mix of dragons, vampires, werewolves, and humans. He even has an elf witch inside him. You aren't that different, human succubus, a hint of draconic and even some devilish and demonic essence. What do you mean? Merlin glared at her. Don't pretend to be human, you aren't. Both of you are monsters, so fight like monsters. Death disappeared, leaving no trace at all. The hour behind her suddenly started spinning backward like a fan, stopping the time that Merlin started her study. Merlin could finally move. She stood with a confused face. What? The moment she spoke, her head started spinning, and she fell on the ground, twitching, hungry, thirsty, exhausted, and utterly tattered. That 1 year wasn't a dream or an illusion. She had spent it while trying to figure a way to defeat Arad and failed to come up with any. Arad jumped forth and swung one of the weapons. He picked up a large falchion-like greatsword. The demon blocked the slash and launched a kick at Arad's face. Arad kicked upward, deflecting the demon's kick by kicking his calves. Right after he spun in place, picking an arming sword with his toes like an ape, and swung it at the demon's neck. The demon jumped back, dodging the slash with a large smile on his face. He was enjoying this fight. Arad, who had a great sword in his right hand and an arming sword in his left foot, had realized something. With one weapon, he has one chance to get the edge's vibration right with each strike. If he dual-wielded the sword, then it's doubled in one move. Arad picked more weapons. The great sword remained in his right hand, and he picked a war axe in his left hand, a long sword in his mouth, a spear in his right foot, and the arming sword remained in his left foot. The demon stared at Arad with a smile. For all of their fights, Arad kept pulling stuff like this. He didn't care about form, tradition, or how magic and swordsmanship work. What mattered to him in a battle was that his blade must cut the demon, and he was trying to achieve that. The demon knew that if he had asked Arad what swordplay was, he would have responded and said that he didn't care as long as his sword cut his enemy. Arad stared at the demon, all of his weapons screeching as the ground beneath him rumbled. The demon could feel it. Arad was advancing rapidly toward comprehending how to slash. Unlike any other opponent, his learning speed and adaptability were astounding. It wasn't a surprise to the demon, it was obvious. People relearn skills faster than their first time. As Arad kept swinging at the demon, he realized something important. In a fraction of a second, his entire view of Dalla, the woman who mastered the slap art style, had changed completely. At first, she was a respectable person, someone he owes a great deal thanks to teaching him how to slap. But now that respect had changed into admiration. He had never thought it was like this. It wasn't Alcott, nor Caden, not Cyrilla, and not even the Metallic Queen. Out of all the powerful people that Arad faced, Dalla had stood out to him as a true master. His admiration, respect, and sheer astonishment exploded. Dalla was doing with her slaps what he's now trying to do with his slashes. She had already mastered an art he could only dream of. Right now, he can mimic her slaps thanks to his draconic strength and speed, but the way she achieves them with her weak human body is different. His mind raced, remembering each interaction he had with her, every move, every sound, smell, and feeling. The way she moved, bowed, how she swung her palms and feet, how her slaps sounded and felt, what mastery laid behind those soft human hands. The demon could feel it, the creepy sensation rushing out of Arad. Something was wrong. His movements had shifted, and his eyes seemed to follow him wherever he went, yet never look at him. Slap. Arad smacked the devil in the face with the flat of the arming sword, sending him flying back. The demon screamed, feeling a pain that he had never felt in his whole life. An open palm, it's just like an extended blade. Arad looked at his weapons and changed his stance. On top of what Caden taught him, the way of delivering the strike would matter a lot to keep the stress on the sword at a minimum. Chapter 914, Nothing Suits Arad. The demon recoiled back, dodging Arad's relentless slashes. While slaps are easy to achieve due to the last surface area of the hand, slashes are much harder since they only hit with a line, and stabs are even more difficult to master. When you hit with a flat hand, the attack angle doesn't matter, as no matter how the attack lands, it'll always auto-correct into alignment with the targeted surface. Slashes, on the other hand, need a precise angle of attack. Otherwise, the blade would twist upon contact and shatter due to the extreme stress. Even though Arad's edge alignment was near perfect, it still led to his weapons shattering due to the added stress of the vibration of the blade. To be able to effectively do the slashes Caden taught him, Arad must first understand the motions behind Dalla's slapping and use those to perfect his edge alignment beyond human capabilities. The tolerances were tight, but he could see himself pulling it off. The only thing holding him back now is the countless and different weapons he's using. A spear would need a different tuning than a sword, and that would be different than a greatsword. He started paying attention to the sword's shape, weight, material, length, and magical properties. One slash after another, the demon dodged, blocked, and deflected Arad's attacks, but still none of them managed to cut into his hardened skin. Yet the demon could sense it. Each attack was better than the last, and the speed at which Arad was advancing was horrifying. Hattie walked into the training ground and looked at Arad and the demon fighting. He's already at that level. What a monster! It took me 5 years to reach that. She sighed, pulling a glass-like sword from her palm. At that moment, an image of herself emerged from her back, her twin sister Skull. "You're right," Skull smiled. "But even this level isn't enough for what awaits him. He'll need more power, hundreds of times more than this. All the skills he's learning had already been learned by almost everyone. He's now trying to catch up to the strong. Growing after that would be his own path." Hati replied, "Our job is to make sure he's on the right path." It would have been easier to achieve those slashes with a skill like Perfect Slash, Skull giggled, but I guess Arya can just take it off and leave him with no power. Yeah, he can't rely on Arya's powers. To survive in a world ruled by an over-god, you must grow a power separate from him. Hati turned around to leave. Arad seemed to be doing fine. Skull faded into her back, and Arad, who was fighting the demon, had noticed their faint presence but ignored it. Back at Hati's house, in the workshop in the backyard, Mira was just finishing the primary shaping of the staff. Out of that massive log, she had sculpted a 2.5-meter, 8 foot 2 inches massive staff. That thing was a bit taller than Arad, but that made it also usable as a quarterstaff. After careful thinking, she made the decision to make Arad something he could use a bit more freely than just a spell-casting arcane focus. She knew that Arad probably didn't need a staff, as he already cast magic with his draconic scales. Even the highest-end staves and most expensive ones use special items as cores. You could find a staff with a large crystal at the top, some with skulls, and some even have living beings, like the cursed fairy staff. A staff that has a cage at the top where a fairy would be imprisoned and used as the core of the arcane focus. Dragon scales were one item that was used widely in staves to give them elemental properties, while Mira had gotten the best wood possible to make a staff, the world tree's wood. She now has to find something worthy of being the core of Arad's staff, something that would far outperform his scales. This wasn't a simple task. She sat on her chair and kept looking at the half-finished staff, racking her brain for answers. "Lass," said Mora, as he lifted the newly forged and still red-hot blade, "are ya stuck? I still need the staff's core. You provided me with the wood, but now I still need to find that." She replied, "Arid scales aren't something that can be beaten by just a high-quality magic crystal or the scales of a dragon. He's a magic dragon after all. There is a reason for why they don't need arcane focus." He combed his beard. "You'll need a powerful magical artifact so the staff could be worth using. No matter how much I think about it, nothing comes to mind." She froze in place, finally realizing something. "Do you know how to make glass?" She stared at Mora with glowing eyes. "There is nothing that I can't make." He flicked his fingers, and several new tools appeared out of nowhere. "Did you get an idea?" "Yeah, but it'll be hard to implement." Mira stood. "I'll go call Hati. I'll need her help as well." She ran back into the house. "Achoo!" The blade in Mora's hand sneezed, and he looked at it. "Bless you." The blade looked to be cold, so he approached the forge and shoved it back in. "Here. It should be warmer there," Mora said, and sat back on his chair. As Mira ran across the hallways, she heard something hit the ground with a heavy thud. When she looked, the sound was coming from Merlin's room. "Merlin, are you okay?" Mira rushed in and opened the door, seeing the motionless Merlin on the floor. She had just fallen down. "What did you do?" Mira approached her and took a closer look. Merlin looked pale and dehydrated. "The hell is up with this day?" She lifted her from the ground and onto her back. "Am I a carrier mule for you and Merlin?" She carried her all the way to the bed and threw her on it. "I'm the pregnant one here. You should be carrying me, not me carrying you." She sighed and waved her hand over Merlin's forehead and cast the best heel she knew of. It was at that moment that she realized that what Merlin was suffering from wasn't an ailment or an injury. It was severe hunger, dehydration, and lack of sleep coupled with extreme exhaustion. "What did you do?" At that moment, Astrid and Frida walked into the room. Merlin had let them go and fixed the barrier that Arad shattered yesterday. They can't let that unfixed, and it was the twins' duty. What did happen to her? The two cried, "I don't know." She's suffering from hunger, thirst, and exhaustion. Mira scratched her head. "What was she doing when you left?" She was studying Arad's magic and moves, trying to figure a way to defeat him. Astrid rushed to check on Merlin. "You're right. Her body is fully drained of energy. How is she still alive?" "Sister," Frida noted. "She isn't human. It's the endurance of her altered body. I bet she had some kind of safety set in place. For now, we should focus on getting her energy to start with. Call Mother and bring us some honey." She extended her hands over Merlin. "I'll support her with magic for now." Astrid rushed out, and Mira kept looking at Merlin. None of them could figure out what had happened. Seconds later, Astrid returned with Hati and two of her sisters alongside them. Hati looked at Merlin and smiled. "Just severely exhausting. She'll get better with enough care. We can ask her about what happened later." She waved her hand, and the two daughters who came with her started brewing some strange herbal tea. "While they take care of that?" Hati looked at Mira. "Heard from Mora that you came looking for me." Yeah. Mira had almost forgotten why she came back into the house. You can make things eternal, right? What about glass? Of course, as long as it's not a living thing, I can make it eternal. I've got some limits, but they shouldn't matter to you. Hattie smiled. You want me to make some glass eternal? You know, I've been making a staff for Arad, right? The wooden shaft was easy enough, but the core wasn't. Nothing seemed to fit Arad. Mira smiled. That's right, nothing fits Arad. Well, I see where you're going, Hattie smiled. I don't know if it'll work or not, but it's worth a try. Then I'll see you when I learn how to make glass. Mira waved her arm as she rushed back to the workshop. Mora, can we start making glass? She called. Glass? He looked back at her. A large beer glass would be nice, a clear and massive mug with fresh, cold beer. He combed his beard as long as I can learn how to make it. Can we start? She looked around. Are those the tools? Yeah, but wait a second. I've got the tools for one person. I'll need to give your own. He looked at the blowing tube and forge. I probably need to make new ones. He looked at the forge and it started sweating. Two of Hanti's daughters arrived at that moment. Mira, Mora, we've brought you some food and refreshments. It's already hot outside and the forge is even hotter. Mora looked back and screamed with a large smile on his face. He forgot all about the glass as he rushed toward them, his eyes fixated on the large cheese wheel one of them carried. Buy me wife's hairy mustache. Is this what I think it is? He looked at the girls with an excited face. Dragon milk cheese. This one was made from the milk of a black dracaena, so it's a bit acidic, but I'll go well with this. The girl pointed back at the large wooden barrel she brought. Red Devil beer of Bacchus, and the best part is this. She waved her hands and a large basket appeared in her hand. The basket was covered with a fine white linen cloth. Mora immediately screamed, his eyes almost popping out of his nose. It can't be. Fresh out of the oven, Grandma Mabel said to enjoy it hot. She showed them 5 fresh, glistening, and steaming hot golden loaves of bread. Chapter 9:15. The Layers Beneath Power. Chapter 9:15. The Layers Beneath Power. The legendary bread, Mora yelled as he snatched a loaf and a full cheese wheel. He looked at Mira as he rushed to the forge. Eat up, lass! You'll not find anything better than this in the whole world. He took one of the swords on the wall and smacked it on the anvil to get the dust off. He then stabbed the cheese wheel with it and shoved it in the forge, melting it as he snuck a bite of the bread. Oh, my ore, he gasped, staring at the breath with glowing eyes. Barley, wheat, and malt all mixed together. I thought those things only make good beer. He waved the loaf toward the still confused Mira. Look, this is what hands with more than 5,000 years of experience in bread making could achieve. Absolute perfection. The cheese already melted, Mira said, and Mora gasped, looking back at the dripping cheese. Oh, no, he cried, immediately pulling it out. With one swift move, he flicked his fingers, and a large ceramic bowl appeared out of the thin air, landing on his palm. Mora dropped the cheese in the bowl and laid it on the ground. The cheese is nice and melted. Just one dip is enough. He shoved the whole loaf of bread into the cheese and took a massive bit, yelling in excitement right after. Eat up, lass. He waved his hand and immediately snatched the beer. Not this. It's probably dangerous for you to drink from it. He took a large gulp of the beer and went back to eating. Say, what about making glass? Where would I get my tools? Mira asked. She wasn't interested in the food, only caring about finishing Arad's weapon. Tools for you? They are already over there, he pointed at the corner of the workshop where a sparkling new set of glass-blowing equipment rested. Feel free to try. Melt the glass in a crucible first, dump the rod in, and then blow it like soap bubbles. It'll need a lot of lung capacity, so try not to pass out. He munched. Can't have you lose conciseness and plunge headfirst into the forge? He mumbled beneath his beard. Mira began her training, and he watched from the sideline, munching on the cheese and bread. Occasionally he gave pointers when she was about to mess something up. Mora's approach to teaching was to let his students try on their own. He'll only nudge in the correct direction. and the rest will be up to their will and intellect. While all dwarves valued tradition and taught their skills from grandfather to father to son, Mora didn't share the ideas of his people. As a god of craft, he valued nothing more than creativity and invention. Putting too tight of a leash on his students would only hinder the growth of their creativity and personal style. There must be a better way to melt glass from this sand, right? Mira looked at Mora with a worried face as her sand had melted into several grains of sparkling shards of low-quality glass. There is indeed a way, but who am I to reject your ideas? Who knows? You might be the next woman of glass. He smiled. Let's see what new method of melting glass you're going to discover. If you're making something for Arad, it's better be a piece of art made only by your hands and mine. He smiled, pointing a finger at her. A demi-goddess you might be, but you're still a divine, a goddess. Hammer your essence into your creations and be proud of them. Mira sighed and went back to trying. Mora gave her advice when he was sure she was on a completely wrong path. Otherwise, he let her test and experiment, pulling more and more sand for her to use from thin air. We gods of the craft must stick together. Perhaps I'll be stuck one day and you'll be there to help. Mora said with a smile, lifting his hammer as he approached the forge. It was time for him to finish his work. You're clearly far more knowledgeable than me. In what way might I be of help? Mira looked at him with a skeptical face. You never know what the future stores for us. Mora smiled. Back inside Hadi's training ground, Arad swung his sword with a rumble. As the demon blocked with his forearm, he got slashed. His wrist flew back, spinning and splashing purple blood everywhere. Arad looked at the demon with a smile. He had finally managed to get a slash in. The demon lunged at Arad with a single jump. The ground beneath him shattered as he clenched a fist, swinging at Arad's face. Arad kicked the demon's arm away and swung with another sword. The slash landed and cut the demon's torso in half, but the blade shattered right after. As the demon's body flew back to the ground, Arad stared at him with a skeptical face. Something felt off. 2 hits in a row and the battle is ending. That didn't seem right. In the blink of an eye, the demon's wounds healed and he grew a new pair of legs, landing with a large grin on his face. The ground exploded into a storm of dust and debris, and Arad finally realized it as he stared at the demon. Of course, getting a hit or two isn't proof of mastery. This demon's job is to keep pushing Arad further and force him to use slash with different weapons. With a deep roar, the demon picked a large boulder from the ground and threw it at Arad. Arad kicked the boulder, shattering it to pieces. But the demon was smart, that all was a distraction, and he rushed between the dust and debris, swinging a fist at the back of Arad's head. Arad dodged the punch by accelerating and teleporting at the same time, landing right behind the demon. And with a fist clenched on the handle of a sword, he cut the demon in half across the torso once more, sending the pieces flying toward the ground. The demon had fully healed before touching the ground, and he then bounced off like a rubber ball. He swung a fist at Arad's face, and this time Arad caught it in his hand. You don't know when to give up, Arad said, his eyes burning purple with magic. The demon only smiled back from one ear to the other. A faint giggle escaped his throat as he kicked Arad in the guts. He was enjoying the fight. There aren't that many people to give a powerful being like him a thrill, and Arad had just given him that. If the demon was, to be honest, he didn't expect Arad to master the slashes in less than a day. He expected this to be at least a year-long endeavor, and that wasn't just a guess. He had trained many people in the past, and only a rare few managed to learn this skill in less than a year with each move. The demon believed this situation was strange. It was impossible for anyone to learn this fast, especially when talking about skills this complicated. Arad slashed the demon's head off, and its feet kicked him back through a massive boulder, giving chase with a rumbling fist. Arad's body flew through the stone, spinning from the impact, only for the demon to stomp his back to the ground with a laugh. With a splash of blood, Arad slashed the demon's leg all the way to the hips at that moment. That demon became the first being in the world to get so close, the first and only creature to give a more accurate guess of Arad's power. This strange learning speed, those moves, the way he talks and acts. This level of unnatural aggression and extreme mastery of a skill that he should have just heard of. Frewibnol 4. Syme the demon couldn't hold back his smile as his leg healed, seeing Arad jump back with 2 swords floating around his body. Arad isn't learning. The speed is too fast for it to be learning. No creature can train and grow this fast. Arad isn't mimicking. The level of accuracy and potential is just too high for it to be mere mimicking. He isn't a copycat. With 1 step, the demon teleported to face Arad. The large smile on his face, the oozing demonic magic that even made Arad flinch with sweat rushing down his back. At that moment, the demon released an even stronger demonic aura than anything that Arad had ever felt from Caden himself. The blue sky turned black from the sheer demonic magic engulfing the area, and Arad, for the first time in his life, thought it might be a smart idea to run and abandon the battle. Something had ticked the demon off, and he didn't know what it was. The demon was thrilled, excited, and overwhelmed with joy. It's okay for him to let loose. It's okay for him to rampage. It's okay to go all out and have fun for the first time in over 4,000 years. After all, Arad won't break. He knows it, and he's certain that Arad won't easily die like everyone else. After Arad isn't a half-assed copycat with no skill or talent. He isn't a talented snob that had never seen hardship, blessed with what he was born with. Arad was something else. What he was doing wasn't learning or mimicking, he's relearning. The demon's chest cracked open, and his ribs turned into hands. His heart burned with demonic fire as a voice rumbled deep from his belly. Demon release. All praise be the Pale Mother. Chapter 916, A Demonic Clash. Chapter 916, A Demonic Clash, Demon Release. All praise be the Pale Mother. The sky turned black and then flashed red. Countless bones and ribs of massive titans fell from the bleeding sky, reaching the ground and piercing it like needles on flesh. The demon stood before Arad, a 4-meter, 13-feet giant with arms filled with pale white bone spikes. He was an incarnation of rugged violence, his face decorated with a malevolent grin of demonic mockery. Arad stood, expanding his wings with a shockwave as black horns emerged from his head, roaring with lightning. His massive and thick black tail whipped around, ripping the ground behind him apart as Arad looked up at the demon's face. This was the first time in a while that he looked at a humanoid being taller than him. It didn't take Arad a second to realize what the demon just did. He had engulfed a massive area with his own demonic magic to overpower any magic that Arad might try to use, especially the gravity magic he was using to make the swords float around him. And from his look, he was certain the demon had empowered himself. Void expansion, Palace of Stars. Arad immediately unleashed his expansion, trying to fight the demon over the dominion of the area. With a wave of pitch-black darkness, illuminated by countless small, hoe-white nova flashing like stars, Arad's magic pushed against the demon's magic. This is my second strongest expansion, and I'm already pushing against your magic. Arad growled, glaring at the demon with a darkened face and glowing purple eyes. I'll play with you. Arad was glad that this had happened away from any of his wives. If this demon had followed him earlier to Izdis, she might have died from the dense demonic magic. The only one who could have survived this is Merida, thanks to her demonic fungus. But even Eris might suffer damage by just standing around. Arad could easily tank such harsh conditions, but most couldn't. The demon clenched his fists, the bone spikes on his forearms and shoulders erected up like the spikes of a porcupine. It didn't take Arad a fraction of a second to understand what this demon was thinking. It was happy, thrilled, and excited. Click, 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 glick, glick, click, click, click. The demon could hear a strange beeping noise in its head as Arad read its mind. Void dragons are creatures used to living in the vacuum of the void, swimming through nothing for centuries, and only landing once or twice in random worlds to refill on food and magic. When two void dragons come near each other in the void, they communicate through mental telepathy, as sound can't travel in the void. Imagine the whole world being like ours, an empty space with planets and solar systems. A solar system would be a full world. The planes of existence are the planets that swim in the void. Those planes of existence are protected by several barriers and arrays, and are also linked together with gates and cosmic rules set by the Overgod. Void dragons live in the empty space between those planes of existence and fly around, patrolling and looking for abomination threats to eliminate. If Earth was the mortal world, something like Mercury would be hell, and the void dragons are space dragons that protect the solar system against alien threats. The countless stars that Arid made disappeared, and he stood there, sucking all the weapons scattered around the ground into his stomach. He then quickly pulled them all, making them float around him in a storm of blades. I'll fight you without using magic to directly attack. By precisely controlling his gravity magic within his expansion, Arad managed to control each one of the hundreds of weapons floating around him and swing them like they were in his hand. Arad didn't know what to call this mixture of his expansion and gravity magic, but it shall be later called Weapon Storm, by the humans who faced it. All of the weapons rumbled, their edges crackling with magic and ready to start slicing. Arad could count them all as he controlled each and every one. 1,452 weapons were dancing at his command. 5 bone spikes gushed from the demon's guts and stabbed Arad in the chest, pushing him back with extreme force. Without a delay, the weapons dropped down, cutting the bones into pieces like they were carrots. Arad had a plan for this demon, a simple plan without any complication. To overpower the regeneration, Arad would cut and dice him faster than ever before, so fast that the demon's regeneration wouldn't be able to keep up. Even if Arad had control of over 1,000 weapons, he doesn't really need to use Caden's technique with them all, since not that many weapons could fit in the space around the demon to attack at the same time. The demon started violently attacking with his bone spikes, and Arad kept slashing his left and right, painting the ground purple with demonic blood. The fight between the two shook the ground, and mounds of dirt and stone got flung away from the demon's rampage, and Arad had slashed through everything. Some small rock mountains got leveled to the ground, and one ravine collapsed as the two passed by. A hellish war between two creatures beyond human comprehension, mercilessly killing each other in what looked like a massive tornado of clashing blades and bones. The two were so engrossed in their fight that they didn't sense Caden, who had just returned from the event at his orphanage and was sitting far away watching them. Even he thought it was a good idea to have them fight here and not outside. If a normal human saw this scene, they'd go insane. If a human, especially those who know Arad, saw how much violence he could commit, how dangerous he looked, flying with thousands of blades through a storm of blood and bones, they'd go insane from fear. They'd be so terrified that they won't even function like normal humans anymore. People fear and respect power. Strength is sought as it's the only thing that could protect the people from monsters. They stick around the strong to seek safety. But when that power is in the hands of a stranger, it becomes a possible danger to their lives. It was the reason Arad had to hide his identity when going to university, as everyone was terrified of him to the bones. At that moment, Caden could confirm one thing, and he called Hati. With a simple gesture, he touched his ear and cast a spell. Hati, he's already edging the mortal limits. I think he could safely control the heart now, but should I push further? I don't know. We're in a hurry as well, so I'll leave the decision to you. You're better at making those calls than me. Hati's voice boomed in his head. Do what you think is best. What I think is best, Caden thought. Me going around and looking for orphans to adopt into the orphanage. I'll end the training now and get back to work. Caden could hear Hati growl upon hearing his answer. You aren't, Callie. That's her job. Caden blinked twice, confused. Hati asked him to do what he thinks is best, and now she's telling him that he shouldn't be doing it. At that moment, Callie called Caden into his other ear. I've been listening since my name was mentioned. Train Arad. Leave work to me and Mom, are you sure? Caden asked with a worried face. Don't worry, Dad. I can handle some work on my own. Callie was about to cut the call. Last time I let work on your own, you blew a whole underground city. Caden growled. Hee. Callie giggled and cut the call. Caden couldn't be more worried, but it was indeed best to focus on Arad now. He sighed and looked at the fight, which was about to end. With the demon going all out, he was consuming a lot of energy instead of using it for regeneration. Arad, on the other hand, wasn't wasting that much energy, as he only used gravity magic, which heavily turned this battle of endurance in Arad's favor. When the demon regeneration finally failed to keep up, he fell down and his magic rapidly faded. Arad stood there, looking at the demon's motionless body with a passive face as the weapons buzzing across the air halted. Finally dead? Arad looked at the demon, but something was off. He didn't get any experience or a soul. It's as if this demon was still alive. At that moment, Caden landed beside the demon. The day is over. It's almost nighttime, he said, bending down and touching the demon's bloodied chest. Before Arad's eyes, the demon stood again, all of his wounds healed. So, how was it? Caden asked, looking at the demon. Bad. Really bad. I underestimated him a lot, Father. The demon could speak, and he looked at Caden with a sad face, but he quickly smiled. But I had fun, as you said. He's strong. He's your son. Arad gasped. Yes and no, the demon replied. He adopted me from the abyss. The demon approached Arad and extended his hand for a handshake. I'm Admonan, a Tanari demon. Humans know me as the Demon Prince of Bones. This one was the same as Merida's fungus or Demogorgon that Gojo killed, a powerful demon that rules over his own layer of the abyss, and due to how young he is, he's referred to as a demon prince instead of a lord. It was just then that Arad realized his power was above that of demon lords now. Chapter 917, Temperature Magic, as Admon left in a puff of black flames. Caden waved his hand and opened the gate for Arad to return home and rest for the night. Tomorrow he'll train on defensive barriers, and it'll be far more painful than anything he had ever faced before. Arad looked at the gate for a second. The day is over, right? He looked at Caden. Yeah. Do what you want. Just be well rested by tomorrow. Caden disappeared like he was never there. His eyes turned toward the South Pole. He could still sense Izdis and Isbert fighting there. His eyes turned into those of a dragon as his wings expanded with a boom the moment he flew off. The ground beneath him exploded from the sheer pressure. In the South Pole, Izdis and Isbert were still fighting amongst the endless snow desert. Isbert's main goal was getting Izdis used to the extreme cold first, and so she slowly dropped the temperature as they fought. By the day's end, the two were already fighting in a -10°C 14F for 263.15 K. Izdis lunged at Isbert, swinging her frozen sword with all of her might. Isbert gracefully dodged the swing and kicked Izdis in the back, dropping her to the ground. The moment Izdis stood up, she was stuck in place as Isbert froze her feet in the snow. With an annoyed growl, Izdis jumped out of her boots and lunged at Isbert with a rapid thrust. She already hadn't felt her toes in 5 hours. What matters if she was to run barefoot on the snow? Isbert caught the attack with her bare hands and looked at Izdis with a passive face. Went barefoot but still can't get a decent footwork? You aren't used to fighting in the snow, are you? Izdis shattered her own sword to escape Isbert's grasp and jumped back. It never snows this heavily in the kingdom, and there isn't any stupid army that would start a war in it. She indeed couldn't move well. Her feet kept sinking in the soft snow, which made each step extremely exhausting. Izdis conjured another ice sword and pointed it at Isbert, barely able to breathe as she racked her brain. No matter what she did, she couldn't breathe through Isbert's iron defense. Something seemed off, and her mind didn't have enough energy to try and find an answer. In reality, Isbert didn't want Izdis to learn anything or win the fight. As her goal was to get Izdis used to the cold, all she cared about was keeping her busy and slowly cooling the place to her used to the freezing cold. This fight wasn't going anywhere, and Isbert would keep pushing Izdis's limit until she passed out. As the two faced each other, something started ringing in their heads. A strange and painful clicking, click, 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 click. Isdis ignored it, as she thought it was just a headache thanks to the cold. Isbert, on the other hand, looked at the black cloud-filled sky. A thin barrier appeared around Isdis for a fraction of a second as a massive 15-meter thick lightning bolt dropped from the sky at Isbert's head. As the immense lightning evaporated the snow into hydrogen and oxygen, a massive explosion that was several kilometers wide of pure inferno rose into the clouds, charring the frozen land into a piece of still-burning charcoal. Isdis landed back in Hattie's house as Arad teleported her back into the gate that threw her right back home. Faced with the warm air and the exhaustion plaguing her whole body, Isdis fell unconscious immediately. Arad slowly descended from the clouds, looking at his handiwork with a faint smile. "The training time is over. Did you really think I'll remain quiet about this?" The ash and smoke got blasted away. As Isbert's magic surged, she was still standing in the same place. She looked perfectly fine, if not for the ash and soot tainting her polished silver armor. "You can still fight after Caden's training? He's going easy on you." Isbert looked at Arad with a passive face. The attack he just unleashed at her wasn't something any creature could survive. Even if it was a great worm-blue dragon that could easily brush the lightning off, the heat and fire generated afterward would have killed him. The only creature that Arad knew of and could survive such a thing would be a purple dragon that can both resist fire and lightning. This humanoid-looking ice woman wasn't a purple dragon, and Arad looked at her with a passive smile, but his mind was racing and trying to figure out how she survived such a hit. "Sadly for you. I have quite the stamina." Arad lifted his hands up. "I hope you won't just vanish from this." His right hand got engulfed in a Howile Nova, while his left one started burning with purple gravity magic. The world around them rumbled as he brought his hands together, mixing the Howite Nova with the gravity magic, resulting in a rampaging Howite Nova that sucked everything around it to burn. "I doubt even you could survive this one." He swung his massive arms down, unleashing the rampaging Howite Nova at Isbert. The spell flew forth, ripping the ground apart and sicking everything into its core, burning it and growing larger and developing an ever stronger gravity field. This spell can't be avoided by normal means, as its gravity will pull you toward it, and if you try to resist that, gravity will pull the spell toward you. It's like a homing missile and won't miss. It grows stronger the further away. The target is as it'll get even bigger with the consumer matter, and the heat inside it far surpasses anything that normal magic can achieve. To add salt to injury, gravity would crush anything sucked into the spell, effectively crumbling them like a piece of paper. The spell hit Isbert and exploded into a massive ball of plasma. Arad watched as it flashed across the sky. He didn't care who Isbert was or what happened to her. This was the fate of anyone who dared lay a hand on his wives, blasted into oblivion without a trace left. The plasma suddenly started flickering, and Arad looked at it with a confused face. All the heat and fire faded away as Isbert appeared to be still standing in the same place, unharmed. She looked at Arad with a passive and emotionless face. "You still don't understand anything, do you?" Everything around her froze again, and snow started filling the charred land like an avalanche. "What did you do?" Arad gasped. She didn't even move a step, yet somehow his spell had faded away without a trace. Isbert waved her hand, drawing a line in the air with her index finger. Following the trace, a streak of white flame flashed, burning like a candle from her nail. "Fire and cold magic aren't real. They are a mere illusion," she said, pointing that finger toward Arad. "Temperature magic." With a blinding flash, a burst of fire exploded from her finger and hit Arad in the stomach. Everything flashed white before Arad's eyes as he got blasted away, unable to even react to such rapid and extreme heat. Temperature magic controls temperature. It can be used to both heat and cold things by adding or absorbing thermal energy from them. What everyone calls fire magic is a simplified version of temperature magic that only focuses on heating the air to create flames. There is a version that involves using lightning magic to turn the moisture in the air into oxygen and hydrogen, but that is hard to teach, so it's rare. What makes temperature magic extremely powerful is the conversion of energy. While the caster cools something with it, he is, in fact, absorbing the heat and storing it. Cold magic, on the other hand, just wastes that heat by releasing it into the air. As Arad blasted Isbert with his spells, she had to cool everything back down, which meant she was absorbing all of the thermal energy of his spells, and now she had released that heat back at him in a single blast. Isbert stood beside Arad's charred body. The strongest cold magic is a fire blast. All mages are obsessed with fireballs and burning things down. Even we, ice mages, love doing that. Isbert appeared back in Hati's mansion, and threw Arad's body to Hati. "You can heal him," she said with a passive face. "What happened to him?" Hati asked. "I don't know. He burned himself with his own magic," Isbert replied as she turned to leave. "Wait, you burned him?" Hati glared at her with an annoyed face. "Wasn't that supposed to be a secret?" "It doesn't matter. He'll know it eventually," Isbert replied. She was one of the strongest ice users in the whole world, and no one had expected that her ultimate attack wasn't freezing time, but a fire attack. But it works perfectly. All of her enemies come prepared with ice resistance and fire attack spells, only for her to slowly absorb their heat and then nuke them with it. Chapter 9-18. A failed attempt, Arad gasped as he woke up. He instantly sat up with a surprised face and looked around. He was naked in his bed with Isdis sleeping at his side. The only two things he could feel were the pain coursing through his bones and her cold feet touching his. Finally woke up. Mira said she was sitting at the other side of the robe, polishing what looked like a twisted glass bottle, looking at it with a disappointed face. She put the glass bottle away and turned back toward Arad. "Isbert blasted you with her magic. It's been almost an hour since she brought you here." Arad looked at his hands. That was no ice. Pure and white flames. He looked at Mira. That woman could use fire. Mira looked at him with a lifted eyebrow and a tilted head. Hati said that Isbert's serious attack was so potent that it penetrated your defenses, flesh and bones. It directly damaged your brain and spinal cord. She stood. "You must have gotten confused thanks to that damage. You better rest." She looked at Isdis, who was sleeping by his side. Thanks to Isbert's training, her body's natural temperature had dropped a lot. I don't know what that woman did, but it seems that Isdis can now survive in much colder environments than before. She grabbed the bedsheet and covered her while pushing Arad down to sleep. That doesn't mean she doesn't need some warmth, and you waking up doesn't mean you don't require rest. I'll bring you some food. Stay put down. Mira had been worried sick about him for the whole last hour. Her heart almost stopped when one of Hati's daughters informed her that he got blasted to near death by Isbert. He was already healed by Hati when she arrived, yet for someone to push him to that point without even allowing him the chance to fully transform the hit he took must have been too dangerous. Arad was powerful, but his being in such a constant death struggle was already eating up at Mira's head. She couldn't withstand seeing him nearly becoming a corpse once every month. She walked out of the room to inform the cooks of Arad's awakening. They were ready with a feast, which sadly only amounted to a snack to Arad, but she was hoping that even a single bite would give him enough energy to get a bit better. Unlike the other wives, she can't fight. If Eris or Merida were here, they would have already gone into the jungle to hunt something massive for him to eat. But alas, she could only sit in the back and focus on her craft. But as she could only remember the pathetic shape that bottle was in, her skills were still nowhere near the level needed to make a reliable weapon for Arad. Wallowing in her own worries, Mira made her way to the kitchen. As lay in the bed, Arad ran his fingers through Isdis's silky blonde hair, his mind still thinking about that magic cast by Isbert. He was certain it wasn't ice or cold magic, but something else. He got burned, and no matter what anyone else did, he was certain that wasn't just a hallucination due to his brain getting damaged. He was burned to near death by an ice wizard, a statement that seemed to defy reason. But to Arad it felt awfully strange, seeming to make sense in his mind. Ice could burn. Ice comes from cold and water magic. A combination. What is the cold magic doing in it? Cooling the water to create ice. What is cooling? How did Isbert manage to burn him? He ran his hand across Isdis's cold face and lips as she seemed to sleep peacefully. Her body was terrifyingly as cold as a corpse. Upon feeling Isdis's cold touch, it naturally came to his mind that she needed warmth, so he pulled her close to him, covering her with the blanket. As he could feel her cold body resting at his side, Arad's mind started thinking, why did he pull her close? Why is it that she lacks warmth? Couldn't he be the one to lack cold? How do you know how hot something should be? Is hot even a word? What is heat? And what is cold? A cup of water is hot, so you blow on it to cool it down. But when your hands are cold, you also blow on them to heat them up. How could the same action lead to heating and cooling? Something doesn't seem to add up. The room's door opened up and Astrid walked in, pushing a cart full of food. Mira sent me. I brought some snacks. Even though she called it a snack, a whole roasted sheep was on the try, enough food to feed 10 people laid before Arad's eyes. It's hot. Be careful not to drop any on Isdis. It'll burn her. Astrid warned him, due to his sudden awakening. They rapidly heated the food for him, so it was still burning hot, fresh out of the oven. As Arad sat up, the sheet dropped to his waist and revealed his jacked upper torso. Astrid looked at him for a few seconds without saying a word. You're getting leaner by the day, she commented. While his body was already large and muscular before, he still had a soft look to him, as if his skin still held some fat beneath it. But now, that wasn't the cast. His skin held tightly into his steel-hard muscles, giving a painfully matriculate, shredded look, where every muscle was clearly visible, with veins everywhere. By just that look, Astrid was sure that he could squeeze some necks off. He looked like nothing she had ever seen before in her life. There are many people that you can't tell their strength from their looks in this world, but Arad was different. She didn't have a single shred of doubt that he can hit fucking hard, and had an itch to test it out. Astrid sat beside Arad and reached toward the roasted sheep, pulling a whole leg off. I can feed you if you can't eat on your own. She waved it before his face with a smug smile. She slowly pushed her butt against his legs, creeping closer and closer to him. Arad smiled with a laugh. Sorry, but know what you want. He waved his hand and took the leg from her hand. But I have to say no. She won't wake up. Astrid got even closer. Arad looked at her with a smile. I don't like women who waste their time trying to seduce me. It doesn't work. If you want it, come take it with force. That's the dragon way? The only other way is for you to wait for me to make a move. He started at her with a smug smile. So what is it? Want to fight it off? Yeah, fight it off, Isdis said, as she was sitting beside Astrid. Astrid didn't even notice her waking up. You're quite shameless trying this with me here. Isdis glared at her with more of an annoyed face than an angry one. But fine, give it your best shot. I promised your mother that I would support you. She sighed. Astrid looked at Isdis with a shocked face for a second and then smiled, with the wife's permission. Her red fingernails extended into claws as her eyes turned silverly white, resembling those of cats. The tails on her lower back started faintly glowing with magic as she started at Arad with a slightly pinkish face. Thanks for the meal. She swung at Arad's neck with all of her might, dreaming about what was to come next. But in the blink of an eye, she found herself getting caught in a chokehold beneath his massive right arm. She struggled, as she couldn't breathe. Her neck was right beneath Arad's armpit as he squeezed his arm, suffocating her. Astrid did her best, but her vision slowly faded out as she lost consciousness just seconds after getting caught. She was powerful, but nowhere near Arad. Later, Mira walked in and froze in place. She saw something strange. Astrid was in her underwear, tied to the ceiling with a rope, while Arad and Isdis ate their meal. She looked at it. What did happen? She got a bit too excited, so I asked Arad to cool her down a bit, Isdis replied. What do you even mean? Mira sighed and approached them, sitting beside the bed. She wanted to make a move on me. Arad spoke, so I stripped her down and tied her to the ceiling so she can cool her head off a bit like laundry. He looked at Astrid hanging from the ceiling. As you can see, she wasn't strong enough. Nowhere near Nina? Mira said with a smug smile. Nina is a whole different person. Arad waved the roasted sheep shoulder he was eating. Did you see her kick? He pointed at Astrid. She's not even a novice when compared to Nina. Chapter 919. A Dwarven Advice. After eating, Arad stood up and cracked his back. I'm going out to look for something big to eat. The small snack they had wasn't enough to fill him. He needed more to fuel him for the coming day. I'll lay down a bit. Isdis dropped back on the bed. All her body was still hurting. She had woken up sore this morning and followed it with that grueling fight with Isbert. She was wasted. As Arad walked past the backyard, he saw Mira working alone in the workshop, making glass. He sat there watching her for a few minutes before leaving. She was working hard to learn how to make glass and had already amassed more than 20 failed prototypes. Zon. Arad teleported far away to hunt for food. With several casts of void step, he had moved more than 200 kilometers away, 125 miles. The large trees filled the jungle as the faint red light of dusk seeped through the cracks of their great branches. The small animals stopped moving and looked toward the figure that suddenly appeared, feeling the power pulsing around him. Arad stood there, in the middle of the thick greenery of the jungle, drowning in 3-meter-tall shrubs and bushes. With a single pulse of the void, Arad sucked all the bushes surrounding him into his stomach as he looked around. At first he was searching for food, but something else quickly clouded his mind. The strange, peaceful aura surrounding this portion of the forest. He reached down to the ground and scooped a handful of dirt, looking at it with his glowing eyes. It was faint, but there was a clear trace of holy magic. Life was thriving, and the plants looked healthy and large. Even the animals seemed to have grown large and meaty. Arad's magic range was 40 kilometers. This strange divine blessing that filled the area had far surpassed that distance. Whenever he could sense it, it was blessed. If a zombie were to be dropped here, he'd burn to ash in seconds. As a vampire, Arad felt a bit uncomfortable in here. But that feeling wasn't anywhere near the divine barrier that kept Vorvados sealed. Arad's mind instantly raced as his muscles tightened. Is there another abomination sealed close to here? His eyes darted around, but couldn't trace the source of the holy magic. He had come here to hunt for food, only for him to find himself facing such a mystery. Arad shifted into his draconic form and glared around with glowing eyes. His wives are merely 200 kilometers away. It's dangerous to let any abomination so close by. He could remember the fake reality that the dream walkers showed him in the past. He doesn't want such a nightmare to become a reality. What Vorvados could do was still itched into his brain. At this moment, the mere mention of an abomination was enough to get him agitated. As Arad looked around, he froze in place upon noticing something strange. It wasn't visible to the naked human eye. He could only notice the difference thanks to his draconic vision. 2 massive mountains in the distance were going up and down in unison. The movement wasn't big, just around 2 feet, but that was 2 feet longer than how much a mountain naturally moves, which was 0. Arad stuck close to the ground as he prowled his way toward the mountains. He had seen how Matilda hunted and wanted to try catching his prey by surprise. His draconic body's large muscles and joints acted as suspensions, allowing Arad to be quieter than a cat, if only he was an adult so he could blend into the environment. After a slow 10 minutes at which he made his way to the mountains, he stopped by their side and looked in the crack between them. He was stunned, baffled, and surprised at what he had seen. A short, burly dwarf lay on a stone, benching the 2 mountains like it's nothing. The dwarf slowly laid the mountains down and opened his palms, letting the large adamantine pole rest as he sat up, brushing his thick red beard. "Come here, kid. How are you feeling now?" The dwarf waved his arm to Arad, calling him to come closer. He was Mora. "What are you?" Arad growled as he slowly approached with caution. No matter how he looked, what this dwarf was doing would easily put him at a titan's raw strength. "The name Mora? Hati called me here to show your wife Mira how to craft and forge weapons." Mora replied with a smile as he stood, slowly flexing his muscles. Yeah, that was a lightweight. I need something heavier, Hati called you. Arad shifted back into his humanoid form and stood facing Mora. He was almost twice as tall as him, but Mora was just as wide as Arad. I'm a blacksmith. My weapons are the best in the world, but not anyone could wield them. He smiled. Arad sat down so he could look Mora in the eyes, but Mora sat as well, pulling 2 large barrels of beer out of nowhere. Want a drink? No thanks. Arad shook his head. For some reason, he couldn't feel any animosity from this dwarf. I came here to look for food and just happened to see you move those mountains like that. Arad looked at the mountains and the adamantine bar linking them. Want to give it a try? You're quite large. You might be able to do it. Mora stood with a large grin on his hairy face and smacked Arad on the back. Go for it, boy. Show me what you got. Arad glanced at the mountains again. He didn't think he could do it. How much do those things even weigh? He had seen Gojo's companion training like this before, with 2 adventurers sitting on the bar, but to use mountains, it sounded too stupid to be real. With Mora's contentious cheering, Arad got on the bench, grabbed the adamantine bar, took a deep breath, and went for it. Putting all of his strength into it, he felt as if he was going to be crushed. The bar bent and creaked as if it was about to snap as the mountains tilted a bit. Arad immediately dropped the bar, and Mora caught it, gently putting it down. Mora looked at Arad with a curious gaze, combing his long beard. Kid, you're malnourished, aren't you? Arad sat up. I was looking out for a meal. No, waved his hand. I didn't mean that. It's something else. He cleared his throat. I'm a dwarven demigod. He lied as naturally as he breathed. I can tell you're a void dragon, and I can tell that you're malnourished with a single look at your face. He approached Arad and looked into his eyes. When was the last time you ate what the humans call the cursed metal? That? I've got a massive pillar of it in my stomach, Arad replied with a puzzled face. Do I need more than that? You're a bit stupid, aren't you? Mora sat on the bench beside Arad and sighed. If it's in your stomach, you haven't absorbed it yet. It's the same as if you never had it. He shook his head. What are you keeping it for? Evolution? That's a rare occurrence. I must have it at that time, Arad replied. I can't just waste it. Mora stood up and scratched his head. You're one troublesome kid, aren't you? Eat it and go look for more. It's a crucial part of a void dragon's diet. That's your main source of energy. Normal food can't sustain something as massive and power-hungry as a void dragon. I survive by hunting large monsters. As long as I change my hunting ground, I won't overhunt any place, Arad replied. Listen. Mora smacked Arad on the head with a chop. Void dragons shouldn't live in this mortal world. To your kind, it's nothing more than a cradle, an incubation zone where you grow and spend your infancy. Mora explained, there are multiple planes of existence like hell, the abyss, and the wasted lands of Hades. Void dragons live in the empty space between those massive demiplanes and only stop once every few decades to stock up on food and resources. For 2 whole hours, Mora explained as much as he could about void dragons to Arad, about how the cursed metal is their best food and most efficient power source. The reason they grow so big is that they are native to the void, where gravity and pressure don't exist, so nothing hinders their growth. Arad did ask Mora the most important question, and it was about where to find void dracanas. As expected, Mora had a clear answer. He explained that void dragons are active hunters that scout the void for abominations and kill them, while the dracanas are passive defenders who pick a single spot and defend, and that if Arad wanted to find a void dracana, he most likely would need to leave the mortal world and prowl the ethereal void in search of one. But Mora said with a large grin on his face, you'd still repel each other, so no action for you, even if you found one. He giggled, and Arad almost punched him in the face. Come on, Mora smacked Arad's back. But I'll give you a tip. I've heard of a young dracana that just stationed at the twin heaven of duality. She's only been there for half a century, and I doubt any void dragon has approached her yet. They all repel each other after all. He smiled. If you can find a way to approach other void dragons like your brother did, you might have a chance. But let me warn you, she's a vicious fighter. Mora stood, pointing to the base of one of the mountains. You'll find a cave there, dig around 5 kilometers underground, and you'll find some cursed metal to eat. He looked at Ared with a smile. Eat well, train, and rest. Grow stronger, so one day you might make it there to the twin heaven of duality. That place is quite far away. Chapter 920, A Shadow's Surprise. Chapter 920, A Shadow's Surprise. Ared approached the cave. Staring down at the endless darkness among the stones, he could hear water dripping inside, taking a one-way journey to the depths of the earth. Plants and foliage surrounded the cave's entrance as small animals carefully watched Ared from a distance away. He walked into the cave, slowly making his way deeper and deeper. Whenever he faced a dead end, he would dig his way through using earth magic. After half an hour, he finally reached something that looked different from any normal cave. A large 10-meter, 32 feet wide hole made of chiseled stones in the middle of a massive cavern. It was the remnant of an ancient civilization. Ared walked in the dark, relying on his draconic dark vision to see, and started inspecting the hole before jumping in. Writing in a strange ancient language was engraved all around the hole. Even though Ared couldn't read what was written there, he could at least tell that it looked similar to Elvish. If only Aella was here, she might have been able to read it. At that moment, Doma spoke. "That's ancient dark elf language, spider's tongue," she said inside his head. "It reads, 'By ancient decree, this shall be a tribute to the All-Mother, the crawler of darkness. Praise be the Spider Queen. Praise be the Demon Web Mother.' What is this place?" Ared looked into the hole, not seeing anything. "I suspect this is the entrance to an ancient city of the Dark Elves, one that worshipped the Spider Goddess. From what was written, it must be from the dark ages of evil, before the gods' war." "What was her name?" Ared lifted an eyebrow. "Better not to mention it. She's an evil goddess who enjoys pain and torment. If we did mention her name, her gaze would shift toward us, and that's something we don't want to do." For the first time ever, Doma sounded nervous. Evil gods did exist, not by a choice of them, but mostly due to the nature of the concepts they embody. The goddess of spiders is depicted as a black widow spider, telling of her origin. She was one of the wives of the previous elf god, but secretly planned to burn the World Tree. The World Tree rejected her and all the elves who sided with her, burning them like they tried to burn her, and then banished them into the underground world. That is how the Dark Elves started. But since the elf god wanted to keep her as his wife, she alone was permitted to live with him under the World Tree. The spider goddess evil didn't stop there. She planned to kill her husband and cheated on him with the orc god, sparking an endless blood war between the elves and orcs. As the two killed each other, she ran away to build her own kingdom of the Dark Elves that worshipped her. She embodies deception, betrayal, poison, scheming, and malice. When her power approached its peak, she attempted one fool more. She kidnapped the Overgod, but that was the first time she got bitten hard. The Overgod had beaten her so badly that she lost most of her divinity. He then gave her to the Mother of Life, who tortured her for months in the cycle of death and rebirth until she became obedient. Free Webdensville. She won't attack you directly. She weaponizes betrayal and subterfuge. Your wives would be her primary target if she noticed you. Ared jumped into the hole. His body fell down standing straight as the glowing mushrooms flew past him like flashing stars. A thick wave of magic existed in the dark depth, and Ared plunged straight into it, his eyes opening wide as he could sense a dangerous being living in there. Ared emerged from a large hole in a massive cavern, looking down at a city similar to Rita, but at least 10 times larger. Glowing mushrooms shrouded the ancient and ruined city. Moss covered the massive stone pillars holding the cavern's ceiling, and the horrific monsters prowling around crawled into their holes upon sensing Ared appear. Ared looked straight below him, noticing a large lake at the city's edge right beneath the hole he fell from. Doma informed him that the ancient Dark Elves used something called water fountain gates to travel between the surface and their cities. They made massive enclosed ships that could swim straight up the falling water. Those ships were called underground ships. Arad opened his wings and slowly glided down, finally standing upon the water's surface with gravity magic, looking at the massive city before him. It didn't take him a second to notice how powerful the death curse was around here. He looked at the water beneath his feet. It was riddled with the curse. The reason why this city died became clear. They must have dug into a cursed metal vein that contaminated their water, causing everyone to die. Arad walked on the water until he reached the lake's shore and approached the city, looking around as the roaming monsters hid from his eyesight. The curse was plentiful, but not strong enough to kill the powerful monsters. While the radiation was powerful enough to kill a human in a day or two, most monsters could survive for months here, especially those that evolved close by after the city's doom. As Arad explored the city, he could feel one thing: amazement at this place's size and beauty. If he didn't already have a lair, he would have settled down here. "Mom, what do you think? It's a decent place to hide, sleep, hibernate, and store your hoard, but it won't work for you. You have wives and they can't live here. Only you could survive this amount of the death curse." As Mom pointed out, this is a safe hiding place for him, but not a place suitable for life. Arad stopped by one of the abandoned houses and reached the wooden door made from the large mushroom stem wood. He tried to turn the rusty iron knob, but it was stuck. After one push, he ripped the door from its hinges and walked inside. "Excuse me." Arad looked inside. It looked like a normal house, with an entrance that led into a small living room with what looked like a kitchen attached to it. At the stove's base, he could see a skeleton in tattered cloth lying on the ground. From one look at the bones and the clothes, Arad identified her as a dark elf woman who probably died in this kitchen when the curse started spreading. He turned around and walked up the stone stairs leading to the second floor. Right at a wooden door, he found a small skeleton, a kid. Everyone died quickly as the curse set in. They probably didn't even notice what was going on. Arad walked past the skeleton and jumped out of the window, landing in the back alleys of the city. At his side stood a 4-meter-tall large monster akin to a crab with 4 claws and a bright red carapace. The monster looked at Arad for a fraction of a second and slowly backed away. Even if Arad looked like a normal human, all the monsters here could see his true draconic nature and they feared him. Arad glanced at the monster and it started shaking, shivering, and whimpering like a dog as it slowly crawled back. That was an A-rank monster, strong enough to send a human city to its demise. Seeing such a monster crawl away from him in terror, Arad became even more aware of what kind of monster he had become. Arad ignored the monster and kept walking around the city, slowly making his way toward the source of the curse. If what Mora said is true, a large, cursed metal mine would be close by. With each step Arad took forward, the monsters hiding in the ruined city avoided him. Some even left their young as bait and ran away. Not a single one dared to face Arad until he reached the other end of the city. Arad halted, sensing that the curse had grown stronger. The cursed metal mine should be close by. All he needed to do was walk a bit further outside the city. But it wasn't that simple. Unlike all other monsters, the one before him didn't budge. A massive, twisting mass of flesh and blood, grunting in pain. The monster slowly turned back and glared at Arad with its countless bloodshot eyes, with a pulse of magic. Its body started shrinking. Arad looked at it with a passive face, wondering what this ooze-like being was about to do. It was then that a strange voice boomed in his head, a voice that he hadn't heard in a long while. "Save her." The bloodied killer, Arad immediately recognized that voice, the dark elf goddess Elis that he heard at the shrine before. From the writhing mass of flesh, a bloodied dark elf woman walked out naked. Her eyes stared at Arad, bleeding with strange magic. From her mouth, she pulled a long rushed sword, and Arad immediately pulled a sword out, sensing the dreadful threat. He tried to read her mind, but immediately concluded that woman had long since lost her mind. She lunged forth, and Arad swung his sword at her, slashing her arms off with ease. The woman wasn't even fazed. Her emotionless face never shifted, and she disappeared from Arad's vision. In the next moment, she had already stomped his head to the ground beneath her foot, creating a massive 50-meter-wide crater. Arad was wrong. This woman wasn't a dark elf with a strange power or a curse. Now that she's stepping on his face, he smells it, the strange blood coursing through her veins. Her arms immediately healed, and he smiled. Well, what do we have here? He grabbed her ankle, a mad shadow Dracana with a dark elf descent. Just like how he's a void dragon of human descent. That is why his humanoid form is that of a human male. This woman is a shadow Dracana with dark elf descent, making her humanoid form that of a dark elf woman. Arad immediately shifted into his draconic form, and so did she. In the blink of an eye, two massive black dragons were staring at each other. Chapter 921, The Shadow Dracana. Chapter 921, The Shadow Dracana. Standing at almost 38 meters tall, the Shadow Dracana was 2 meters shorter than Arad, yet her large body didn't lack any muscles. Her arms were as thick as massive tree trunks, and her hind legs almost rivaled Arad's. Unlike him, the two wings on her back were engulfed in a shadowy mist of magic with burning shadow flame that spanned across her spine and up to her forehead like a mullet that halted between her goat-like black horns. Arad glared her down, his wings slowly opening wide as his tail rattled like a snake compared to all the dragons he had faced before. She was the largest and most built one of them all. Even the adult red dragon he slayed before seemed small and thin compared to her. It was the same for her. In the past centuries, she had never felt the need to take her draconic form, but faced with Arad's shocking presence, she was forced to put on an intimidation display. "Care to speak, Dracana? What's your name?" Arad asked. Even though he already knew he won't get an answer, he was already aware of her condition. She was insane, and something had gone horribly wrong in her head. Since the dark elf goddess asks him to save her, he believes that there is a way to get her sanity back. But what he faces now is a mindless beast. She could only growl. Deep rumbles echoed from her chest as her eyes burned with black magic. The monsters in the cavern had already run away. None dared stay close to where such massive dragons were about to fight it off. "Don't move now. I'll just drag you back to my lair. I'll keep you there until I find a way to get your sense back." Arad extended his front claw, trying to grab her. "Don't make this harder than it should be." In the blink of an eye, she swung her front talon as hard as she could at Arad's chest, aiming at his heart. Her claw hit its mark, and Arad gasped, a deep growl escaping his throat. "Ugh!" He started laughing. "Good hit. It would have been better if you put your wing muscles into it." Her claw didn't pierce his scales. They almost cracked on it. Clack! With a single swing from his massive arm, he slapped her in the face with his right talon, rocking her head like a spring. "And aim for the head. The heart is a weakness, but it's protected with hard ribs and large chest muscles. It isn't easy to get at." He was almost hitting a most muscular pose, flexing his chest. The Dracina growled, slowly lifting her head with saliva dripping from her large fangs. Arad's slap was hard. It had shaken her brain and almost ripped some of her teeth, but she was lucky he didn't use any slap technique and only threw a weak normal smack. Without delay, she swung a slap of her own, and Arad took it without even blocking. But unlike her, his head didn't rock at all. The large muscles on his neck had made it feel like slapping a concrete pillar. She still didn't put her all into the strikes. For this whole time, the two dragons only gauged each other's strength. None of them had sustained any damage yet, and neither were willing to go all out first. Arad was worried that he would kill her, and she was trying to conserve her energy. As an animalistic instinct, she doesn't like to spend more energy that her prey could offer back as food. Arad took the first step forward, approaching her with an oppressive presence. Since she lacks sane intelligence, he must prove to her that he's the one dominating the fight, that he isn't a prey, but the predator. The two massive dragons started walking in circles while glaring at each other, slowly getting closer and closer as their growls and grunts filled the cavern. Even though Arad had lived between humans most of his life, He still understood how to act like a dragon. It was ingrained in his blood, and the same could be said for her. Even after losing her mind to insanity, she remained a full-blooded dragon. When two of the dragon kind meet and argue about something, the older one speaks first. She roared, her voice shaking the whole cavern. The stalactite in the ceiling fell down. Some of them hit Erad's back, but they immediately shattered. To him they felt as weak as raindrops. Hearing her roar, Erad nodded. What she said was a threat. She's far older than him, vicious, and controls the mighty shadows. This was her resting place, and she wanted him out of her den. She didn't intend to fight him, and wouldn't give chase if he was to turn around and leave. A fight would only leave them injured and weak. It wasn't worth it. The wisdom of a dragon goes beyond madness. Consumed by insanity, you still make sense by your roar. Arad smiled. Sadly, I'm not changing my mind. He opened his massive jaws and roared, conjuring a shockwave with how loud he was. She could feel his roar booming inside her chest, shaking her bones to the marrow. Bend down and submit. You've already lost. This was the meaning carried by his roar. Arad is larger than her, stronger both physically and magically. His will would never change, and he doesn't know how to run away. A king's declaration of domination. He isn't backing down and won't be allowing her to escape. Understanding that it was a fight, the Dracaina lunged forth and swung her claw at full force at Arad, smacking him in the side hard enough that she sent him flying over the city and toward the other side of the cavern. Arad's massive draconic body hit the wall, almost collapsing the whole cave. The Dracaina was growling in her place. Looking at her smoking claw, she was surprised her claws didn't rip a hole in Arad's body. Not even stone can remain whole after taking one of her hits. Arad stood naturally, as if nothing had happened. He patted the dust from his scales and looked at her. To send my heavy body flying, you're one of the strongest dragons I've met so far. An ancient dragon, at least. He started walking toward her, his tail swinging left and right, ripping the stones that had crumbled around him. Arad started running toward her, and she braced for an impact. He lunged at her, tackling her by the neck and sending her rolling on the ground. It was then that the real wrestling match between dragons had started. When she rolled on the ground, she stood on her front arms and swung a kick at Arad's face. She hit him square in the jaw and immediately followed with a tail slam to the neck, trying to Gyu Sigmund slash it off. Despite their massive size and heavy weight, dragons were extremely athletic and could move in mind-boggling ways. Arad's claws rushed forth, and he grabbed her by her left hind leg and tackled her down, pinning her to the ground. As she tried to push him away with her wings, he smacked them away with his head and grabbed her limbs. Arad had locked her two hind legs in his left hand and her two front claws in his right hand, lifting her up like a towel as he stood on his hind legs. This might break bones, he said, and she bit his left arm and wrapped her massive tail around his neck, trying to strangle him. Arad lifted her up and smacked her back to the ground like a doll. She gasped, feeling the impact, shaking her insides. With a single hand, he was holding her front claws so tightly that she couldn't escape his grasp. It was utterly clear that he didn't just outclass her in strength, she was far weaker than him. As Arad looked at her and noticed that she still had some fire in her eyes and wanted to keep fighting, he grabbed her by the tail. Let's see how long you'll last. He swung her left and right like a whip. Using her massive body as a weapon, Arad started digging the cavern walls with her, smacking her on the stones left and right with ease. This wasn't a fight. It was a one-sided beatdown. After 1 minute of brutal swinging and smacking, Arad laid her down and pinned her head to the ground with his hind left foot as he lifted her butt up from the tail. Ready to give up? He spoke in a deep growl. Vro 0000000 thou an engine-like rumble boomed out of her chest. Arad had experienced that before. When dragons go all out and their adrenaline rush across their veins, their heart rate can reach such a high level that their heartbeats can be heard rumbling. She had become aware that she was in a really bad situation. Arad wasn't an opponent that she could face. The Dracaina's skull sunk into the ground so smoothly that Arad noticed that something was off. She turned her head around and bit his foot, dragging him into the shadows. Arad tried to let her go and jump away, but she wrapped her thighs around his face and wrapped her arms around his leg, preventing him from escaping. Chapter 922, Shadow Magic. Arad's body sunk into the shadows and he gasped, looking at the endless darkness surrounding him. He could still sense the Dracaina's presence floating around him. This wasn't the cavern they were in before. It's a whole other realm, a realm of shadows. So you've got an elemental expansion. How interesting, not many achieve such a refined level of magic control. Arad was enjoying his time playing with another dragon, albeit he was already married and was fairly used to speaking with women. Dracainas were another matter. He almost never had a chance to speak with one, and this was quite an interesting interaction, albeit she's a bit insane. He told himself, "I can fix her." She glared at him from a distance, growling as the shadows of her realm started moving. As Arad floated, he got slashed across the chest as if hit with a blade. He gasped and instantly healed, unable to understand how her attack managed to harm him. She couldn't get through his scales just a few moments ago. As Arad was wondering if her expansion buffed her attack power, he used his void eyes to scan the mana of her expansion, and it came back negative. She doesn't get any personal buffs from the expansion. This thing only extends the range of the shadows she can control. Suddenly, his eyes got slashed, followed by his throat getting cut open. Countless stabs pierced Arad's body, and his guts would have been pulled out if he hadn't stored them in his void. He covered his body with a multi-layered barrier, but the attacks kept coming at the same rate without the barrier being touched. Her expansion is bad news. She'll kill me at this rate. I must get out, but without harming her too much. This is a shadow realm, an expansion that hates light. Arad opened his jaw. Cover your eyes? He roared as a Ho-White nova dripped from his jaw. The pure light that almost killed Cora and shattered Jordan's dreams. The star that illuminated Arad's void. A god-shattering star flashed in the midst of the Dracaina's shadow expansion, illuminating all of the shadows and blasting her away. As the shadows rumbled and danced from Arad's flash of light, the Dracaina got ejected out of them, followed by Arad, who was still bleeding. She smacked on the wall and stood in place, slowly healing and admiring what he had just done. Even though he was already too exhausted and starving from the day's training, he could still completely shut down a Dracaina's expansion. Such a feat didn't go unnoticed. Even the Dracaina, whose mind already sank into madness, could feel it, fear. She no longer charged forth blindly with confidence, but silently watched him from where she landed, observing and trying to find a way to attack. The being before her wasn't something she could win against. One wrong move, and she'd end up getting beaten. "What's up? Is that all you got?" Arad looked at her with glowing eyes. "I doubt you can understand my words, but I know you'll understand the meaning at least." He took a step forward, and she backed away. "If I was seeking to mate, I would have already pushed you down. You know well enough that I have the strength for that. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be listening to me now." He stopped and pointed at the ground. "I want to move you from here into my lair and have you wait patiently there until I find a way to restore your sanity. Zon." He disappeared and appeared above her back, pushing her down to the ground and restraining her using his heavy weight. She tried to struggle but couldn't move a muscle against his will. "See?" She growled and opened her expansion once more, but they didn't sink into the shadows. She looked around with a confused face. They should be sinking to the ground. Gravity magic. We aren't falling anywhere. He started floating with her. Care to give up? He grabbed her by the neck and smacked her on the wall before throwing her back to the ground. She finally stopped moving and sat on the ground, panting for air. He was too much for her to handle, and so she stopped resisting at last. Arad approached her. She seemed awfully obedient. As he nudged her, she changed her seat and was ready to mate. Arad snorted as he knocked her on the head. "Not like this. Stand up. You're staying in my lair until I find a cure for your sanity." She didn't seem to understand words, but if he pushed her in a direction, she'd walk in it like a kid being guided by hand. Arad smiled, turning toward the cursed metal mine. "Stay put for a while. I'll teleport after I clear the mine. It'll only take a second." Hearing his words and feeling the tap of his massive tail on her back, she sat down as he walked toward the mine. The moment the tip of his tail passed her head and she was completely behind him, her body started to move again. She slipped into the shadows as Arad rapidly turned back to catch her. His claw barely missed, hitting the thin air. In the next moment, as Arad's eyes stared everywhere, trying to find her as he could still sense her presence, his arm got slashed in multiple places. He didn't see the attack coming, and that had him worried. She appeared from the shadows, swinging her claw at his side, with a large smile on his face. He blocked her attack. "You still got a will to fight?" "I like those who don't go down easily." His left arm was suddenly slashed again, even though he blocked the attack. She swung at his leg, but even though he dodged, his neck got slashed and then his back. As she jumped and flew from one darkness into another, she kept attacking Arad from left and right. All of her attacks were blocked or deflected, yet all had still managed to wound Arad. The forest on the surface started shaking as if hit by an earthquake as the two dragons fought, and Mora, who was doing his squats, looked at the ground with a passive face. Probably I shouldn't bother them. After 1 minute of getting brutally slashed by the Dracana, Arad finally realized one thing. Instead of blocking the Dracana's attack, he let her hit him and focused on her other limbs. As he expected, she was attacked the ground beside him, causing him to get wounded. The whole cavern was dark, so Arad didn't have any way of noticing if he didn't look close enough. The way she was bypassing his defenses wasn't something natural. She was using her shadow magic. If she attacked his shadow, she could wound him. This is how she managed to brutalize him in the expansion, and how she is now cutting him up. Now that he noticed her trick, he attempted to prevent her from attacking his shadow. It was quite hard to pinpoint his own shadow in this dark cavern, but he could generally guess where it was. After blocking several of her attempts, he started to feel confident in his ability to fend her off. But then, he suddenly froze, unable to move. His whole body remained as still as a statue as she approached him and slashed his shadow, cutting him. Arad's eyes moved around as he looked for the reason, noticing that her tail was aligned with his tail. Arad immediately switched his void eyes to see mana. If he can't see the shadows, he'll try to attune himself to her mana wavelengths and track her spells. He could then see it. Her shadow linked to his shadow, which stunned him. Is this shadow binding magic? This was the first time that Arad had seen such strange magic. The Dracana lunged forward, going for the killing blow with all of her power concentrated into her claw. Her goal is one thing: to divorce Arad's skull from his neck. Crack. Arad punched her in the face so hard she fell to the ground, twitching as she pissed herself from how the impact shocked her brain and spine, almost turning them into mush. She tried to stand, but her legs couldn't gather enough strength. She was suffering from clear nerve damage. That punch had messed up her brain. "Sorry." Arad laid his claw on her chest, pushing her down. "I couldn't control my strength." "Well, even if you paralyzed me with magic, I can use gravity magic to pull my fist toward your face." He approached and stared straight into her eyes. "What do you think? Is it time for you to become obedient?" As he stared at her eyes, her body suddenly melted into a puff of black smoke. He stared at the smoke with a confused face, turning his head left and right, unable to find her presence anywhere. "Wait, what is this?" He inspected the area where she was lying. Nothing was left there. The ground was even dry. Arad sighed as he turned and walked toward the cursed metal mine to eat it. Damn it, Dracana, but you won't run for long. What he fought at the end was nothing more than a shadow clone. He couldn't even tell when did she switch with that clone. But now she was well out of his 40 kilometers range, and he couldn't find her. As Arad absorbed the cursed metal mine into his stomach, he looked back at the Dracana's blood left on the ground. "I'll catch you soon, and next time you won't run away." Chapter 923, A Grim Prophecy. As Arad absorbed all the cursed metal in the mine and digested it, something started changing in his body. This was the first time that he had eaten such an energy-rich meal. His body, which was barely living on the flesh of monsters, could finally stretch out a bit. His mind became clearer, and he felt strongly lighter. The muscles on his body expanded a bit as his heart rapidly raced. Due to the scarcity of cursed metal, Arad had been holding off on eating what little he had as he wanted to save it for evolution. That cursed metal, which is uranium, is still unnamed in this world. People call it, with its only effect, a metal that kills people by just being close, a cursed metal to Arad. That was a highly efficient energy source that helped his massive body function at 100% for a longer time, while eating a whole tall neck. Brachiosaurus only allowed Arad to fight and train seriously for a day. This cursed metal had several hundred more energy, which would allow him to stretch his wings further. Arad looked at his shredded limbs growing a bit larger as the muscles finally got enough energy to grow. It was just now that he was basically starving on top of extreme nutrient deficiency. He was like a man suffering from anemia going on a heavy diet. Arad stomped the ground gently with his front talon, flexing his muscles as he looked at his scales and counted them. He had indeed grown a few more scales and gotten a tiny bit bigger. Not only his stamina, but his maximum output should have increased substantially as well. The killer among the shadows escaped, the dark elf goddess of swords, and Dance voice boomed inside Arad's head once more. "You'll get her next time." Arad looked up. "Instead of just speaking into my head, how about you help a bit? Mira will die 7 months from now while giving birth. Catch that shadow Drachyna before that time. Otherwise, you'll never save Mira. You'll never ever," her voice boomed in Arad's head, fading away as she left him standing in the same place, shocked, stunned, and baffled. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find a link between Mira giving birth and a shadow Drachyna. Can the shadow magic help her give birth safely? No. If that was the case, learning shadow magic would be easier than hunting an insane shadow Drachyna. It had just come to him. Mira is a demigoddess. Now regular birth complications shouldn't be able to kill her, even though he doesn't know exactly what complication could happen or how they could kill. But she's a demigoddess. That should help at least a bit. As Arad asked Doma, she replied that she too doesn't have a solid idea. She knows what complications might happen during birth, but has never experienced or seen them personally to be able to judge their effect on a demigoddess. Since the subject had far exceeded Arad's understanding, he decided to postpone the questions until he met the 3 people he thought would know something. The only experts around him, Tina, Lila, and Hati, if that sly woman was willing to help. His wings started glowing and vibrating as he slowly floated up. Mana rose from the ground and got sucked into his body as his scales glowed like stars. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to the surface using Void Step. As Arad landed, he saw Mora still standing there. Now he was squatting the mountains. "You're still training?" "Never skip leg day. I'll look like a chicken otherwise, especially with how short and wide I am." Mora dropped the mountains and looked at Arad. "So how was it? Had fun?" There was a shadow Drachyna in there. "The cursed metal mine was large, though," Arad replied, and Mora burst laughing. "So did you get some action? Or was she the one to get some fun?" "Nothing like that." Arad sighed as he started shifting back into his humanoid form. "I tried to capture her, but since I knew nothing about shadow magic, she managed to run away." As Arad took his humanoid form, Mora noticed that he had changed slightly. Arad had grown half a foot taller. His back had become wider, and his body as a whole looked far leaner and more shredded. Now that he has energy stored as cursed metal, his body didn't need to waste space on storing fat, so everything got dropped. When Arad's arms flex as he walks, the strips of the muscles become clearly visible. As for why his back got wider, that was because his wing muscles, the largest muscles in his body, had also gotten a bit bigger. "Now you look healthier for a dragon. The moment you start feeling hungrier, call me through Hati, and I'll locate another mine for you." Mora moved aside and pointed at the adamantine bar holding the 2 mountains together. "Can you lift that up? You failed before. Arad approached the bar and looked. I don't know if I could. It's 2 mountains after all. He grabbed the bar with both hands and took a deep breath. Arad's back and quads started steaming as red lines of magic burned on them. He never had enough energy to fully fuel them. But now he does. The bar creaked, and the mountains shook. Arad's legs slowly straightened up as he deadlifted the 2 mountains, but he immediately dropped them. Falling down with an exhausted gasp, he had never attempted to carry such a heavy load without using gravity magic. Mora laughed as he smacked Arad on the back, immediately blowing on his hand as it burned due to how hot Arad's back was. That was... ouch, ouch! A good lift, ouch, it burns! He grabbed a tree and squeezed it hard enough that was splashed on his hand, cooling it down. You're taller than me, so it's harder to move such a heavy weight, but you did it. Mora looked at Arad with a smile. This is the importance of eating healthy. Don't skip your meals. With a single clap, he disappeared into the golden mist, leaving Arad alone in the forest. Arad looked at the bar for a few seconds and then shifted back into his draconic form and flew back to the Hattie's house. As he landed in the backyard in his human form, he could sense Lucia, Matilda, and Selina inside the house. By concentrating for just a bit, he could hear them talking with Mira about some alchemical homework. He walked toward the door and opened it, walking inside toward the room where they were talking. As he looked through the large open door, he saw them sitting around a tea table. Selina, Lucia, and Matilda sat on one side. Mira faced them while Lila, Hati, and Merlin were drinking at another table. Astrid was polishing Merlin's toenails as Frida polished her hands and engraved magical seals onto them. Tina, who was pouring them tea and drinks, noticed Arad and approached him. "Welcome back," she said with a smile. Her eyes quickly scanned Arad and noticed that something seemed off. She had to look a bit higher than usual. She didn't stand taller than his chest, and her shoulders could fit in his thin waist. The doors he barely walked through before now required him to bend down a bit.
Arad?
Matilda was the first to cry. She could smell him, so she was sure he was Arad, but he seemed to have grown larger. "Did you get taller?" She stood and approached him, pulling everyone's attention toward him. "Did he get fatter?" Hattie looked toward him. "I guess not," she sighed. "Wait," Merlin cried. "How am I supposed to deal with that? Don't tell me all my calculations are going to be for nothing." She was afraid that Arad had gotten stronger in a way that her plans to defeat him would fail. Astrid and Frida seemed to care less about Arad getting stronger and were more afraid that Merlin was going to overwork them to compensate for that change. Especially after she almost worked herself to death, they were sure she wouldn't have a problem working them until they shriveled and died. Mira stood and approached Arad. "You finally got your back fixed?" she said with a gentle smile. Arad was confused. He didn't understand what she was talking about, but she kept going. She stood between him and Matilda. Due to how physically strong he was, his muscles were shrinking his spine and making him shorter. "We've heard that there was a skilled healer around here, and Hati sent Arad to him." She looked at Arad. "Is that right?" "Yeah," he replied, deciding to let her keep going. "I talked to her about it." Isdis walked into the room, immediately picking up on what Mira was doing, and helped her. "There is such a skilled healer here?" Selina looked at Mira and Arad. "I never heard of him, and I looked into the village. He's a traveling healer, doing good by going around and healing people. He stopped in another nearby village, so I used my standing to get him to give Arad a session." Hattie replied, leaning back on her seat and sipping her wine. While Selina remained a bit skeptical, Matilda, on the other hand, had no doubt. She had seen Arad running backward after their goddess. Hearing of him running to a nearby village and returning seemed normal. Arad's gaze quickly shifted to the other side of the room, looking at Lila and Hati. "Tina, Lila and Hati as well. If you have time, can we speak in another room?" Arad pointed toward the room facing the guest room. He could tell it was empty. "About what?" Mira, who's standing beside him, asked with a puzzled face. "Sorry, but I'll tell you after I talk with them," Arad replied, and Tina was already heading toward that empty room. Lila stood and stretched her back. My mother's hunch is kicking in, she smiled. I hope I got some advice. Well, Hattie leaned forward and sipped her wine, finishing it as she stood. I can already guess, but a grandma like me probably won't help. She took a step forward, and each moment her feet touched the ground a faint pulse of magic, too faint that only Merlin and Arad could sense sparked across the room. She had called herself a grandma and got angered by it. Chapter 924, Tales of the Shadow Palace. Chapter 924, Tales of the Shadow Palace. Arad sat on a large wooden chair as the three faced him, sitting on a large couch. For a moment he seemed to carry a serious face, but his expression immediately softened up. I don't know how to best start explaining this, so I'll start from the end and work my way down. Arad looked at them and leaned forward. The dark elf goddess, Elise, you might have heard of her, and I bet Lila and Tina here had known for long now that I talked to her with Aella before, the one who asked you to hunt a dark elf assassin. Tina looked at him. Help, not hunt. Lila looked at her. Mira had told her about that story as well. Hattie looked at Arad with a smile on her face. And I guess you've met this so-called dark elf assassin from what I know about Ellis. I can also guess it wasn't a dark elf, but something more dangerous. She was a shadow Dracana with a dark elf humanoid form. Arad looked at her. You seem to know more about that goddess's whims than I expected. He sighed. The problem isn't the shadow Dracana herself. I can beat her with ease. The problem is something else. He looked at Lila. That goddess, Elis. When I asked her why should I help this shadow Dracana, she said that if I didn't manage to get her healed, Mira might die 7 months from now when giving birth. Lila looked at Arad with a stern face. This was her daughter they were talking about. She didn't expect her to be brought up in this conversation, but this was a talk that she expected to have sooner or later. Birth complications are more common than people think. Giving birth never was easy to a safe thing, even with the abundance of healing magic. A lot of things could go wrong, is that so? Tina looked at her. Yeah. Mira's birth was quite complicated, and we both almost died. That's why I never had a child after her, Lila replied. What about you? How was Saren's birth? It was, Tina scratched her chin. I was lost at the edges of the desert where Arad hid up not so long ago. I gave birth to Saren alone, beneath a tree there. I guess I was lucky to have a smooth one. It varies? Hattie looked at them with a smile. From woman to woman and from a child to another. She waved her fingers and a small glass of wine appeared in her hand. This woman didn't seem to get enough drinks. In my long years, I've popped out several ones and watched many women give birth. I even helped deliver a lot of them. She looked at Arad. No, 2 births are the same, and they are always unpredictable. Anything might happen and cause complications. She started spinning the still half-full glass of wine above her sharp fingernail. She caught the glass and looked at Arad through it. But it's different when we're talking about demi-goddess and divinely blessed beings. She shifted her glance toward Tina. Little Saren holds a powerful divine bloodline. That is why she came out easily. Myra is a demi-goddess. She shouldn't have any normal complications. Then how is it possible that she might die? Arad stared at her. Is that goddess Elis lying? Elis would die before lying. If she said something, her words are nothing but the truth. I'm certain it's not a might, but that Mira would certainly die when giving birth if appropriate measures aren't taken. She leaned back. Mira won't have normal complications, but other complex complications are still a possibility. Like what? Arad looked at her with a stern glare. Divine drainage is one thing. It's when the child of a divine being absorbs too much divine magic while being born and starving the mother to death in seconds. She theatrically waved her arms. With Mira being still a weak demi-goddess, that's a very likely possibility. The mother would die so the child can inherit her divine power and will. So, to prevent that, we must either return Mira to being a mortal or empower her enough to make her a full-fledged goddess. Arad looked back at the door, thinking of a way to get Mira to godhood faster. Getting her back to being immortal would only open the door to other complications, and I doubt she could become a goddess in 7 months. It's not a problem of getting enough divine power, but a problem about whether her pregnant body can even ascend before giving birth and becoming a single being. In short, the child would die if she were to ascend while pregnant. It won't withstand the transformation. As Hati explained, Arad's brain was racing to find a solution. There might be a magic that allows him to carry the burden of supplying the child's divine magic, but where would he get that? That goddess Tina looked at Hati. She said that getting that shadow Dracaina would help. I can't see how that is helpful. Yeah, can that shadow Dracaina know some magic? Lila questioned as well. She wasn't that versed in magic or dragons, but the key must be in what Illis wanted. A good question, and I might already know the answer. Hati looked around the room and her eyes stopped at Arad. She probably wants that shadow Dracaina to carry Mira into the Shadow's palace to give birth. Shadow Palace? Arad looked at her with a confused face. What in the 9 hells was that? It's where the mother of all life, Gracie, live. She is the goddess of lust, birth, rebirth, life, and much more. She looked at Arad with a large grin on her face. She's also the goddess of succubus, and the palace is in the middle of a massive succubus-only kingdom of pure lust and debauchery. A pretty, mighty, dangerous place, if I do say so myself. Doesn't sound like a place I'd want to go to for help. Would that goddess even help? Arad looked at Hati, not buying it. He doubted that Gracie would even care to help. Illis probably talked to her about this. She'll help in that case. Hati looked at Arad. You help her somewhat dark elf shadow, Dracaina, and she gets a word for you to the goddess of life to save Mira. The shadow Dracaina would also thank you by carrying Mira to the Shadow Palace. It's a win for everyone. Can't I learn shadow magic and take Mira there myself? Arad asked. You can learn shadow magic, but you'll get lost. The Shadow Palace always moves through the endless shadows and isn't easy to locate. If you get lost, you'll not even find your way back to the mortal world. It might take you years, decades, or even millennia to return if you manage to return at all. Hati tapped her foot on her own shadow. Look, can you jump into this and find the Shadow Palace on your own? I don't think so. So only the shadow Dracaina can find it. Lila looked at Hati. Shadow dragons live within shadows and their senses are attuned to it. She'll be able to find the Shadow Palace and get back pretty easily, but... Hati looked at Arad. That shadow Dracaina is insane. She lost her mind and sanity long ago. What Illis wants is to heal her. Arad scratched his head. So to save Mira, I need to find the shadow, Dracaina, get her sanity back, and make her carry Mira to the Shadow Palace. I'll tell you a few things about Gracie, so you can feel at ease, and not make any stupid mistake in her palace. Hati waved her hand as she leaned back on her seat, albeit the whole kingdom is filled with succubi, and that all those in the palace are half-naked, horny succubi. She alone is a bit different. Hati smiled. You'll find her wearing a pretty clean black and white maid uniform that covers most of her body. She even wears a maid hat thingy that she changes every so often. Pretty tame for a succubus goddess, Arad noted. I actually gave birth to Astrid and Frida there. She's quite professional in her work, so you don't have to fear anything on that side. Hati looked at Arad with a grin. And no, I can't get you to meet or anything. I only got her to help since she wanted some of my tail's fur to make her headband or hat, in terms of power, how strong she is. Arad asked, trying to gauge if they could escape if something went wrong. She is the mother of all life, and like all gods of her caliber, she's also a duality. Those who get close to her find that there are actually 2 Gracie, a twin. One represents life, and the other is death. Her full title is the mother of all life and death. Hati looked at Arad with an amused stare. With a single glance, she could send you back to your mother's womb and bring you out as a half-developed fetus just for fun. And she's the one who gets to decide what is dead and what is alive. If she wants you dead, you'll be dead. Only the over-god survived that, since without neither she nor the world itself would exist. Is her killing ability like the other gods? Arad asked. trying to compare her to Cora. No, they order the soul to die, and it leaves the body. Gracie can outright make you a dead thing. She is death itself. That also means that Mira would never die if Gracie said she should be alive. Death and immortality are within her fingers. Hattie giggled. If you just knew about the billions who wish to suck her toes to get a simple lick of immortality. She rejected all of them with a cold stare. She is the gatekeeper of immortality, and the only reason it's impossible to be immune to death, except the Tarask, the Overgod, and me. Chapter 925, A Vague Plan. Chapter 925, A Vague Plan, The Gatekeeper of Immortality. Arad started thinking, what about vampires? We're immortal, age immortal, you still can be killed. True immortality is when you don't age, can't be killed, and won't grow insane for the long life. Hati looked at Arad with a smile. The Tarask was an immortal since long before Gracie came to power. She was a spark of life force, and so Gracie never robbed her immortality. The Overgod is the world itself, so she is outranked by him. And I'm quite special. I'm not exactly immortal, but eternal. Those are close enough to be similar in effect, but different in the fundamentals of their nature. As Arad couldn't understand a word of what she was saying, he decided to give up for the time being and put catching that shadow Dracaena on his list of priorities, since it's directly related to Mira's survival. Even though he can punch lesser gods like Cora and kill demigods, the upper ranks of the gods seem to boast such a vast and ineffable power that even he can't wrap his head around. Lila looked at Arad. But if that place is filled with succubi, as Hati said, won't you be in danger by going there? The common knowledge of the world was that succubi are the predators of men, and they could drain them dead in seconds. Incubi are the reverse. I'll be fine, Arad replied. I got Virgo. That won't help, Hati said from the side. Virgo won't help you against those succubi? They don't care. She looked at him with a passive face. What? Arad gasped. You've heard me. Becoming a woman is useless against them. Your only choice is to grow strong enough to fend them off. But you should be safe the moment you step into the Shadow Palace. So, speed might be key the moment you enter the succubus kingdom. Fly straight to the Shadow Palace and never stop, if they live close to the Queen. Tina looked at Hattie, now that she figured something out. Hattie nodded. Yeah, they are far more powerful than normal succubi. I would suggest you put a bit more work into fending those kinds of monsters. They won't dare to do anything inside Gracie's palace, so that's your only safe spot. Hattie stood and started walking toward the door. This should be enough for today, for now you'll need to focus on training to absorb the Overgod's dead heart. Getting that bit of strength would be a welcome help to your arsenal. Arad stood with Lila and Tina. So, the problem seems to be far deeper. He looked at his shadow. Zia, do you have some time? From behind him, Zia emerged in her nun's uniform. She swiftly turned to face him and knelt. I'm at your order, my bloodlord. Short story, I want to buff Mira's divine power as quickly as possible. If it's possible to get her close to a true god, I'd like that to be the case. 7 months from now, she might die when giving birth, as we expect the child to absorb most of her divine magic when being born. He quickly explained. Zia started thinking for a second in silence. Can you help? Lila looked at her. All of the vampires do worship her and Eris alongside Arad regularly. I think we're maxed on what we can provide through normal means. While the vampires worship Arad as their bloodlord, they do lump Mira and Eris with him, but even with that, Arad doesn't seem to gain any divine magic from them, but the opposite happens. They get power from him. Mira and Eris are the reverse. They get worshipped and also gain divine power from the vampires. She's a demigoddess of greed, Tina said. Won't she get more divine power by indulging in greed? Arad scratched his chin, raising the prices of her furniture and trying to amass wealth. The greedier she gets, the stronger her divine magic would be. For Mira, whose main role was to support Arad and everyone else, her good nature stood in her way of growing stronger. She is the complete opposite of a greedy woman. She is generous upon realizing that something seemed to click in Arad's head as he gasped, calling to Hattie, who was about to leave the room. Wait, you said the stronger gods are most of the time dualities, like Gracie being life and death. Indeed. She stopped and looked back at him, replying with a curious gaze. Upon getting the confirmation, Arad could conjure a possible plan, a plan that sounded too insane to even be possible. Does that mean I can pull generosity out of greed? Just like how all life ends up in death and how death can kickstart a new life? That I don't know. Hattie replied, but try it. Who knows? You might achieve something great. As Arad returned to the living room with Lila and Tina, Mira rushed toward him. Is everything okay? Lila looked at her. It'll probably be simpler if I explained it. Arad would solve it, so come with me. Lila dragged Mira away so they could talk, and Arad took his seat with Lucia, Matilda, and Selina. He had kept them waiting for a while. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. He reached forward and grabbed the stack of papers that Lucia had laid on the table. Where he was calm, and Selina was quite exhausted from having to wait for him. Lucia and Matilda were both a bit afraid and worried. Lucia already knows how powerful Arad is, and she was surprised to see him growing stronger and larger. The speed at which he was advancing was terrifying. Matilda, on the other hand, had seen Arad racing Selina, their goddess of the hunt. Knowing that he has that much power stored and never shows it off filled her heart with awe, respect, and fear. As Arad went through the pages and read them, Tina poured him a large mug of tea. Here you go. Thank you. He took a sip from his tea and put the papers down. That's quite the work. Almost 50 different mixtures. The natural diversity of medical and effective herbs here is quite expansive. It'll be a waste not to get familiar with them, especially since trade with the Beast Kingdom is about to start. I want the students to get a head start on other alchemists so they can score some jobs, Lucia replied with a stern face. Since all those new herbs are going to make it toward the human kingdom just now, the number of alchemists who could work with them would be almost non-existent. So by working with the alchemists of the Beast Kingdom to teach the students, they'll be the only ones capable of making full use of the new herbs. Arad smiled. That's a good plan. When do I need to get those finished? Before we leave, Lucia replied. Everyone else is also working on them, and they'll be doing so for the rest of our stay. Can you finish them with whatever you're doing here? Arad thought about it, thanks to his training with Caden. He barely had time to spare. What little he gets he must spend either looking for food or resting, otherwise it's very likely for him to get killed in training. As simple as it might look, Caden's main job was pushing Arad to the limit. If Arad suddenly gets weaker due to inadequate rest or food and falls below Caden's expectations, the training load will crush him. I think I can manage. Arad leaned back, but I don't how I'll get it done. Probably on the last day, or he wanted to get Aisha to do it, but she's nowhere to be seen. He'll have to ask Free Webbenville, Hetty, about her. With how fast you can make potions, can't you finish them tomorrow? Selina stared at him. Don't ask the impossible, Arad sighed. Aron, see her, Matilda pointed at Selina. She only talks like this in front of you anywhere else. She's too shy to even lift her head up. It's not like that. Selina cried, almost breaking her neck as she turned to glare at Matilda. Arad watched them argue with a gentle smile. Mira was laughing in the back as she had just finished speaking with Lila, and even Merlin had joined her peaceful. Arad couldn't ask for more, but he couldn't shake the thought out of his head. When Arad fought Fungus, Merida's demon lord, and had Doma take over, he had seen the future through her curse as the days moved and he got closer to attempting to absorb the Overgod's dead heart. That scene of the grave kept flashing before his eyes. At which point in the future was it, and to whom that grave belonged? The image he could recall looked as hazy as dreams. He couldn't read whose name was written on the gray gravestone. Could it be Mira's grave? Two veins popped on Arad's forehead as his expression quickly shifted into a frown. The ground started shaking as everyone failed to breathe. The monsters in the jungle already started fleeing out of the area. but not before the beast men could feel the dreadful terror that emerged out of nowhere. Hattie looked at him with a single eye. Arad's face had turned as black as the night sky, with his eyes burning purple, his figure deformed like dancing shadows due to the extreme magic rushing across his body. When enraged, Arad's mere presence was heavy enough to force the monsters to run away, and not even Astrid and Frida could breathe before him. That was the monster, pretending to be a human sitting among them. Arad, what are you thinking about? Mira smacked Arad on the back of his head, knocking him back to reality. He blinked and looked back at her. Mira? Yeah, relax a bit. You're scaring them. When Arad looked forward, everyone had a terrified face. They looked as pale as snow, barely managing to breathe. Sorry, just remembered something old, he said, looking down at his shattered teacup, Chapter 926, Merlin's Enchantments. If it wasn't clear to everyone yet, that split second of silent rage had made it clear. Arad wasn't a being they could challenge, a creature far above their understanding. None other than Hattie could stop him, had he snapped. While everyone realized how far beneath him they stood, this even had driven several nails into Merlin's confidence, tanking her morale for the coming battle to the ground. As Mira looked at Arad, it became clear to her that he needed to rest. The day had been a bit too long, and he needed to put his head back on a pillow. Even for a dragon that could spend months without sleep, overworking his brain worrying about a stupid prophecy of her death was unhealthy. Come on, you need to rest a bit. Mira grabbed Arad from the elbow and made him stand up. Let's go. She said as her eyes shifted back to Lucia, we'll talk about this tomorrow evening. I'll make sure he gets his homework done. She walked out of the guest's room with Arad, leaving everyone staring at each other in silence. None knew why Arad got suddenly so angry, and even if he didn't say a word, they could feel his rage burning like a dragon's frightful presence. Lucia knew that she must get Matilda and Selina back to the students' living area. She knew of Arad's true power and identity, and she wouldn't want them potentially getting him more agitated. But to her surprise, Matilda spoke first time to head back. Aaron, see you. Tomorrow, she waved her hand. Yeah. Arad replied from the hallway, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten up a bit. That was so much magic, it was unbelievable. Selina looked at Matilda with a scared face. Wasn't he a fighter? He may be a fighter, but remember, he's also a druid. Matilda smiled. He defeated a tall neck and a deathdraw. I'm certain he has more magic than any of us here. Otherwise, I can't see why he'll get chosen to guard a princess in a foreign land. Even if Matilda still didn't know of Arad's true identity or power, she had seen him facing Maharaja and wasn't about to underestimate what he could achieve. When Lucia and the two girls left, Merlin leaned back on her chair and looked at Astrid and Frida. So, what do you two think? Can you stop him? Astrid and Frida were still standing in the same place. Blood had been drained from their faces. Unlike anyone else here, those two could sense the full extent of Arad's magic. Like the monsters who were outside in the jungle and fled immediately. Those two had the same urge to bail out. Astrid remembered when she tried to beat Arad in the bed today and realized how stupid was it to think she could stand a chance. It took all of her courage to remain still and not flee the moment he showed a hint of anger. He was a full-grown lion, and she was nothing more than a newborn rabbit. Frida had felt the same. She wouldn't last a second if Arad wanted to attack her, and she probably wouldn't even realize she was killed. Astrid shook her head. I can't. We can't. Guessed it. Merlin sighed, taking a sip of her wine, and I have to fight that and win. You two are going to start working overtime. She looked at her nails. This won't be enough. She stood. Let's go back to my room. We'll change this into the black blood and use the clear essence for the ingrained spells. Astrid stood silent for a second, and then gasped as she realized what Merlin just said. Wait, do you want to change both your nail polish and tattoos, all at once? Sister is right. You'll die. Even enduring the red ones was nearly impossible. Frida growled nail polish for increased magic output, and tattoos to engrave spells and passive effects onto my body so I can instantly use them. She walked in the front as the twins followed her. For nail polish, I want my right hand to have increased elemental damage, balanced elemental control, longer attack range, tracking spells, and a redundant nail. For my left hand, I want potent crowd control, reduced mana consumption, active tracking, potent domination, and, of course, a redundant. She looked back at Astrid. This would be your work. For Frida, you'll be working on my toenails and mobility. For the right foot, I want a fire jet, teleportation, gravity reduction, and a barrier, of course. A redundant nail is the last one. For the left, I want time slow, heavy impact, absorption, and detonation. Don't forget the redundant nail. Merlin scratched her head. For the tattoos, I'm still thinking about them. But if I'm going for it, better go all out. For the chest, I want mana regeneration and capacity since it's close to the heart. For the back, it's a large surface, so I bet we can fit some refinement, barriers, and at least 2 contingency spells. She looked at them with a smile. How about one that activated if my heart stopped? We can make it inject a healing potion straight into my heart or zap me with a powerful healing spell. Another one, if I receive a fatal wound, it'll teleport me into another layer of my labyrinth to buy time. You'll turn into an urn at this rate, Astrid sighed. We're using clear tattoo ink, so it won't be visible. I won't want Arad to see them, and guess what spell I have engraved. Plus, I can always remove them later. They are made to be interchangeable, after all. Merlin smiled. You make it sound simple when we had to chain you last night from how painful the magic nail polish was. Frida scratched her head. I don't think you'll survive the pain of all of this. You'll die. Come, I know it was painful. The witch's nail polish that they used to turn their nail into powerful casting focuses wasn't that easy to put on. Due to it linking up with the body's magic circuit, putting it on is accompanied by a lot of pain, like having a tooth pulled out without anesthetic, or just pulling your nail off. The tattoos weren't pain-free either, as they felt as if you were being burned with an iron. Most wizards would consider such a thing as torture, but to witches and Merlin, it was nothing but a test that separated low-ranked witches and high-ranked ones. But this is witchcraft, and I didn't get to hair, blood, and bones yet. She looked back at them with a smile on her face. I wanted to remove 2 of my ribs and turn them into dust, then fill that dust into bullets to use. I bet I could pack enough power to drop Arad from the sky with them. Stop, Astrid sighed. Her head had started hurting. I can also spike my blood with anti-dragon or anti-magic poison, then let Arad bite me. He is a vampire after all, and I watch him spaz out on the floor. Merlin giggled. For my hair, I still don't know. I'll probably use it as a magic bomb or a control catalyst. Merlin walked into her room with Astrid and Frida to start changing the layout of her enchantments. She can't take on Arad with a half-assed arsenal. She needs to come at her best, stealing her mind, as if she was about to face a whole kingdom on her own. As Arad walked into his room with Mira, they found Izdis waiting there. You finally came back? Did they leave? While Lucia already knew that Izdis was Arad's wife, Matilda and Selena didn't know that. She couldn't just show up all the time without a reason. She's a princess after all. Yeah, Mira replied with a tired face as she sat down. Arad approached the bed and dropped on it, exhausted more than usual. So Izdis stared at him. What was that earlier? It felt as if you were about to blow this whole place up. You got me quite worried. Sorry, it was nothing. I was thinking about something, and I just forgot to hold back my draconic presence. All dragons had their frightful presence thanks to the sheer magic passively released from their bodies. It could get strong enough to overwhelm weak humanoids and even kill them. The way it works is that since dragons cast magic with their scales and claws, they have a minimum amount of mana that they passively release, like how human bodies release heat. When a dragon gets angry, that minimum amount can spike rapidly, which is a frightful presence. Izdis stared at him for a second. And did you get taller? She looked at him with a puzzled face, slowly running her cold hand on his chest. And you even got a bit leaner. I ate a whole cursed metal mine, that's why I got like this. He sat up. I need to keep looking for it regularly. It's not something that I only need when evolving, but a crucial part of my diet. I see, Isdis smiled, licking her lips. So she looked at Mira. Who of us would take this night? Mira closed her eyes, thinking for a second. Isdis, leave? He's mine, she said with a sharp glare. I'll go with no. It's my week, Isdis replied with a sharp smile. Tina should have told you right. Mira looked at her with a passive face. I don't care if you'll die in 7 months. You can't be greedy on me, Isdis replied. You don't care if I die now. That's cold. Mira glared at her. Arad started sweating as he was sitting there. Even if he fears no man nor God, he can't help but feel stressed when his wives are about to get into an argument. Chapter 927, A Meaningless Argument. Chapter 927, A Meaningless Argument. Mira and Isdis glared at each other. The tension rapidly grew, and Arad didn't know what to do. You have more training tomorrow. You can't exhaust yourself at night, Mira said with a sharp glare. You are pregnant. You shouldn't put that much stress on your body. Isdis immediately replied, her eyes glowing blue. That doesn't matter. Mira stared at her with eyes burning with divine magic. It doesn't matter to me either. I'd rather have some stress relief than pure rest. Isdis smiled as her eyes shifted toward Arad, and the cold seems to help me relax and recover faster. Even though the argument slowly heated up, none of them started yelling. This wasn't an argument between two ordinary women, but it was between a demi-goddess and a princess. There was no place for petty yelling and insults. Do you remember how you woke up this morning? You were utterly wasted. Do you really think you can take that again and go train with that woman, Isbert? Mira said, sitting on her chair facing Isdis. I agree that I was. Pretty wasted. Isdis smiled, but I don't intend to let it repeat. On the other hand, won't it be even more dangerous for you to end up like that? You speak as if it was Arad who did that to you. Mira smiled. You're the one who kept asking for more until you had no space to fill. I'll not end up as you. She put one leg on another as divine magic started burning out of her skin, illuminating the room with a faint golden glow. I can act as a healing beacon for Arad. What could you offer? freewebnovel.com. Is that what you have to say? Isdis smiled as her body started getting colder, and the faint blue glow of her magic started contesting with Mira's golden glow. It's hot in this jungle. Cold would help him recover faster, probably better than what your magic can achieve. Ah, Arad looked at them with a scared and worried face. Can you two calm down a bit? I'm not going anywhere. The two glared at him. No. They both growled and returned to their argument, leaving him sitting there. Arad was a void dragon, and he could sense people's thoughts. He fully understood that those two were arguing in vain, and that they both knew it. Mira and Isdis didn't care about what they were talking about. They only cared about getting to spend the night with him. In short, Arad knew that both of them were extremely in the mood right now, and they wanted to get it done. Each of them wanted to be the first after he showed up, looking bigger and leaner, and none of them was ready to give up, knowing that he couldn't support any of them on her argument. He knew that was meaningless. He can't choose one of them either, as it'll make him favor one over the other, which was what troubled him. Even refusing them both for the night would only delay the problem till tomorrow, not solve it. Knock? Knock? Everyone fell silent as someone started knocking on the door. I hope I'm not bothering you. Tina called from the hallway, Can I enter? Come in. Arad replied before any of the two girls could speak. He wanted something to change the subject, and Tina had come just at the right time, before Mira or Isdis could protest. Tina had already opened the door and walked into the room. Her eyes stopped at the two girls glaring at each other, and then looked at Arad. Did I come at a bad time? No, not at all, Arad smiled. What brought you here? Saren and Ignis had spent the day playing, and they are doing fine. But I suspect that Saren is getting a bit sad about not playing with you today. Ignis, on the other hand, didn't seem bothered at all. Tina looked at Arad. I guess they are already asleep now. It's too late at night. I'll put some time to play with them tomorrow. Arad replied with a smile, tapping the side of the bed for Tina to sit down. He didn't want her to leave so quickly and give Mira and Isdis an opening to start arguing again. With careful steps, Tina slowly approached the bed and sat beside him. "Is there anything else? If it was just about that, you could have told me earlier or left it until tomorrow." Tina looked at him with a serious face. "It's about Merlin. She's been preparing day and night for the coming fight. I think she's pushing herself a bit too far. The power gap between you and her must have grown wider today as well. Am I wrong?" Arad scratched his head. "I guess that's true. She doesn't need to keep trying to match me. I'm a dragon, not a humanoid." He was fully aware of his monstrous power and that it was nearly impossible to keep up with him. Even someone as talented and powerful as Merlin would struggle to match his growth. "That's what I wanted to bring to your attention. She passed out this morning from extreme exhaustion." Tina stood, and one last thing, Aisha had been sent to train with someone just like everyone. Hattie said she'll be back in a day or two. Arad almost started panicking as she was about to leave the room. "Is that everything?" He stood. Tina thought about it for a second and looked at Mira and Isdis. "If those two are bothering you, kick them out. I'll take their place." "Wait, what?" Mira and Isdis cried, glaring at her. "You've heard me." Tina approached them. "You two are bothering him. Either pick one or let him sleep. If neither of you is staying and he wants company, I'll take it instead of you." "You won't." Mira glared at her. "Never." Isdis stood. "Keep arguing if you want. It's not that uncommon in noble houses." Tina stood her ground with a sharp glare. "When the wives argue and cause their husbands trouble, it's usually the maids who pick up their place. Even if I don't do anything, you'll open the door for other women jumping in." Tina pointed at the bed like them. Everyone looked back, including Arad. Zia was lying naked on the bed with 3 other women. They were the vampire nuns. "We've sensed our lord being in distress, so we came to comfort him, seeing that his wives aren't doing their job." Zia opened her legs and waved her foot, calling Arad in. Arad flicked his finger and they all disappeared, getting sucked back into his blood. Mira and Isdis looked at each other and they sighed. "Fine," they both said. "You stay," they said at the same time. Pointing at each other, I said, "You can stay." Mira glared at Isdis. "I'll leave. You spend the night with him." "No, I'm the one who told you to stay," Isdis growled. "I'm all ready." They start arguing again, but instead of wanting to stay, they are trying to get each other to stay and show they care about each other. "Master." Tina looked at Arad. "Those two are stubborn, more than Eris and Merida. Can I do my job since Aella isn't here to put them in line?" Arad sighed. "Fine. Someone has to do it." Tina grabbed Mira by the hand. "It's Isdis's week, and you're pregnant. You're the one coming out with me." She dragged her toward the door. "Master, I'll be back in an hour. Make sure Isdis is done by that time so I can drag her to her room before she exhausts herself too much." Tina closed the door after her as she dragged Mira out, leaving Arad and Isdis sitting alone in the room. "Guess I won tonight." She smiled. "You won?" "Tina just made a decision instead of you two." Arad looked at her with an exhausted face. He had been relying on Aella's stern nature to put all of his wives in line. He couldn't be the one favoring one over another. To be honest, that's the maid's job. Isdis leaned back on her chair and turned toward Arad. "A maid's job extends far beyond cleaning and cooking. They are also expected to provide care for the sick, deliver babies, entertain their master if needed, and most importantly be a middle person between the master and his wives if things turn sour." She smiled. "Basically, if let's say I did something really bad that might get you angry, she'll be the one delivering the news. So if there was any yelling or possible beating, she'll eat it all. Who's going to hit his wives?" Arad sighed. "You are a rare one. It's very common among the nobles for the dominant one to be aggressive. Whether it was the husband or wife, there is Lady Carmela of the Eastern nation. She has 5 husbands and is known to beat them senseless every now and then." Isdis jumped on the bed. "Isn't that the case with dragons as well? You and Eris fight a lot, right? Dragons don't fight for the sake of fighting." I fight Eris and Merida to make sure their strength remains at an adequate level. I need to always have a fresh knowledge about their power to determine who should I protect first. Arad looked at her. Eris needs less protection than you, for example. While she can take a lot of damage without dying, you won't withstand even a flick of my fingers. I know. Izdis approached him. Enough of the heavy talk. I'm quite tall, but you've gotten even bigger. She was 1.85 meters tall, 6'1", and he made her look short. He had reached 2.3 meters tall, 7'6". Arad was already a unit, but Izdis could feel that he was growing more massive by the day. Just looking at him and thinking about what was going to happen made her shaky. Chapter 928. Pleasing the Princess R18, Chapter 928. Pleasing the Princess R18 to think you've grown even bigger. Izdis said as she slowly pulled her robe over her head, throwing it aside. What am I going to do with you? Can't be helped, can it? Arad replied with a smile. My body shifts and morphs to be able to contain my power. His clothes seemed to shift and twist as his scales flipped around. His clothes disappeared as quickly as drapes folding up. You were wearing your scales? I couldn't even tell. She approached him and ran her fingers across his chest. And what about this down? Is it fake as well? The pants were real, and Izdis seemed disappointed when her fingers were stopped by his belt. With the belt blocking her way, she tried to take it off but failed. The tightened leather and steel were held tightly, far from anything that her fingers could move. What's this thing? She looked at the belt. Arad wasn't wearing it yesterday. It has strange magic. Merida made that for me. My old belt ripped up this noon, so I changed it up. Arad was wearing a dragon leather belt reinforced with his old scales and Merida's leathery fungus, making it extremely durable and tight. Thanks to Arad's fighting style, normal clothes can't survive on him. Should I take it off? Arad said as he patted her head. No. Izdis immediately replied with a pout as she glared at the belt, squeezing her eyes and hands as sparks of cold magic rushed from her fingers. As the metal and leather cooled down a bit, they loosened up and she managed to finally unbuckle that stupid belt. Got it, she cried with a happy smile. How did cooling it work? Arad asked, and she pointed at the leather-like part. Merida's fungus shrinks when it gets cold. She tried to pull his pants off, but she immediately failed as he was sitting. Arad stood to the side of the bed. I'll take them on my own. He was just too heavy for her to handle on her own. Izdis sat on the bed with a sad face and sighed. For a princess, I'm quite useless. I've spent years training and was quite proud of my strength. Do you know that? You were leading a battalion of knights, Arad replied with a smile. For humans, you're powerful, but I'm a dragon. He sat beside her. Don't compare yourself to me. You are strong. He ran his hand across her shoulder, slowly pulling her closer to him. His fingers could sense how cold her skin was. They reminded him of Aella's fingers getting cold in winter. Cold? Are you feeling okay? He asked, gently caressing her smooth neck. Izdis leaned on him, pushing her large breasts onto his side. Since it's hot, don't I feel nice being this cold? She tried to wrap her arm around his back, but failed due to how wide he was. Don't worry. Hattie said that I'm stable at this temperature, thanks to my blood. She looked at him. But what about you? She knocked on his chest, and it sounded like she was knocking on hardwood. Are you sure this is fine? You were softer yesterday. About that, Arad smiled, and his eyes flashed pink for a fraction of a second. My scales are harder than steel. That's why I feel hard to the touch. But I can use one of Doma's curses to weaken it up. Izdis immediately noticed his skin finally felt as soft as flesh, and her finger could push a bit into his muscles. But that didn't change. They felt as hard as her tightened muscles. She looked at him for a few seconds, her gaze growing sharper as she contemplated her thoughts. Izdis quickly opened her mouth and gave his abs a long lick. They didn't taste like anything, and she looked a bit disappointed. I'm not edible. Arad giggled as he patted her back. Everything can be eaten, even if you said no. She looked at him with a grin and quickly bent down and sat between his legs, pushing his long flesh all the way down her throat. After a few strokes, she stopped to breathe. I'm lucky this one didn't get bigger. She looked at him with a smile as her hand still worked. There are no muscles there, right? Arid replied as he laid his palm over her head and she pushed the flesh back into her throat for a while. As she let go, she added, "It's already too big." She stopped and stood up, turning around. "I do want to sing and dance a bit like we used to at home, but we can't do that here, can we?" She looked at him with a smile. "What do you suggest?" Arid pulled her to sit on his lap and his flesh pressed against her back. She lifted her hips and sat a bit back, holding his flesh between her cold hands. "I'm a princess. How about you pamper me a bit?" She tilted her head back. "My hair is a bit messy, and Ray aren't here to fix it." Arad waved his hand and a comb appeared in his palm. It was like he had everything inside his stomach, which was close to reality. When he used to take his wives shopping in Alina, they would buy anything they thought was interesting and just shove it in his stomach. "You know, I'm not quite good at it. This might hurt." Arad started combing her hair as gently as he could, and she giggled, "Love, that won't be a problem. I'd appreciate it better if you pulled my hair." She slowly lifted her hips and lined his flesh, dropping down with her whole weight and forcing the large and thick thing all the way to her deepest part. She gasped, hunching forward as she held her stomach. As usual, the first thrust was always painful. No matter how many times she did it, she never got used to it, even though Isdis thought she was quite wet. Her body being frozen cold only sharpened the pain more. "Ah, that stung. Are you okay?" Arid bent down and looked at her face with a worried stare. "Yeah," she mumbled, finally feeling a bit of heat rising inside her belly. Her groin itched as if stung, and her legs shivered. Her large hips trembled as she shook them a bit, her toes curling back, and a deep gasp escaped her throat. She looked at Arad. "Please, keep going." No matter how many times she felt this, it always made her thirstier. If she could stay like this forever, she would do it. As Arad kept combing her hair, she started slowly rocking her hips, grinding on Arad's flesh with each slight jerk. She barely managed to muffle her moans into grunts. Such moves would have been a major pain for Arad combing her hair, but to him she was as good as still. His dexterous and fast hands kept up quickly, combing her hair in the exact way he saw Ray do it. Unlike Mira and Merida, who found combing their hair like a chore that they only did to keep it nice and smooth, Isdis was like Alla and Eris, who enjoyed doing their hair. To her, it felt relaxing and soothing to have her hair combed. Arad's rapid and skillful hands could mimic both Ray's hands at the same time, and doing it while pleasuring herself on his flesh, this almost reached the peak of relaxing pleasure that she could ask for. As Isdis gasped, she could feel it slowly burning down her spine. This pleasureful feeling was her downfall. This is why she got carried away last night and ended up wasted. It was addicting, and she couldn't help but slow down a bit each time she got closer to climaxing, only to elongate it further. "I finished." Arad's voice woke her up from her trance, and she blinked twice before looking back at him. He had made her hair into 2 braids, useful things for later on. "My love, you rascal." She slowly turned around without taking his flesh from her. Her right leg swung above Arad's head as she finally sat facing him. 2 braids, she giggled. Like usual. Arad patted her head. Isdis looked to the side. "We probably won't stop or halt after this." She poured herself a large mug of water from the bedside table and gulped it down. She had learned this lesson the hard way, even though Aella had once warned her. They are going to spill a lot of water, and that must be replaced. "Do you know about the braids?" Arad caressed her back as she slowly started rocking her hips, grinding on his flesh. Ray told me that you asked them to make my hair into braids or twin tails before bed." She leaned forward and started licking his chest. This was her part of the night, and she'll take full advantage until his turn comes. They are good for pulling. Even a ponytail would do. Arad hugged her closer to him. They looked like dragon horns for pulling. Isdis started gasping with each jerk, and she looked at him with thirsting eyes. Sadly, bending down to reach her chest was a bit uncomfortable for him, thanks to his height, but reaching her lips was far easier, so she got a deep kiss. Seconds later, she cried with her lips locked to his squirting rivers as his massive arms held her in a tight grip on his chest. Chapter 929, Finishing the Cold One R18. Yildiz panted, and Arad slowly lowered her back on the soft bed. She lay on her stomach, trying to catch her breath. Even though she was the one moving and her stamina was quite high, with Arad's size it was quite an exhausting task. Arad patted her back, running his hand around her opal and plump butt. "Can you keep going?" Yildiz slowly lifted her butt up. "Yeah, it's your turn." Slowly turned her head and looked back at him with a thirsty smile, just like Merida. It'll take a lot to calm her down now that they started. Arad leaned over her back and caressed her massive breasts in his large palms, gently squeezing them as he pulled her a bit back. Even if Arad did like them quite a bit, he couldn't shake the faint disappointment from the back of his mind that they lacked any milk. From what he learned so far, for them to produce milk, Yildiz must get pregnant first. He decided to start working on that immediately. With a single swift shive, penetrated as deep as he could inside her, causing her to gasp and leave forward, clenching her hands on the sheet. Yildiz tried to lean forward, but Arad pulled her back by the braids, thrusting again and again with increasing speed. She held her voice for only a few seconds before she started moaning loudly, trying to catch her breath, but failing with each smack. The rougher he got with her, the sharper the eye he was keeping on her mind. She might be a seasoned knight with a wealth of endurance, but he wouldn't want to push her over what she could take. The moment the thought of stopping crosses her mind, he'll stop. Keeping a tab on her thought was their stopping cue. For now, he was certain she enjoyed every second of it, and he was only going faster, as that was what her thoughts signaled. Yildiz groaned. "Stop! I'm about to— Ah!" Even though she asked him to stop, her thoughts said otherwise. Arad grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, thrusting even deeper and hammering her womb, causing her moans to shift from disoriented groans into a siren-like melody, her bardic throat struggling to get the moans out under Arad's palm. Not because he was squeezing too hard, but because her mouth was busy trying to suck on his fingers. Yildiz came over and over again, her body twitching as if jolted by lightning, rocking with Arad's rapid thrusts as she leaked all over the bedsheet. But Arad wasn't slowing down, but getting faster, until her pale rear turned bright red and her knees gave up. Arad pulled her tightly close to him, thrusting even deeper in one last push, going all the way to her upper limit of tolerance. In her thoughts, he could hear her squint a bit from the pain, but she wasn't trying to move away, but instead pushed all of her weight back, pushing through the pain to get one last climax, forcing his flesh into her cervix. Arad filled her womb directly, almost stretching her stomach a bit. Yildiz twitched with a euphoric grin on her face, squeezing herself tighter and tighter around Arad's flesh as she came one last time. Arad dropped her on the bed and lay over her, looking at her joyful and tearful face. As he slowly pulled himself out of her, he could feel her squeezing harder and saw her butt move back, trying to keep him inside. Arad looked at her for a few seconds. This was just like last night. They almost did this each time they got in bed, but last night she had drunk that Gracie tear thing, which made them repeat what they just did several more times. This was one session, and they did almost 9 last night, which caused her to fall exhausted in the morning. Yildiz laid on her stomach with her body jolting and her butt twitching. She barely managed to turn on her back and looked at Arad's face. "Can you keep going?" she asked, her eyes crying for more. Arad was a true dragon, and this was merely his humanoid side. He still had barrels stored inside and a well of stamina enough to run over 1,000 Yildiz in one night. Arad crawled to her side, gently combing his fingers through her hair, and cleared her face with a swift wipe. "Of course," he patted her stomach, "but you must slow down." A brown potion appeared in his hand, and he pulled the stop with 2 fingers. Yildiz reached up with her shaking hands and took the potion, sipping it slowly. That was a stamina and a healing potion all mixed together. This would help her insides recover a bit from the friction and give her a small boost to stamina. Arad didn't hesitate for a second to weaponize his alchemy knowledge to push his knights a few sessions further. As Izdis slowly drank the potion, Arad helped himself to her large, soft, and plump breasts. He immediately started squeezing them and sucking on her nipples, trying to get anything out. Izdis flinched and moaned, almost choking on her potion, but she let him do what he wanted. She was used to this, but his moves changed each time as if he were trying different methods to see if they worked. "Arad," she mumbled. "They are dry," she said, but her arms still immediately wrapped around his neck the moment she finished drinking the potion. As she pulled him closer in a hug, his moves became fiercer and assaulted her nipples even harder, causing her to come once more. As Arad slowly moved back, still disappointed at how dry her breasts were. She stared at him with a pout, lifting her foot and pushing him back by the chest. "Told you that won't work." She sat up and leaned forward, bending down as she reached with her lips toward his flesh, licking it from the tip of the base, and immediately started sucking it once again. Arad reached with his hand and tightly grabbed her butt. "What do you say? Should we try again?" Izdis stopped sucking and looked at him with a smile. "Of course, my love." This time she leaned on her back and lifted her legs up. "Go even deeper this time. Mess me up, and you can have those as well." She squeezed her breasts. Arad leaned over her, thrusting deep into her as he started sucking her on her nipples. But this time, Izdis actually cried. Her legs jolting out, but her hands grabbed onto Arad's back. Her nails would have cut into his skin had he been human. This time each thrust pierced as deep as her womb, jolting her spine with both pain and pleasure. This time they were serious. Arad wasn't holding back, and she wasn't trying to hold him back. Only one thing raced across their mind. This time it shall work. Izdis must get pregnant. Time passed, and soon a knocking came on the door. "An hour had passed. I came to collect Izdis," Tina said. "No." Izdis gasped, Arad still thrusting into her harder than last time. They were in their 4th session. Come back later. Arad, more, she moaned. The door opened, and Tina walked in with a passive and exhausted face. In her hands, she held a basin of hot water, and 2 towels were hanging on her arm. "I said the time is over. You'll keep going if I let you. You always keep going." She locked the door behind her. Izdis glared at her with a red face, but Arad didn't seem to care. "Get out! Get out!" She was both enraged and embarrassed. Tina sighed. "Master, finish this quickly. She's holding up thanks to potions, right? Even if she doesn't wake up near crippled like before, just being extremely sore is bad." Tina sat on a charge, looking at them as if looking to infuriate Izdis even further, when Arad was done and had filled Izdis one last time. Izdis jumped out of the bed, trying to reach Tina, but her legs gave up and she fell on her face, her butt lifted up and leaking on the ground. Tina slowly stood and approached the bed, putting the bowl of hot water on it. "See, Lady Izdis? You're barely holding up thanks to Master's potions." She rinsed the towers and reached toward Arad's flesh. "If you'll excuse me, Master." Tina skillfully cleaned Arad's flesh, making sure it was in perfect shape. After cleaning him, she turned back to Izdis and cleaned her as well. Izdis kept growling at her, but Tina paid her no mind. After finishing, she approached the bed once more. "Master, would please get off the bed?" she asked. Arad stood up, and Tina pulled the sheet and immediately changed it with a fresh one from the closet before wrapping it into a roll. She then pulled out a bathrobe and threw it over Izdis. "Come on, back to your room. I made sure the hallways were empty." As Izdis barely stood and started approaching the door, Tina approached Arad and bowed deeply. "I apologize if my actions offended you, Master." "No, not at all. While I follow what Izdis wants, what she wants might not be the best for her. You're a sound of reason, a hard stop to prevent us from going too far." He smiled. Tina bowed even deeper. "I'm not worthy of such praise. Please wait for a minute. I'll bring the other one." Tina escorted Izdis out of the room and soon returned with Mira by her side. As Tina got Mira beside Arad's bed, she looked once more at Arad as before. "I'll come in an hour to collect her. And now enjoy your time." She walked backward toward the door, stood in it, and gave them one last bow before leaving Chapter 931. The fourth day of training starts. Chapter 931, the fourth day of training starts an hour later of the doing the same thing. Tina knocked on the door once more. "Master, I've come back to collect Mira." She immediately walked onto them. "Are you done yet?" She paused for a second, staring at them. "What are you two doing?" "At least wait for us to let you in." Mira immediately jumped from over Arad and stared at her. "It's already midnight, and you need to sleep so you can wake up early. Don't forget that you've got work." She stared at her with a passive face. "You're the one who told me to come and get you after an exact hour, Arad." Mira looked back at Arad. "The room is locked with my void. She won't even be able to enter if I didn't actively allow her." Arad replied that he indeed let Tina in. Mira was quite used to exhaustion and overworking herself. While she kept pushing longer and longer through the hour, without even resorting to stamina potions, he was noticing the exhaustion piling up in her mind. "I know you're already exhausted. Go rest. We'll continue once we have time." Arad patted Mira's head as Tina approached her with a bathrobe. Tina pulled her bowl of hot water and looked at Mira. "Wait, I'll clean you first." "No need. I got a small bath in my room. I'll use them before going to sleep." She walked toward the door and went out. "So, I'll clean you immediately." She turned toward Arad and started cleaning him. "We discussed your payment. You should take more money from the Horde, at least 10 gold coins a month, not per week." Arad looked at her. Tina lifted her head and looked back at him. Working in the house of a dragon, payment with money is the least important. "I've got protection, access to infinite wealth, and the peace of mind comes from hiding in the shadow of a powerful being." She finished cleaning him and stood. "Even if I got your protection, I shouldn't seek troubles. Even if I got access to your infinite wealth, there is no reason for me to waste it. And even with the peace and assurance being your maid provides, I shall not take that for granted and neglect my work." She bowed, as some in the village started to call me. "I'm the maid of the dragon, and I must live up to that title." She turned around and walked toward the door, finally leaving after giving Arad one last deep bow. Arad laid back on his bed. The maid of the dragon, I hope that's not a problem. Wishing that Tina won't overwork herself, Arad closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next morning arrived quickly, and Arad made his way to the training ground right at dawn. Caden was sitting there waiting for him. "You arrived?" "We both are quite early, so you should get ready," Caden said with a serious face. "Today I'll learn how to defend against the slashes, right?" Arad approached him. "Indeed? So far, you've learned how to accelerate, how to teleport the middle of acceleration, and then how to slash. This is your fourth legion, and it's about how to minimize damage and protect yourself. Even if you can regenerate, it's always best to save that energy instead." Caden stood and rolled up his sleeves. When facing an attack, you must read the flow of mana in the attack, whether it was a weapon or a spell, and then form a thin, skin-tight barrier that blocks it. As Caden clenched his arm, Arad noticed a thin layer of mana engulfing it. Just like how mundane weapons can't harm magic armor or magic barriers, you'll do the same but on a higher level. Each barrier you form should be unique to the attack you're trying to block, and you should cancel it right after blocking to save up mana, unless you expect more than one similar strike. Using this method, you'll only lose as much energy as the attack manages to chip away from the barrier, and even that amount is proportional to the refinement of your barrier. Caden rolled down his sleeve and walked back. "Since I want you to practice with more than one type of attack, I'll prepare countless enemies to attack you." Caden sat on a boulder. "I'd suggest you shift into your draconic form. That's your most defensive form, and it just happened that you'll have the largest surface to get attacked through." Caden wanted Arad to fight in his draconic form since he'd be a bigger target for attacks, and that would also allow him to learn how to make and control larger barriers in different parts of his body, and Arad generally isn't threatened in his human form. He'll be in real danger when an enemy can harm him in his draconic form. Arad shifted into his draconic form and rolled around like a cat, closing his eyes as he waited, taking advantage of that time to focus and try to create a barrier similar to what Caden had just shown him. His scales shimmered with magical light, but it was hard to pinpoint a single spot to protect. He couldn't spread the barrier over his whole body either, as that would compromise the barrier's quality. From the sky, 4 demons appeared. 2 of them flew on the backs of mutated wyverns, and the other 2 flew with their own wings. The largest of them, a fighter carrying his massive burning greatsword on his back, gasped, "Is that him? The one our Lord spoke about? Ho, 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 look at him!" The 10-foot-tall moon Oni, who sat on her wyvern, shouted, maniacally laughing, with a large smile on her blue face. "That's the most beautiful black dragon I've ever seen in my whole life." She stood and pulled out her purple long sword. "Is it wrong that I want its babies?" She looked back at the 2 demons flying behind. "No," one of them replied. He was a thin and short killer demon, a rare kind of demon that specializes in long-range assassinations. "I feel the same, and the Lord said he is a guy." He scratched his head. "Fools," the 4th one yelled at them. "Get back to your senses. He's indeed beautiful, probably to the point of giving birth to nymphs. Be careful." He opened his palm, and a ghostly axe appeared in his hands. The moon Oni woman smiles. "I don't care if it's because of that. I still want his babies, so I'm going in first." She jumped off her wyvern with a large grin on her face. Arad opened his eyes, stared up at them, and spotted the moon Oni falling toward him with a crazed smile on her face. He roared, his voice shaking the ground beneath his talons. "I'm Lunara, my love." She unsheathed her sword and fell with a swing at Arad's head. "Give it to me." As her sword approached Arad's head, he dodged to the side and deflected her attack with his horn. As Lunara landed, she looked toward Caden. "Say, can I have him if I manage to win?" "He's married," Caden replied with a passive face. "If that's a problem, I can just kill them," she replied with a smile, "and this dragon would be all mine." She giggled with a shiver running down her spine. "You probably shouldn't say that. It'll only get him angrier." Arad had heard her say she'd kill his wives, and he was coming from behind her. She looked to see Arad's claw flying toward her at an insane speed. She jumped up and blocked his attack with ease. All those 4 demons that Caden called were already masters of what Arad had learned so far, and they could even protect themselves with barriers in the same way that Arad was trying to learn. By all means, he shouldn't be able to damage them that much. Lunara wasn't afraid of getting harmed, and that was a mistake. Arad grabbed her by the leg as she was about to fly away. He then immediately grabbed her other leg and forced them apart, glaring straight at her groin as he opened his mouth, charging a full power energy breath. With how massive Arad was, it looked like a large man holding a small bird between his hands. She tried to teleport away from the iron grasp of his claws, but he teleported with her. Arad had already noticed that she was protecting her full body with a barrier, so he couldn't effectively damage her, but there were parts of the body that she wouldn't even bother to protect, parts that attacks usually never reach. As she tried to escape, Arad blasted his breath straight into her uterus and into her womb. Her body inflated like a balloon as the massive energy of Arad's breath gathered inside her barrier-covered body, and she soon exploded in a white flare of fire. And to remove the possibility of her regenerating from her limbs, Arad immediately ate her legs, which remained in his claws, and lunged forth and ate one of the arms that survived. Caden sighed and waved his hand, resurrecting Lunara from his blood. She appeared just as she stood before even her weapons, and clothes got recovered. "By all means, you've got the advantage over him. But be careful. If you threaten his wives, he'll rip you to shreds." The moment Arad noticed that Lunara had come back to life, he lunged at her in a heartbeat. freewebnovel.com. The large fighter demon rushed in and tackled Arad from the side, pushing him aside as he shouted, "Lunara, how the fuck did you manage to get killed in less than a second? You're supposed to be immune to his attacks. He is better than I ever expected." She shouted with a large grin, rushing back toward Arad chapter 932, the 4 demon lords. Lunara ran toward Arad while laughing like a mad woman. With an earth-shattering jump, she flew at his head, swinging her sword down and slashing him across the shoulder as the demon fighter tackled Arad once more with a shoulder shove. Due to the four demons' immense strength and Caden's advice for training, Arad's fight had started with him already in the dragon stage, leaving one form in the tank. "Aranos," Lunara shouted at the fighter who just tackled Arad. "Don't hit my husband, only I can hit him." "Shut up," Aranos shouted back. It's either that Lunara is too absorbed in her own thoughts, or that Arad's beauty effect is stronger against women than men. "Wake up. Get back to your senses." Arad turned around and swung his claw at Aranos. But the demon easily jumped back, getting ready to counter with his great sword, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly flashed and exploded into massive burning stone spikes. Arad had learned earth magic from Lucia when they were stuck underground, and he could use it to fight. "I'm awake." Lunara rushed through the burning stones like the wind and swung at Arad's arm, severing his right claw with a single move. "Arad was your name, right?" She glared at Arad's steaming jaw. "I want you, and I'm gonna get you. We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. If you resist, I'm going to have to start with your wives." Arad regenerated his claw and jumped straight toward Aranos, ignoring Lunara. "Wait, you're going for him?" The killer demon Kagoro was standing beside Caden. "He's intelligent, taunts won't work against him. Is that right? I've warned you before, didn't I?" Caden sighed. "You're here to train his defensive power, but that doesn't mean he can't kill you. If this was a direct fight, my money would be on him killing you all." Kagoro jumped into the air and disappeared like mist, finally landing in his hiding spot 5 kilometers away from the battlefield. In his thin arms he held a massive sniper rifle that he bought from Mechanus, the weapon charged with magic, crackling white as he looked through the scoop, aiming straight at Arad's chest. Piercing round engaged, dragon type, heavy caliber, target locked on, accounting for location-specific natural aspects, done. Poof. As silently as a puff of smoke, Kagoro fired his bullet straight toward Arad, piercing his chest and barely missing the heart and spine. Arad's eyes immediately looked toward Kagoro's direction. Kagoro gasped, "Wait, shit, he found me from a single shot?" He stood, trying to change location immediately. Arad easily accounted for his stance, the entering and exit wound for the bullet to determine where the shot came from. As Kagoro turned around, he found Arad standing behind him, charging an energy breath. Arad's range is 40 kilometers, 25 miles, so trying to snipe him from 5 kilometers, 3.1 miles away was a bad idea. Shadow Step Kagoro teleported behind Arad's back to avoid the deadly breath and aimed another bullet at his back, trying to blow the spine into pieces, but Arad wriggled his back and neck like a snake, dodging the bullet at the last moment, and caused the beam of his breath to rip a ravine in the terrain surrounding them. "Kagoro, we're here!" Glinstone shouted as he appeared in the sky, swinging his ghostly battle axe toward Arad's head. Lunara was on the ground aiming to sever Arad's left hind leg, and Aranos was already latched onto Arad's tail, hacking at it with his dull great sword. As the 4 demons kept hacking and slashing at Arad's scales, he rampaged across the lands, blasting and nuking anything that moved before his eyes. If the mortal world saw such a battle, they would panic, thinking that the end of the world had started. With a single breath, Arad would wipe out large chunks of land, and the mere aura of those 4 demons is powerful enough to instantly kill any human that gets too close to them. The abyss is an infinite hole with no bottom. It extends endlessly, giving birth to new powerful demon lords and princes on each of its untold layers. Those 4 demons were demon lords of some of the lower layers that Caden brought to train Arad, just like the demon from yesterday. Every one of them could prove a threat to the whole world had they been brought to the mortal world and would slay countless hero in their conquest. Caden didn't choose them just for their power, though. He wanted people powerful enough to challenge Arad's skills. Lunara was a master slasher. She was known as the Severing Demon Queen of the 987 layers of the Abyss and was born almost 600 years ago. When mortals suddenly found their skin getting filled with cuts and slashes, it was her influence and malice taking shape in the mortal world. Have you ever found a cut on your body that you can't figure out where it came from? Those are called Lunara's licks, and she had taken interest in you, an interest big enough for her to taste you and see if you could be her next meal. She was brought to fight Arad and give him a challenge with her masterful slashes. Kagoro is a fairly young demon lord, being born just in the past century as mechanists started spreading their steel snipers across the world. He resides in Layer 3546 of the Abyss and is rapidly gaining influence among snipers and assassins as the Lord of Mystery and Undetected Killing. He was recently blessed by Gracie, the mother of all life and death, to be an avatar of death and shadows, granting him enough power to rival other older demon lords. Caden had called Kagoro since his bullets were one of the best piercing attacks of all the demon lords of the Abyss. Aranos is the oldest of the demon lords that Caden called and a personal favorite of him. He was called as the demonic sword master of violence. His giant black sword was made of the dried bones of dead gods, a large, jagged, and dull hunk of solid matter that crushes and never cut. Being over 10,000 years old, Aranos had existed long before Caden was even born, and he had held a massive influence on the Abyss as a demon lord who enjoyed slaying other demons for fun. War runs in his blood, and he finds nothing more enjoyable than the sound of crushing bones and agonized gruntles and cries of his ripped-apart enemies. His legendary dull greatsword would provide a perfect test for Arad's ability to resist bludgeoning damage. Cadence could have picked a demon lord with a hammer or a club, but those are either too slow to hit Arad or too powerful that they won't offer good learning partners. Glintstone isn't that known in the mortal world as he rarely cares to interact with humanoids, but he's well known across the multiverse, and especially with seasoned conjuration wizards as the GGL, Ghastly Ghostly Lord. Summoning and creating different weapons of magic is his specialty, and most of the magic that conjures ethereal chains or weapons could be traced all the way back to him. Even as a demon, he's backed up and protected by the goddess of magic for his achievements. Even the basics of something like Betty's light sword, which Arad copied into a void sword, could be traced all the way back to Glintstone's magic and scriptures. That is how his name is spreading across the world. With the other three handling the slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning, Glintstone's role is to offer a bit of variety by adding pure magic weapons to the mix and challenging Arad with different variables of damage. As Arad roared into the sky, his voice cracking the ground, the four demon lords faced him with sweat rushing down their backs. Even their powers combined, they could only hold on to life by the edge while facing this nuclear chaos, this apocalyptic dragon from the world's end. The training ground went into flames as the demons charged once more at Arad, looking at the stars glowing on his obsidian wings. Those were traces of magic as he tried to analyze their attacks and form his barriers. Just as humans could use hand gestures to manipulate magic and increase their accuracy, Arad was using his wings as amplifiers to further refine his control. Don't let him refine his magic. Attack the meridians glowing on his wing immediately. Kagoro shouted as he aimed his rifle, blasting one of the stars on Arad's left wing, which was one out of the 12 sapphire stars down, and the bullet ripped a hole in the mountain behind the battlefield. Lunara jumped at Arad, swinging her sword at his chest. "Look at me!" Arad dodged her attack and swung his claw at her back. Such a massive being shouldn't be able to move that fast. But Arad wasn't any normal creature. The way his body twisted and moved was so abnormal that it caused those who saw it to have a headache. Arad's claw had stopped Lunara's blade. Chapter 933. Mass Destruction Battle. Lunara growled as she spun around and threw a slash toward Arad's claw, trying to slash it. Clang. The two clashed and sparks blinded everyone. "You beautiful bastard! How can you think of such tricks?" She laughed at the top of her lungs. Since Arad still couldn't form his barriers, he used the slashing technique that Caden taught him on his claws to block Lunara's blade. It was a chainsaw, clashing with another chainsaw. Glintstone jumped in, swinging a massive spectral chain, trying to tie Arad in place. but Arad immediately gave him a terrifying stare of glowing eldritch flame in his eyes. A jolt of gravity magic rushed around Arad and violently pulled everything down for just a fraction of a second, forcing Glintstone's chains to miss and their magic to crumble against Arad's dense magical aura. This thing can control gravity to this extent? No one told me anything about this. Glintstone growled as he landed, but immediately saw Arad's massive and fat tail flying toward him like a whip. Aranos jumped in and blocked Arad's tail with an attack from his great sword. Crack. He smiled as he flew some of Arad's tailbones crack, but just like that, a crack seeped across his greatsword as well. "This is made of the bone of a fucking god, you monster," he shouted, waving his hand over the greatsword to fix, and at the same time Arad's tail had healed. "Fire in the hole," a voice boomed across the demons' heads, but of course Arad was excluded. That was a warning sent by Kogoro to his companions to clear the area and survive his coming attack. After countless trials and errors, Kogoro had finally managed to learn Arad's maximum range of 40 kilometers and stationed himself 45 kilometers away and aimed his sniper rifle after heavily modifying it. He is a genius demon lord who rose to power in a short time, and if anyone could challenge Arad's learning speed and improvising skills, it's him. With all the modification and binding he had to cast upon himself, Kogoro managed to exchange efficiency for range and power, charging the majority of his power in a single long-range bullet of mass destruction and aiming the barrel toward AradFreeWebNovel.com. Arad turned and stared straight back at Kogoro, scaring the living hell out of him. Shit, he can see me? He couldn't believe his eyes. It should have been impossible for Arad to detect him. But he had misunderstood a few things, and that was what exposed him. Arad's detection range isn't physical, but magic. His eyes can see far past the 40-kilometer limit, and there was another thing that exposed Kagoro's location. The warning call he sent to everyone else was encoded so Arad couldn't understand it, but that didn't mean he couldn't track what direction it came from. If Kogoro ignored his companions' lives and fired without warning them, he would have caught Arad off guard, but he didn't. Arad shoved his tail into the ground and pulled a massive boulder, immediately throwing it toward Kogoro with all of his might. Seeing such a move, Kogoro gasped and pulled the trigger with an aim straight toward Arad's heart. The boulder flew straight toward the coming bullet and spun around it with gravity magic to avoid getting blasted. Due to the energy of the round, the boulder heated like a meteor as it approached Kogoro. Kogoro's bullet was faster than Arad's boulder, but Arad had fired first. The moment the boulder flew right above Kogoro's head, seeing to miss the target, the bullet began sinking into Arad's chest, ready to blast his heart and back. Zahn. Using his magic that he left in the boulder as a beacon, Arad teleported right above Kogoro's head with blood still seeping out of his chest as the bullet exploded where he stood before and killed the other 3 demons' lords, who didn't escape in time as Kogoro had fired prematurely due to the shock of Arad seeing him. "Does this thing even need the fucking defense?" Kogoro cried as Arad blasted him with a point-blank energy breath. As the 4 demon lords woke up as Caden resurrected them, they all cried. Their death had come so suddenly that they could barely believe it. They who are feared among countless layers of the abyss and boasting enough power to seem immortal to both mortals and demonkind had found themselves TPK'd, total party kill, a gaming term when your full party gets wiped out by something out of nowhere. "You're finally awake?" Arad was sitting on a boulder behind them in his humanoid form, glaring at them with burning purple eyes. "Sorry, should I not resist? I can hold back if you want." Caden looked at him. "Do you know that if any of those 4 got summoned to the outside world, it'll be an apocalypse? I can't believe you need to hold back against them." "Lord Caden, who is he exactly? Since when such a monster is living in the mortal world, how is that even allowed?" Kogoro growled. "Now, I want him even more." Lunara crawled toward Arad. "Say, can we at least?" He kicked her in the face and sent her rolling for several meters away. "Still don't trust you. Keep your distance. I'm married." Arad glared at her and a mouth appeared on his neck. "Yeah, I'll snitch if you did anything," Doma giggled. 2 things, Caden glared at them. You don't comment or say anything or I'll erase you out of existence. Take this knowledge to your grave. He glared at them with 6 burning red eyes. He's Arad Orion. That should explain everything. The demons fell silent, staring at Arad for a few seconds with shocked faces. That's what makes it even more worth it. Lunara cried as she stood and lunged back at Arad. I'll make you mine at all costs. Arad stood glaring at Lunara. I know you came here to train me, and I'm thankful for that, but I won't allow anyone to threaten, disrespect, or insult my wives. Another comment like the one you said before, and not even he would be able to resurrect you. Arad's threat was clear. Yet even with that, Lunara giggled. I've already felt your power, and I can respect and understand how far can you go. But would you really be able to prevent Lord Caden from resurrecting me? You know his power over demons is absolute? Want to test me? Arad was about to attack, but her words so far didn't confirm that she'd obey his one rule of not regarding his wives. Lunara, Caden glared at her. He was going easy on you before. Arad can eat souls, and if he ate yours even, I won't be able to resurrect you. I expected you 4 to hold better against him, but I've seemed to have underestimated his atonement to sheer destruction and overestimated your powers. The anchor of all life and resurrection magic is the soul. When it's destroyed, that's the true end. Unlike most beings who could only kill with their power, Arad was one level above that, boasting the ability to completely devour the souls of the dead and erase them from existence. He is a dragon that devours both matter and souls, erasing all existence back to the nothingness of the void. The 4 demon lords could only stare at him in silence, contemplating what had transpired in their fight so far. All those rapid deaths and sudden ends. If this was a true fight, they wouldn't have survived any of them even if Caden was there to help. The 4 of you are fine now, right? Caden stared at them. Go back to training him. Caden then turned toward Arad. And don't teleport, don't accelerate too far, and don't use magic besides your energy breath. You also aren't allowed to fly too high in the sky. Caden lifted his hands and the ground started shaking. A massive arena of demonic stones that spanned over 1 kilometer wide emerged out of nothing. And none of you is allowed to exist in this arena. The main goal of this fight is to damage Arad with different attacks and have him learn and develop his barriers, not having him beat the demon lords left and right. Winning wasn't the goal, but managing to learn how to defend is the true goal. Arad started floating with gravity magic and his wings expanded. Let's start. We only have 1 day to train. He flew to the center of the arena and shifted into his full draconic form, sitting and waiting for the demon lords to attack. We should get to work. Aranos stood and cracked his neck. Damn right. Kogoro sighed. This will hurt. I'm not that good at close-range confrontation. Lord Caden. Could I stay with him after this battle ends? Lunara said with an excited face. I'd suggest you don't. Dragons don't forget, but giving him some time might help ease the tension a bit. Threatening his wives got him sore on your side quite a bit. Caden looked at Arad sitting in the arena. Lord Caden is right, Glintstone smacked Lunara's back. Don't you have a lot of fanatic cultists in the mortal world? Try to use them to gain favor and you might have a chance. Chapter 934, Playing with Fire. The 4 demon lords looked at Arad, waiting for them in the arena, and Kogoro sighed. It's like we're facing a dungeons boss. Look at him sleeping in the middle. He isn't sleeping, he's waiting, Glintstone said with a pale face, waiting for his food to come. I'm not excited about this. He almost broke my sword earlier. Aranos sighed, looking at his massive black sword with a worried face. This weapon had been with him for thousands of years. He looks so cute, Lunara gasped, just like a massive black kitten, a vicious predator wearing a cute mask. She shivered a bit. You got a problem. Kogoro stared at her with a disappointed face. But you're right. He's a vicious predator, and we must make a plan first. Unless we 4 work together, we're going to end up eaten by Arad like mice. I can help you with that. Caden looked at them. I'll at least give you a visual indication of progress and what works or not. He lifted his hand and shouted, "Ared, I've changed my mind. Start in your human form, but keep the other restraints." Ared lifted his head up like a cat who just heard its food getting poured. He stared toward Caden and nodded. Soon after, he shifted back into his humanoid form and took a deep breath. "When will they come?" he shouted, his voice booming across the whole arena. Ared knew he only had one day, and having them waste precious minutes didn't sit well with him. "In a second." "Hold on," Caden replied, and looked at the 4 demons, who were scared upon hearing how loud Ared could speak. His voice had boomed like a raging titan or an abyssal thunderclap. Caden lifted his hand and touched his ear. "Arya, I've got Ared in a training arena made of my magic. Can you turn him into a dungeon boss?" "No, he isn't one." Arya's reply came flat. "I know he isn't one. Just give us a visual indication, and make him look like one. I'm sure you've been watching the training, so give us something useful." Caden said as he looked at the Demon Lord, "I want some motivation for them, and a reason for Ared to play defensive instead of offensive." "Got it. Give me a second." As Ared was standing in the middle of the arena, something rang above his head. When he looked up, he saw something. Ared, the nuclear chaos. "What is this?" He waved his hand, and it passed right through the words floating above him. At that moment, 5 green bars filled up above his name. Each of them had 5,000, 50,000 HP written inside it, and certain words popped before Ared's face. "The green bars are your health. They account for everything from defensive power to dodges. When a bar runs out, you can't regenerate it. Once all bars drop to 0, you die." Another notification popped up right after. The longer you survive, the better the reward would be. The highest reward possible. The Demon Slayer sword that meant Ared couldn't kill the Demon Lords, but had to stall for time to get the best reward. "Caden, what is this?" Ared shouted. "You'll be able to do it one day, just not today." Caden replied, and the demons had the same happen to them. They only had 1 bar above their heads, and their bars only held 4,000 each. "Only 4,000 HP, she gasped. "He has more than us," Kagoro cried and looked back at Caden. "This is based on your capabilities. Arya counts your HP regeneration, defenses, and even speed, and how much stamina you have for dodges, and gives you all that information into a simple number that is easy to follow. Of course, she rounded them up." Caden sat. "This is the limit of your abilities. Remember how Ared killed all 4 of you earlier?" Caden was right. Even when Kagoro had managed to get a bullet right to Ared's chest, Ared still managed to dodge a fatal blow and kill Kagoro. Caden looked at the 4 demons and suddenly noticed that there were only 3 of them. Lunara was nowhere to be seen. The 3 demons cried, "That demon!" They growled and stared back, seeing her already facing Ared in the middle of the arena. "Say, won't you change your mind?" Lunara said with a smile, licking her lips. "Dragons love strong women. I'm quite strong. Spoken like a true non-dragon woman." Ared took a step forward and glared at her eyes. "The reason we dragons look for a strong mate is to feel safe leaving them and be assured that they can at least fend for themselves. You're strong, but a danger to my other wives, and I've got no reason to trust you." "Yes, you trust that demi-goddess of murder?" Lunara giggled, and Ared grabbed her by the neck with one arm, lifting her up. "I've known her off before she got that. Even if she's a danger to the other wives, it's my and the other wife's responsibility to deal with that." Veins bulged on Arad's arm as he squeezed Lunara's neck harder, and his face shifted from a passive one to an angry frown. "And how do you know about her?" Lunara had never met his wives, and finding that she knew about Eris rang countless alarm bells in Arad's head. Having such a dangerous demon lord know of his wives was nothing but frightening. "Come on," Lunara growled, barely able to speak. "I'm the demon lord of slashing, right? Whoever cuts gets seen by me. I can't avert my eyes, especially from a woman who bears the power of an evil murder god." Arad dropped Lunara down, a bit calmer, but still worried. Unknown to him, her words were a lie. Mira was working on Arad's staff inside the workshop, as Mora did his things arguing with his hammer about which side of it he should hammer with. With all of her hard work, Mira had only managed to make a glass globe that seemed to resemble an egg more than a perfect sphere, which she disappointingly threw in her massive pile of shattered glass. As she approached the forge to keep trying, she noticed an itch on her forearm. Upon looking, she found a tiny cut. A single blood droplet dripped from the wound and splashed on the hard ground. I should really wear gloves when working with glass. She sighed, and the wound healed almost immediately thanks to her divine magic. Isdis was fighting Isbert in the snow just like yesterday, and she managed to block a massive explosion of ice shards by conjuring a wall of thick snow. She seems to have gotten a bit used to the cold and is slowly trying to get a hang of her ice magic, but when she looked forth toward Isbert, she noticed her standing there, silently watching. "What's up? Are you done attacking? Are you okay?" Isbert replied with a passive face, slowly pointing at Isdis's side. When Isdis looked down, she noticed a cut on her side, bleeding and painting the snow beneath her feet red. "Shit, I got hit," she gasped and waved her hand over the wound, freezing it to stop the bleeding. "The cold is numbing me to the point I can't feel it when I get wounded now." Yeah, that's right. She's raising the cold each second. I must keep a close watch on my body now that I can't rely on pain to notice injuries. Isdis stood with a determined face. If I don't keep a leveled head, I'll bleed to death without feeling it. Isbert tilted her head with a confused stare. "Are you sure that's enough?" "Yeah, not ideal, but this is a battle." Isdis pointed her sword at Isbert. "I'll fight with what I've got." She was worried about getting a scar, but Eris and Lydia are quite good at getting rid of them, so it's not a real problem. Back at the university, Lydia and Eris were skipping a day at school. Inside their dorm room, Eris, who only wore her underwear lid on her stomach on the bed, groaned. "Lydia, it's getting worse," she cried. Lydia, who was standing beside her desk and working on mixing some herbs, looked at her. "There is nothing I can do about it." "I'm not an expert in such a thing either." She sighed, looking at the tiny translucent scales showing through Eris's whole body. "I suspect that as your draconic blood got stronger, you're now growing some scales," Lydia replied as she sighed. "I can't do anything about natural growth. You have to endure it." Right now, Eris was suffering from a severe full-body itch as her scales slowly grew alongside an exhausting cold fever that knocked almost all the energy from her body. She was like a baby growing his teeth and falling ill. Eris reached down with her hand to scratch her left ankle, which suddenly grew itchier than before. Her long and sharp her head and arms as her sword flew to her hand from the corner of the room. With one downward swing, Lydia slashed Eris's foot off with a divine smite, and Eris cried, pulling her leg up in pain as she glared back. "Lydia, why?" It was painful, more than all of her itching, but what stunned her more was that Lydia attacked her. Eris's foot regenerated almost instantly, but she wasn't going to let Lydia go without getting a proper explanation. "Lydia." Eris growled at her once more, but Lydia was locked on, her eyes glaring at Eris's foot with a menacing rage mixed with fear. Eris fell silent for a second. Lydia did attack her out of nowhere, but the two of them had lived together and known each other for a long enough time to build enough trust for her to wait. Lydia must have a reason, and Eris immediately figured it out as she looked at her own foot. That is Merida's magic. Eris gasped as she noticed demonic magic seeping from one of the gashes on her severed foot. It was extremely faint, and she could only see it as hazily as the shift in air when it's heated up. She probably wouldn't have noticed it if Lydia wasn't acting like she was in a real battle. Eris was certain. The only reason she was able to detect that demonic magic was how powerful she got as a demi-goddess, which made her even more stunned that Lydia saw it first. Lydia quickly rushed toward Eris's foot, lifted it up, and burned it with divine magic. "That's no ordinary demon. We're drawn to the gaze of an evil being." She rushed toward the wardrobe and pulled Eris's clothes. "Don't go through my stuff," Eris gasped. "This is not the time." She threw some clothes and a robe to Eris. "Wear those. We need to get you inside one of Amaterasu's churches and build a sanctuary to protect you." Lydia rushed toward Eris and forced her to stand. I don't care how painful the itch, we must move quick. Why, explain, Eris growled, but she started wearing her clothes. You're a demigoddess and are extremely weakened now that you're growing scales and evolving. That demon magic must have belonged to a demon lord, and the last thing we want is a demon possessing you. Lydia rushed to her desk and packed a few things. I'll look through the church's scripts and scrolls to find out what demon lord that magic belongs to. Back on the battlefield, Arid had just dodged Lunara's sword and punched her in the gut so hard that he sent her flying back with 54 points getting cut from her health bar. The hell is up with that woman? She only got hit thanks to her mind wandering away for a second, her thoughts focusing on the paladin that immediately shut off her gaze. Chapter 935, Countermeasures. Chapter 935, Countermeasures. This will be your room for now. Rest and don't worry, the nuns will bring you anything you want or need. They won't ever mistreat a demigoddess, especially one that was accepted by Amaterasu. Lydia said as she closed the door, leaving Eris asleep on a bed inside a private room inside Croc City's largest Amaterasu church. When Lydia walked out, she walked around the room's perimeter and splashed holy water on the walls, chanting in an ancient and forgotten language. She then stood at the door and jammed her blade onto the ground, surging her holy magic across the whole place. The most crucial role of a sanctuary is its guardian. Lydia was using herself as that beacon of holy magic and standing motionless at the door, channeling her power to keep Eris safe until everything was solved. Are you going to stand for long? How many hours? Jack, who stood at the end of the hallway, asked, staring at her from the shadows. Hours? Lydia smiled. It might be days or even weeks. I must stay here to make sure that the demon lord never reaches Eris. Don't worry about me, I can do it. This isn't sitting well with me. Jack sighed. I can't let you stand like that without food or water for days. He started walking toward her, and Eris's room door opened from behind Lydia. The one to walk out was none other than Pin. My dear mistress is fast asleep. I assure you it has nothing to do with me. She giggled and walked between Lydia's legs and into the middle of the hallways. Demon lords love to poke fun at demigods, trying to win something to blackmail them later when they ascend to godhood. I bet that foul monster is looking to exploit my mistress. Pin theatrically waved her tiny arms. I shall not allow it, she growled. I found who that demon lord is earlier, Lydia said, looking at Pin. I know who she is, the foul demon queen of severing Lunara. Pin returned the stare to Lydia. Don't underestimate me. I'm an agent of murder, and I'm competent enough to know the taste of evil. Lunara's magic tastes like rusted coins and iron, disgusting. Then you must know how dangerous she is. No matter how powerful you are, your power would never reach that of a true demon lord. Lydia glared at her. Only Amaterasu's light can keep Eris safe until Arid comes back. It'll be best not to get Merida involved. The last thing we want is a demon lord war. Pin giggled, staring at her with an evil smirk. You are the fool, Paladin Lydia. When you noticed Lunara's demon magic, what is the first thing you did? You severed Milady's precious foot. Severed. Why didn't you just blast it with divine magic? He pointed at Lydia. You're the one underestimating the power of a demon lord. Her magic had influenced your reflexive response before you even knew it. Severing Milady's foot was nothing but a tribute to the severing demon lord. She shook her head. You poor mortals know nothing about dealing with higher beings. Leave baking to the baker and stand guard as you always do. I've already called help. With Pin's word, the murder paladins slowed up at the end of the hallway, all carrying scepters, maces, and hammers. Bashing a few heads would solve this problem. A cult of Lunara is relatively close by. I'll give and give murder's kiss of love. Send them back to death's cold fingers. Avenger Pin is what you said. True. The largest of the paladins, their leader approached Pin and knelt down. It's indeed true. The severing demon lord Lunara had laid her hands on our divine god, Empress of Murder. She giggled. Let's go greet her cultists and say hello. Gang wars are kinda my thing, Jack smiled. I'll be coming as well. Pin looked at him. We're glad to have a chosen hero of Amaterasu by our side. She has always supported our Empress, and we couldn't be more thankful for her continued support. She bowed gently. But please, do avoid bringing any slashing weapons. Avoid empowering them. I see Jack finally realized it. Both gods and demon lords gain power from their aspects being enacted. Any slashes in the presence of Lunara's name would give her and her cultists power. But on the other hand, any murder in the presence of Eris's name would empower Eris and her followers. They can't kill us. He smiled. Smart, the more of them we kill, the greater our Empress's power would rise and therefore our paladin's divine magic. Even if they killed some of us, that would only give us more power. Pin walked toward Jack and jumped on his shoulder. Agent of Amaterasu, are you ready to paint your hands red in murder? Jack smiled, looking at Lydia. We just recently understood some aspects of Amaterasu's power. Her light brings warmth and prosperity, but when the darkness prevails for too long, life starts rotting away. Pin looked at Jack's white eyes. The black dot in them resembled an eclipse, faintly throbbing with power, walking down the university's hallway. Aella was walking with Ganta, carrying several stacks of papers with Maria, their dark elf teacher. In this office, Maria said, pushing the door open with her foot as her arms were busy carrying a large box. She walked inside first and dropped the box on the ground. Aella put the papers on the desk, and Ganta carelessly threw the large boxes she carried on the corner. Is this all? Ganta looked at Maria. Maria looked at Ganta. At least drop them. Why throw them around? She sighed. They are only books. They won't get damaged anyway. Ganta found a chair and sat on it cross-legged. So, how much are we getting? Maria looked at her. 3 points. That's all I can give you. Ganta growled. What? Come on, at least make it 5. I need them, she cried. Aella, tell her. Aella looked at Ganta with a troubled face. You're the one who needs to study more. I just can't. I've tried. You saw me study, right? Ganta was about to throw a tantrum, Maria sighed. Fine, 4 points, take it or leave it. That should help your score a bit, and come to my dorm room later with Aella. I'll give you a special lesson and see what I can do. Really? Aella gasped with a smile on her. You sure? She was already at the top of her class, but getting more time to ask questions in advance would give her a massive lead. Might be unfair to the other students, but they're the ones not going around helping their teachers to earn some brownie points. Strangely enough, Ganta was the failure of the call in terms of grades, but she got along with Aella a lot. Words and rumors started circling among the students that Ganta is in fact quite cunning and isn't looking to befriend Aella or get close to her. She's aiming for Aella's husband, Erod, and those trying to use as a bridge. As Aella looked down, she noticed a faint cut on her fingers, most likely a paper cut. She just waved her hand and ignored the wound. It'll heal on its own after a while. The only one of Erad's wives who wasn't touched by Lunara's magic was Merida, as she was sure that the fungus would notice her presence. Chapter 936, A Surprise Form. Chapter 936, A Surprise Form. Lunara dodged one of Erad's punches as she wound up a large slash, probably trying to pray into his wives' lives in the middle of a fight, which was a bad idea. Erad's attack almost sends her flying. As she swung at his neck, Erad bent down and threw an uppercut at her blade, deflecting it. Eranos had taken the chance and lunged at Erad's back, smacking him away with a powerful swing. Erad's body twisted around the black greatsword as he got flung away with a loud crack, releasing a deafening impact, shockwave 4324-4102. Erad's first bar dropped by a massive chunk, and the demon smiled. This was a clear hit at his weakness. Like all dragons, he can be killed by going for the brain and spine. Those parts are vital organs that should be targeted. Pew. One of Kogoro's bullets flew right through Erad's thigh, hitting the ground far away and exploding in a massive burst of dust and debris. 4102, 4 with 3, this had confirmed it. Attacks to any part of Erod's body besides his spine and brain almost do no damage and only drain a tiny bit of his health and stamina. They could end up wearing his regeneration out by repeatedly going for his easy-to-hit limbs, but at that rate they are the ones to get tired first. Glintstone clenched his fist and ghostly gauntlets engulfed them, crackling with demonic magic. He rushed at Arad with a deadly punch to the face. Block this. Arad lifted his arm and blocked it, his wrist shattering upon impact. In a real battle he would never take such a taunt. But he was trying to learn here with each hit he had taken. His knowledge and experience with the demon's attacks grew larger, and he started slowly forming the basis of his barriers. Bludgeoning attacks rely on delivering a large, crushing force to a relatively small surface. To nullify them, he needs a barrier that spreads that power across his whole body and muffles it. Slashing attacks separate matter by wedging a sharp edge into it. The slicing motion and edge alignment are quite important as well. The barrier to block them would need to do several things. First, have high pressure to catch the blade, have enough durability to dull the edge, and be flexible enough to mess up the attacker's edge alignment. Piercing attacks are similar to bludgeoning attacks, but they instead apply that massive force into a very small point of contact. But that also means the edge used to pierce would have a very weak tip, which he can bend with a moving barrier or a vibrating one to shatter it. Magical attacks worked in a completely different way. To nullify them, the easiest way was to use an anti-magic barrier, but that would leave him defenseless against physical attacks as he won't be able to form a normal barrier. Arad's scales were quite sturdy, but not enough when facing deadly foes like those 4 demon lords. Another way to block magic was to drown it in mana. But that method consumes a lot of Arad's magic and is quite exploitable, as it also prevents him from casting powerful magic while doing it. As he would be already using his output to block Re Webnovule Sikia M, with the 4 demon lords' assault growing harsher and deadlier, Arad found himself advancing decently in blocking physical attacks, but lacking badly in dealing with magical ones. The first to pick up on that weakness was Lunara, who was spending a lot of time eyes Arad's every corner and move. Lunara jumped back and lifted her sword up. She was originally a moon demon, and their signature attack still surged in her blood. She swung her down, crescent moon, demon fang. A massive red slash of demon magic flew at Arad at light speed, slashing him in half from shoulder to hips. Arad coughed blood, his HP tanking to the ground. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5. The demonic magic burned his wounds, eating up at his blood and preventing him from regenerating that well, and the slash had managed to damage his spine, causing his endurance and coordination to fall down considerably. "Lunara, good job," Aranos cried with a large smile on his face as he lunged at Arad, smacking his severed upper half on the head as hard as he could and cracked his skull. 12-3-5-11-03, but that attack didn't seem to do as much damage as he had expected, and Lunara laughed at him. "Hands off, Aranos. You don't know my husband better than me." She flew right behind Arad and swung her sword down, crescent moon, demon fang. She aimed her attack to slash Arad from his tailbone up to his skull, and her attack seemed to land and explode in a massive mushroom cloud of demonic magic and lightning. 1103, thous and dowers, Arad's first life bar dropped to 0. The demons smiled, thinking it was their win. "We got him." Kagoro, who was aiming his rifle, smiled. "I've beaten you." Lunara laughed. "Now you're mine. I don't want any other woe." Before Lunara could finish her sentence, Arad's barefoot emerged from the demonic magic and stepped on her face, pushing her head to the ground. When Arad's jet-black wings expanded, they shattered the lingering demonic magic, and he appeared in his half-dragon form, standing on Lunara's body, 1 foot on her face and the other on her chest. "What were you about to say?" His horns grew from his head as his tail whipped around, blocking Lunara's sudden slash toward his foot. Bang! Kagoro immediately fired at him, but Arad deflected the bullet with his left wing and immediately smacked Aranos, who lunged at him using his tail. "Shit!" The bastard had an instant second phase. "I thought those extra bears were for extra rounds, not a power-up." Glintstone growled, shifting his ghostly weapon into a massive cannon as he charged it. "Sorry, Lunara, you'll have to bear the hit with him." He fired the magic cannon as a beam of pure demonic magic. Arad opened his mouth and unleashed a massive breath of energy against the coming beam of demonic magic, easily overpowering it and blasting Glintstone away. As Arad knew that Lunara couldn't slash him while he was pinning her to the ground, he moved aside and kicked her in the head, sending her rolling away. "You didn't beat me, and never bring my wives to your tongue ever again," he said with a passive face, mostly amused rather than irritated. While the other 3 demon lords are acting as if they are forced to train him under Caden's supervision, Lunara feels a bit different. She's genuinely trying to beat him, which was still a thing that he appreciated. If only she was less rude to his wives the moment Lunara regained her balance. She took a stance and breathed deeply, her sword crackling with demonic magic. "I see I'm getting somewhere." Her eyes flashed red. "If I beat all your forms, would I get a reconsideration?" she asked. Demonic magic roaring around her body like raging thunder. "Never, unless you stop being rude or threatening to my wives. As long as I see you as a potential threat to my family, you can forget getting anywhere near them," Arad replied, standing in place as his wings surged with magic. Now with a higher surface area, he has more magic output and might be able to block magical attacks. "Deal," Lunara smiled. Demonic Release, Chapter 937. Onne no hair. Demonic Release. As Lunara said those words, the sky turned black as night suddenly emerged. The sun drowned beyond the horizon as Lunara's body burst into a tornado of demonic magic, shaking the ground and flinging the other 3 demon lords away like they were mere pieces of paper swept by the roaring wind. Caden's hair flung left and right with the wind as he sat motionless, staring at the arena with a serious face, considering whether it was best if he stopped the fight. A demon lord's release isn't something to scoff at, especially if it was Lunara that we're talking about. Gi Web Nov, Kerm centuries ago. Lunara was wandering the abyss along as a newborn demon, a child with no past nor future, a spawn of demonic blood that was long abandoned after the chaos of the evil worms. Her clan of Moon Oni had all gotten wiped out, leaving her stranded, surviving by eating small bugs and hiding beneath the jagged stone formation of the abyss, hoping and praying none spotted her. Even the weakest of demons would be able to eat her whole in a single bite. One day she heard a faint giggle behind some hills as she desperately sneaked, crawling on the ground to see what was going on. She spotted her. A tiny girl with pink hair jumped from one jagged stone to another barefoot but unharmed. The pink-haired girl looked human, but something about her seemed off. Her eyes burned with a strange pink demonic magic, and the vague outline of 2 more pairs of arms danced around her shoulders. The girl stopped jumping and dancing. She extended her hand forth and called to Lunara, a child of demons, blessed by the moon, and cursed to wander alone for all eternity, spinning in circles around its home. Lunara was lost. She had spent over 10 years walking in circles around her destroyed clan, unable to even find her way out of the harsh abyss. The ground shattered behind the little pink-haired girl, and a titanic black worm emerged, roaring as tiny maggots wiggled beneath its rotting skin. The worm's horrid maw opened wide, unveiling over 100 layers of jagged, razor-sharp teeth, spinning in circles like a grinder. The worm had no eyes, but its long, tentacle-like sensors that emerged from its head like snail eyes wiggled, approaching the little pink-haired girl, drooling in hunger. Lunara fell to her knees, the sheer magic rushing from the whirs enough to put her down. That thing could even eat demons, lords, in a single gulp, the horrid monster that eradicated her clan. The devourer of all, the accursed black worm of death, the pink-haired girl lifted her right foot with a smile and stomped the empty ground down with an innocent smile. "Stomp," she said with a cute giggle, and the massive worm behind her suddenly was flattened into a thin sheet of compressed flesh. Lunara remained silent, unable to believe her eyes. She realized that it wasn't that the girl looked human. She seemed like that because her demonic presence was so large it engulfed the whole abyss. The sheer demonic nature of the abyss pulses across her. Those pink eyes, gentle yet destructive aura, the innocent childlike appearance with the kid's tendency for chaos and destruction, her voice, calling to those who were left orphaned and stranded. The little girl standing before Lunara was the goddess of all demons and destruction, and the patron deity of orphans. Kali, the destroyer. Kali extended her hand to Lunara with a gentle smile. "Little girl, don't be afraid. It'll be all right." She smiled and jumped forward one step after another. She quickly reached Lunara and grabbed her by the hand. A lost little rabbit, blessed by the moon. Kali pulled Lunara to stand. "Follow it." Kali pointed one finger at the black sky. The moon, Lunara didn't even know what the moon was. There was no such a thing in the abyss. "What is a rabbit? What is the moon?" she mumbled in confusion. One thing she remembers being taught by her parents was to never ignore the words of higher demons. Kali was more than higher ranked than her. She was their goddess, and such a disrespect as ignoring her words could lead to her being squashed like that worm. Kali blinked twice and looked up. Indeed, there was no moon in the abyss. Her eyes started tearing up, and she rolled to the ground crying and throwing a tantrum. As Kali cried and kicked the ground, Lunara stared with a baffled face. Soon, Kali's cries grew louder and louder, the abyss started shaking, and a massive hole emerged in the sky, which was nothing more than the ground for the layer above them. That hole got filled with gray stone and suddenly started shining down. Kali's mother died shortly after she was born, and her father Asura ended up dead later on. She wasn't left alone, though. She was raised by two people, Amaterasu and Saloon, the goddess of sun and moon, and she was far later adopted by Caden, who took revenge for her father's death. When the little girl cried, her stepmom, the goddess of the moon, responded and forced the birth of a moon on each of the abyss's layers. Lunara had been granted the blessing too of great beings, the goddess of demons Kali, and the goddess of the moon, Saloon. As the dust cleared, the rabbit seeking the warmth of home emerged before Arad. Lunara didn't seem to change a lot. But what changed was enough to put Arad on edge. Unlike before, Lunara now wore a pair of black leather panties, and her breasts were covered with a burning blue fire. Her legs had grown noticeably thicker, especially her thighs now had extremely visible and shredded quads and glutes, and a small fist-sized white tail adorned her lower back. The two small horns on her head have shifted position, growing large and black, one short on the left and one bigger on the right, forming the shape of a crescent moon cradling her long white rabbit ears. Demonic release Oni no hair. The other three demon lords stared at her, stunned at the strange magic rushing out of her. All of them relied on their own demonic power and potential, forcing humanoids to sacrifice for them to grow even more powerful. Lunara did all of that, but she had something extra, something that all demons feared. The two tattoos on her shoulders, the black tattoo of a six-armed woman on her left shoulder and the white moon tattoo on her right shoulder, were divine blessings. A demon lord blessed by not just one, but two gods wasn't something that any demon had expected to be possible. Since demon lords kill each other all the time, most have taken the route of sealing their own power to keep their potential a secret. No demon lord was willing to show his release before other demon lords, as that might expose their weakness, but Lunara stopped caring. What mattered to her was the man standing before her, the one she wished to be her family. The rabbit has gone into heat, and she isn't stopping until she gets what she wants. Chapter 938, The Kicking Demon Queen. Yo, Chapter 938, The Kicking Demon Queen. You stepped on my face, Lunara said with a smile on her face. Now it's my turn. She disappeared, and the place where she was exploded into ash. The sheer energy generated by her legs was far beyond anything that Arad had seen in his life. Before Arad could reach, Lunara's foot smacked him in the face, bashing his nose into his brain with a blast, flying with him outside the arena and far beyond the mountain in the blink of an eye. Rabbits are known for their speed, jumping power, and sheer might of their hind legs. When scaled to a demon lord's level, Lunara's legs were her deadliest weapon, 5,020/40. Arad's health had dropped sharply in a single hit, almost knocking him unconscious. That was the most painful and damaging hit he had ever taken. If not for him barely forming a barrier at the last second, her foot would have pierced through his skull. The hell was that? The three other demon lords cried as the arena shattered and Lunara disappeared with Erad. Even their eyes couldn't follow her moves. "You three can go home," Caden said, as he sat nonchalantly in his place. "Surviving Lunara's rampage should be difficult enough." He sighed and stood. "Wait, what was that?" Kagoro growled. "Since when there is a demon lord blessed by a god other than Kali?" She started walking toward Caden. "That's none of your business," Caden said, and Kagoro fell to the ground unconscious. The other two demon lords cried and pulled their weapons, taking a stance. "Kagoro, wake up! What happened to you?" Glintstone yelled. "I knocked him out," Caden replied with a passive face. "I also removed memories of Lunara's release from his head." He lifted his hand, and the two other demon lords fell to their knees choking, the veins on their bodies turning black as they moaned in agony. "You two are older and more durable. You're just unlucky and won't pass out immediately like him." The two screamed as Caden closed his fist, ripping the memories out of their mind and cells. They won't have a single recollection of Lunara's power, not even muscle memory of what happened today. As the two fell down, Caden waved his hand and sent them back home. "Sorry, I don't want Kali yelling at me again or throwing a tantrum." He slowly looked in the direction where Erad and Lunara flew toward Stay Alive. He lifted his hand to his ear and called Hati, "Get Izdis out of here. She might get caught in the chaos and die." Lunara released her true demonic power and she's facing Erad. "Wait, what?" Hati cried in surprise and immediately pulled both Izdis and Isbert out of her demiplane. "Caden, are you sure? Can Erad survive facing her?" "I don't know. They are matched in my mind. I'm mostly scared that her ultimate attack would be enough to kill Erad." Caden sighed, seeing a mountain get erased in the distance. Erad and Lunara had started their deadly battle. Just as world powers are given that title due to possessing world-ending might, demon lords were the same. Each and every one of them is a disaster when stepping into the mortal world, nightmarish creatures that mortals can't even comprehend, let alone face. Thankfully, Erad wasn't weak either. He too reached the level of being called a world power, a kingdom-destroying, and a god-eating dragon from the world's end. Erad recoiled back from Lunara's kick and he landed back on his hands, doing several flips as he flew back. His face regenerated in the blink of an eye, and to Lunara's surprise, his HP recovered as well. 1240, 5000. That shouldn't happen. Arya should have accounted for everything. She indeed did. She accounted for everything that Erad has, that Erad alone had. Using Doma's expansion, he ejected his own body from the fabric of time and space, rewinding himself before he got damaged, since Doma's reality erasure extends to the past, present, and future in the timeline. Crack. Lunara landed before Erad, staring down at him with a thirsty glare. He looked down at first and then back at her, scanning her body from her toes up to her white bunny ears. She was indeed taller than him, a 10-foot-tall giant without counting the ears and horns. She is the first woman that he meets with, thighs bigger than him. As the two faced each other, the ground around them melted from the sheer presence of their volatile magic. Erad could feel it. As a dragon, he won't miss those signs. She was coming into his space with one pure intent. She was here seeking a mate, a warm embrace she could call home. Unlike all of Erad's wives, she wasn't coming here to prove herself. The tables have turned and she's standing there assessing his worth. She was the aggressor, and even more, she was seeking domination as well. For the first time in his life, Erad felt threatened by a woman's advances on him. "Lay down," she said, glaring at him. "I said it before, and I'll say it again. You're mine. Erad Orion." Erad smiled. "Then try if you dare." He swung his fist at her and she dodged, retaliating with a kick. Erad teleported through her kick and started swinging fists at her. Lunara gracefully kicked his punches aside and swung a deadly kick toward his chest. Erad dodged, but teleported behind her once more. But the moment he appeared, she caught him by the hair with her toes. "Do you think I'll fall for the same move twice?" She swung her second foot at his throat, trying to rip his head off. Arad opened his mouth wide, expanding his draconic fangs with his werewolf blood, and chomped her foot off. Lunara's HP dropped bust just a tiny bit. 4652, 4523, without even caring about how much damage his bite did. He plunged his left claws on her right thigh and grabbed the ankle of the foot, grabbing his hair with his other hand. He wasn't going to let her escape. Arad immediately swung a kick at Lunara's stomach, trying to get a solid hit in, but she swung her foot down, smacking his face to the ground before growing her other foot back and kicking him so hard he flew, digging a trench on the ground. And when he stopped, Lunara landed beside him and kicked him into the air. She is a kicker. Despite that, in her basic form, she mainly uses slashes. In her true form, she kicks, and kicks hard. The powerful and demonic rabbit legs she had allowed her to achieve extreme acceleration and a horrifying level of explosive power. Arad expanded his wings and blocked the coming kick from Lunara with his massive, thick tail. In his half-dragon form, this was the only part of his body that could withstand the pressure generated by Lunara's deadly kicks. The two flashed across the battlefield, clashing in a sea of fire and lighting, their mere movement generating enough friction heat to raise an inferno, and their clashes roaring louder than thunder, ripping the ground with shock waves and impact blasts. As Arad tried to get a hit on her face, his tail and limbs got sliced into pieces out of nowhere. He gasped and fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. By the time his wounds regenerated, Lunara was already stepping on his, pushing his head to the ground with her foot on his face, just as he stepped on her before. "Do you finally give up? I'm taking you back with me," she said, staring at him with a thirsty grin. "This is only my half-dragon form," Arad said with a smile. "See those 3 full HP bars? You aren't even halfway there." Lunara smiles. "You're right. This form isn't big enough for me." The next bar has to be his full dragon form, which means he still has 2 more powerful forms after that. Arad's eyes flashed purple as he grew larger, pushing Lunara's foot away from his face. In a second, he was glaring at her in his draconic form. Wasn't this supposed to be training? He glared down at her. "You already know the basics of barriers and could already block and deflect my kicks," she replied with a smile, waving her right foot. "My kicks offer more bludgeoning damage than any of the other demon lords could hope to achieve, same with my slashes, and if I have claws to slash, I can pierce with her." She lifted her foot and pointed at him with her toes. "My first kick at your face, it was a piercing attack trying to penetrate your skull, and you blocked it." "So, the lesson ended," Arad said in a deep growl. "Indeed, but that isn't why we are fighting now, right?" She looked at him, and a smile crossed her lips. "If I stripped now, turned around, bent down, submissively offering myself, would you breed me?" "No, I've got wives. Scram." Arad growled. She sighed. "Come on, I'm begging you, just one time." I said no. He lifted his claw, ready to strike. "What a shame." She shook her head with a sad face. "I really wanted to be dominated by a dragon. No, it seems I'm the one that will come on top." Her hands slowly lifted up as her stance changed. "You'll be the one bending down to me." She glared back at him, and Arad swung his claw at her at full power. Elemental Expansion, Chapter 939, Moon Rain. Chapter 939, Moon Rain. Elemental Expansion, Moon Rain. The moment that Arad noticed that she was about to unleash her expansion, he shifted his focus from clawing her in half to actually defending himself. With how much power she was unleashing so far, that expansion must be a fatal death zone that even he wouldn't survive. The moon in the sky creaked, sending a loud rumble across the sky as it stopped in its half-moon form, a glowing half-disk of pure light. From it, Lunara's crescent moon slashes started pouring down like heavy rain. Arad's back and wings got ripped apart as Lunara leaped at him, unharmed by her slashes, and kicked him in the throat, almost ripping his neck in half. By focusing on defense instead of offense, Arad started trying to block the magical slashes with a barrier, but still hundreds of them ripped through his back, directly threatening his spine and the back of his head. All of that while still facing Lunara's relentless kicking assault from the front before. The Dreamwalkers and Vorvados managed to convince Arad that abominations are monsters that shouldn't be allowed into the mortal world. He understood the danger and eldritch horror they bring and the reason for them to be killed on sight. But just now, he started to see another form of horror. Demon lords, and especially this one before him. If Cora was here, she could have killed him with a single stomp to the head. Arad had no doubt that was the case. The sheer power she holds is the definition of the horrors of demon lords coming into the mortal plane. If even he can't withstand her assault, no one would. Arad wanted to unleash his own expansion as his back got ripped apart, but he decided against that. Unlike him, Lunara's expansion is far more refined and has a greater range. It's affecting the moon itself and raining slashes. If he were to open his expansion, the slashes would hit the outside shell and shatter it, leaving Arad growing with a ripped stomach. Such an injury is as fatal and painful to Arad as a man having his guts ripped open, and it would mean his loss. The moon in the sky started growing smaller, getting closer to a crescent shape. The closer it got to a crescent shape, the stronger the slashes, the bigger they became, and the more of them came raining down at higher speed. After only a few seconds, Arad's full draconic body was ripped apart, killed beneath the deadly carnage of Lunara's expansion. But that wasn't the end of it. It's Arad, the one she's facing, and not any regular being. The moment Arad's HP dropped to 0 and his draconic form was destroyed, he was forced into his next stage, from the blood. A massive black dragon with 6 front limbs, 4 wings, a body covered in fur, and 6 eyes on his head stood before Lunara, dripping with bloodlust. Arad's vampiric wormwolf form wasn't something she had ever seen in her life, and even she stood baffled. As the crescent moon grew smaller and smaller, it ended in a full black moon, and the slashes stopped for a second. That was enough time for Arad to smack Lunara in the face with his front claw, sending her rolling across the ground, and he didn't stop, immediately noticing that his claws couldn't cut her skin, and so he started heating them with fire magic as he rushed in, disintegrating everything in his path into plasma. For a solid 10 seconds, it seemed as if Arad was taking the lead, smacking Lunara left and right and treating her like a ragdoll. But in the next second, the full black moon had turned into a small crescent moon, and the slashes resumed falling, putting more pressure on Arad to defend himself from them. But in his current form, Arad's wormwolf tough hide was almost enough on its own if he ran enough mana in it, albeit it still felt like getting whipped repeatedly on the back, and even if was even more painful than getting slapped by Dalla, Arad didn't stop. If it's just the pain, it's not enough to stop Arad. As the two clashed, one hit meeting the other, it became clear that their powers finally seemed relatively equal. This was a fresh and new experience for both of them. To Arad, she is the first woman he met in his life to be able to match his vampiric wormwolf form, and she is putting enough pressure on him to keep him on his toes. Even with this advanced form, he still can't shake the feeling that if he makes even one mistake, he'll end up killed by her. His mind started to change, but still kept his opinion of her. If she wasn't a danger to his wives, he'd probably consider bringing her back home. No, he might insist on bringing her just as hard he's insisting on Nina, who could match him in his half-dragon form and even hold up to his true dragon form. Lunara, on the other hand, had a large smile on her face, her body tingling from Arad's countless hits. She couldn't believe that such a powerful dragon existed in the mortal world. Not a single person had seen her release and survived the first kick. She had never thought that in her life she would be so happy, so excited, and so aroused by someone hitting her. She had finally found him. Someone she, the Demon Queen, would take as her king with pride. She laughed as the moon grew closer to a full moon, and the slashes became even weaker second after another. But in the back of her head, something was worrying her. Arad had 5 health bars. The first was his humanoid form, the second was his half-dragon form, the third was his full dragon form, and then the fourth was his monstrous form that she was facing. Now, what is the 5th health bar? What kind of horror this dragon is hiding at the back of his power? Is there an even bigger dragon lurking inside him? She couldn't help but be both excited and terrified at what was to come, and so she decided to end it. The moon became full, and Lunara stood in a weird stance as the slashes stopped coming down. Her left foot was on the ground, while her right left lifted up, her knee pressing her breasts and her calves beside her face, opening her hips as wide as they'll go. Lunara faced Arad, a smile on her face. "This is your last chance. Take me now while I'm still willing to be submissive. Breed me, and I'll spare your life." She rubbed her crotch. "You won't survive me putting my foot down." Arad paused. He couldn't help but stare at her foot above her head. Something was strange about her toes. They were pointing at the moon. He got a strange feeling burning in his chest. Her words were no mere threat or empty boast. "You aren't really submissive, pushing yourself this hard on me." Arad smiled. "No, still didn't change my mind." He refused, part of it, that he still saw her as a danger, and the other is that his draconic pride won't let him surrender in a fight to be the winner. It's either win or die trying. Lunara sighed. "What a shame. But don't worry. I'll keep you and your wives safe by my side. As long as they don't lift their heads above my knees, I won't harm them." She swung her foot down, stomping the ground. The moon in the sky creaked loudly, and Arad finally understood that he messed up. All world powers have the ability to destroy the world, or at least eradicate all life on it. Demon lords are equal to that power level, and they could do the same. Lunara wasn't an exception, and Arad is about to face her ultimate move, her world-ending ability. When the moon grows full after her expansion, that move is ready to use. Moonfall, as Arad saw the moon racing toward his head, burning like a meteor. He felt it was the same as that day after Rita's, even when he woke up and found himself surrounded by all the ancient dragons. Terror, fear, confusion, regret, shock, and countless emotions surged across his mind as he scrambled to figure out a way to survive. Chapter 940, The Crash. The moon was almost 850 kilometers in radius, 530 miles. It dwarfed Arad and the whole continent they were standing upon, and it was coming down fast. And Arad knew this wasn't the best that the world could offer. Caden should be leagues above Lunara in power. This was the middle echelon of demons, and Arad knew that this might be even more than anything he could take. Doom. The world was coming to an end, crushed beneath the hammer of the demon queen Lunara. If she were to attempt to invade the mortal world, he doubts his presence would mean anything, even if he himself could survive by hiding somewhere. One moon fall is enough to eradicate all life from the face of the earth. Arad flapped his wings, flying straight toward the falling moon. "Flying to your death, but worry not, I'll resurrect you back in my domain." She shouted, imagining what was to come soon. She'll spend a lot of resources on the ritual, but she could certainly bring him back to life if he died by her moon. It might take him a few years to regain his power, but he'll recover with time. Mere years and decades are like minutes to demon lords, and she's fine waiting a bit more. Arad roared, and his heart started beating faster and faster. Vro 0000. His chest flashed bright white as plasma surged through his wings, and he got engulfed in pale white flames. A falling moon. He had no reason to hold back anything. Everything up front. It's time to swing like it's the end of his life. The ground beneath Arad heated up, and Lunara suddenly noticed her skin burning and falling apart. She immediately jumped several miles back and healed herself, staring in shock as she realized that a massive area around where Arad was now cursed to death. As Lunara started, it didn't take the curse long to reach her once again. The radiation zone is growing larger and larger as Arad burns more matter inside his stomach, charging something that he had never dared to cast before. As he accelerated and teleported several times straight up, Arad reached the moon before it could crash and held it with his neck and back. The lower side of his four wings burst with plasma, unleashing the deadly heat that Arad was burning inside his stomach, downward like jets, and he did the same with his front and back claws. Lunara could see the flash from miles away. 4 massive blue fire jets burned from Arad's wings and 8 smaller ones from his limbs. She couldn't believe her eyes and gasped with an open mouth, "Is the fool trying to catch it?" Arad looked down and opened his massive jaws, unleashing an ever bigger jet of fire, dwarfing anything that had come out of his wings or limbs. Yet all of that propulsion power wasn't enough to stop the moon. It wasn't even close. Arad's nuclear engine just lacked the power, no matter how much matter he burns. With enough power, he'll just start digging into the moon's surface instead of stopping it. Arad noticed what he lacked, and it was surface area. His eyes flashed with magic, sparking brown and purple as gravity magic rushed from his body and started engulfing the moon as fast as it could. But it still looked slow due to how large the moon was. The brown magic that Arad was casting was earth magic, and two massive hands of earth and stone started rising from the ground, reaching into the heavens to capture the falling moon. Watching him from afar, Lunara couldn't wrap her head around how is he able to use and control all of those spells at once. It seemed impossible, but she didn't know. Doma was taking care of the earth magic while Arad focused on his jets and the gravity magic as the earth's hands cradled the moon, and Arad's gravity magic slowly helped make it lighter and lighter. It started slowing down. Lunara watched with a sweaty face, seeing her ultimate attack slowing down. In her life, she has only used it 3 times, and this is the 4th one. When she first cast it, even she herself was terrified of getting killed by it, and the poor demon lord she was facing ended up begging for his life, only to get crushed in a single hit alongside all of his armies. The 2nd time she used it was against a lesser god who tried to kill and steal her power, only for that god to choose death over facing that falling moon. Even a lesser god couldn't even imagine himself surviving such an attack. And the 3rd one was against Caden when she grew arrogant enough and thought she could kill him. But strangely enough, when the moon landed, he was perfectly fine, sitting beside it like nothing happened. Until today, no one had dared to directly face her moonfall. Yet Arad was here, and he's about to catch it. The moon slowed further and further until it was on the verge of halting. But at that time, Arad's body was already crumbling. Most of his bones broken and his flesh cooked by his own fire, he had long since passed his limits and went even beyond that, pushing himself by the use of countless curses. Lunara lifted her foot up and growled, "No, you aren't stopping it." She growled, the veins on her legs bulging as blood rushed across her whole body. She had never attempted to cast this spell twice in a row, to be honest. She had never expected such a mass destruction ultimate move would need to be cast twice, but here is she, facing a painful slap to her pride FreyaWebnovel.com. My moonfall is absolute none. Had ever faced it and lived, and you won't be the first, Arad Orion. As she swung her foot back to the ground, she stood with all of her muscles flexed to the max. There is only 1 moon in the sky, not 2. A 2nd moonfall won't ever come, but the 1st moon can be pushed down harder. The moon that Arad was about to stop suddenly got heavier and started to move at an even greater speed, finally pushing him to the ground and crashing with a massive shockwave, sinking the whole continent, and Lunara was forced to jump away into a deserted island, gazing upon the massive moon on the ground. In all of her previous casts, the moon had exploded upon impact and raised hell upon the entirety of whatever poor plane she had targeted. This was the first time she had seen the moon staying in one piece, all thanks to Arad slowing it down and not giving it enough distance to accelerate at the end. She fell on her knees, puking as her vision flashed black. This was far past her limits, and she felt as if her heart was about to explode from the pressure. Such a spell is indeed not intended to be cast twice in a row. She looked toward the crashed moon and saw a crack appearing on its surface. Such an impact the moon would soon crumble under its own weight. That is what she thought, but soon realized that she was wrong as a massive shadow towered over her. She slowly turned and looked up, seeing a massive black silhouette of a dragon with no distinct features. She couldn't even tell the thing's claws or fangs from its whole body. It looked like a shadow came to life. Light twisted around it, giving the illusion of its body consuming the universe. The shadowy dragon disappeared like mist, and Arad fell from it in his humanoid form, crashing beside Lunara. Whatever was that last form, he couldn't maintain it for more than a few seconds. But even with how great that form was, Lunara had no time to admire it. Arid, who fell to the ground, twitched, pushing his body up with his hand, trying to sit up. Lunara's mind started racing. He survived the moonfall. She had never expected such a thing. She's currently out of both mana and stamina and can't even stand straight. Using 2 moonfall back-to-back had put her body under such extreme stress that she probably wouldn't be able to defeat a wolf in her current state. A pack of wolves would eat her as if she were any ordinary rabbit, ripped limb by limb, yet the biggest wolf of them all had survived. Arad Orion, all of his bones shattered and his muscles ripped apart. His mana had long since been drained dry, and his body was forced back into a humanoid form to conserve energy and not die of starvation due to the sudden use of a massive amount of energy. He shouldn't be able to move, but he did, all thanks to his boiling lycanthropic blood, pushing him to move at death's door like a wild beast. A starving wolf and an exhausted rabbit, a dragon and a demon far past their limits, death knocking on their doors. Whoever dies first, or whoever recovers enough, would win this battle. Arid suddenly started gasping as if his life was ending. His eyes almost popped out of his skull as he started regurgitating, but nothing came out of his mouth. Lunara smiles. It seems he's the one to kick the bucket first. That impact must have crushed several of his vital organs, leaving him only hanging to life by a hair strand. But suddenly, a small kitchen knife came out of Arad's mouth. Chapter 941, Arad's Intent. Arad grabbed the knife tightly in his hand and tried to stand up, the veins on his bruised arms bleeding out as his eyes flashed with all kinds of colors, golden, red, and purple like a burning lamp. His body was already a dead corpse, and his magic had long since snuffed out. Only one thing burning in his mind kept him moving forward, and he managed to stand up on his knees, the knife in his hand shining brightly as it reflected sunlight. Lunara gasped, her eyes immediately spotting the power surging in that tiny kitchen knife that looked like a toothpick in Arad's massive palm. The arcane arts, the ancient magic, an artifact, a weapon of ancient origin and great power that she had once heard about from her countless cultists, the exploding nipples knife. "Why do you fight?" Lunara growled. "You could have flown away and dodged the moon. You could have won this fight by awaiting the right time to attack after I exhausted myself." She tried to stand, but her legs didn't have enough strength to carry her, and her demonic release started fading away as her ears and horns disappeared. Casting Moonfall twice in a row was a stupid idea. She is now left defenseless and without any power to defend herself. At that moment, Caden appeared standing between them. He looked at Arad. "Don't worry, it's over. Keep going and you'll kill her, but at the cost of your own life." He approached and smacked him on the head with the scabbard of his sword, knocking him out. As Arad fell, Hattie appeared from a portal beside them and looked at the fallen moon, wanting to pull her hair out. "What the hell did you two do? How long it'll take me to fix that?" She glared at Lunara. "Listen here, you little shit. I'll grill you for dinner." She growled, her fangs growing larger as she was about to shift into her true Fenrir form. "Calm down." Caden extended his scabbard between Lunara and Hati. "I'm the one who allowed them to fight. I'll fix the moon myself." "Ch," Hati growled. "Fine, I'll look the other way this time, but such destruction shouldn't be allowed. Look, even Arad is at death's door. He'll be fine. She as well." Caden strapped his sword back at his waist and looked at Lunara. Isn't he stupid, trying to stop the moon instead of dodging it? He's durable enough to survive the blast, but not the impact. As the moon impacts the ground at great speed, the energy and heat generated would evaporate it in the blink of an eye. The energy generated by such an impact would spread across the whole world in seconds and burn the planet to the core. But Arad is a void dragon. If he avoided a direct impact and flew a bit away, surviving the heat and shockwave shouldn't be a problem. I, too, expected him to run away. She looked away. I never expected someone to be stupid enough to attempt stopping it. Even you dodged it. I see, Caden nodded. Then you're a bigger fool than him. Do you know he risked his life to stop it? Why does he still insist on killing you right here and now, even if it's the last thing he'll do in life? Something indeed seemed off. Arad is smart, and he should have figured that dodging the attack is a sure path to victory. So why did he choose to face it directly? Was it pride or something else? What does he care about? Winning? Or is it something else? You say he had a reason? Lunara growled. There can't be anything worth such a risk. She couldn't understand or figure it out. A whole falling moon. Nothing should be worth facing such a horror. Arad's actions didn't make sense to her, especially since they greatly diminished his chances of victory. It wasn't risk. It was a sacrifice. One of his wives is training in the South Pool, Caden said, and Lunara froze in place. If the moon landed with full force, the whole world would have gone into hellish fire, and she would die. The moment Lunara pulled her moonfall, Arad's focus had shifted from winning the fight to protecting Izdis, that he assumed was still in the South Pole. He didn't have time to confirm her presence, as all the power and energy he had was focused on stopping the moon. If the moon hits the ground at full force, she's sure to die in the aftermath, so Arad stops it. And now that he stopped the moon, he must finish the exhausted Lunara, as she's still a threat to his wives. Lunara wasn't facing any dragon. She wasn't facing any man or monster, and her opponent was nothing more than a husband protecting his wife. Well, she isn't there, Hati said with a proud smile. Caden warned me, so I pulled her out. Lunara looked down. I see. That's why I've never had a place at his side, she sighed. I'll return to my domain, never bother him again. If he values his wives so much that even her ultimate attack didn't sway him away, none of her advances would work. She was now certain that Arad would go to hell, to the depths of the abyss and back, just to make sure his wives weren't harmed. Return? Caden stared at her, and spend several decades slowly recovering. It'll only take the other demon lords years to find out how weakened you are, and they'll come to kill and take your throne. He looked at Hati. Take her back to recover at your home. I'll send a few of my demons to protect her domain in the meantime. No fool would dare attack a demon's domain if they sniffed me around. Caden Damon might look human at times, but a true and powerful demon would say otherwise. He's to them what demons are to humans. He's a monster that even demons can't comprehend. Caden started walking toward the sea, reaching the edge of the beach, and stood in the gentle waves. What? Lunara gasped. The Overgod would smite me the moment I step foot in the mortal world without preparation. Demon lords can go into the mortal world, but that would require decades of preparation and numerous spells to avoid the Overgod's wrath. Don't worry. He already knows and won't smite you. Caden extended his hand forward, and a cut appeared on his palm, dripping his blood into the sea. Now to lift the moon back up, Lunara stared at him with an open mouth, shocked at his words, but what was coming was bound to shock her even more. No one had ever seen Caden going all out or had sensed the limits of his abilities. They all knew the fact he was a being far stronger than any demon, the man who adopted their goddess Kali and took revenge on their former god Asura's murder. His dominion over demons is absolute, but none could believe that he nearly had no limit on his power over them. As Caden's blood hit the seawater, it created a long red line of blood, an eye that extended all the way to the crushed continent and to the moon seeping into its core in seconds. The loud pulsing of a heart was heard booming in the sky as the moon cracked, turning black. A massive titanic eye appeared on the moon's surface as it grew tentacles ending in eyes and teeth, wiggling around like snakes as the moon started floating up. The moon had turned into a creature resembling a demonic beholder. Lunara felt her blood draining from her body. That moon had turned into a demonic being far stronger than any demon lord she had ever seen, its power dwarfing all demon lords by several magnitudes, an eldritch horror that could feed on whole worlds. Caden didn't even look like he was putting any effort into it. To him, it was as simple as dripping his blood. The moon looked at Caden, lowering its massive eye down orders, "Get back into orbit." Cady said, and the moon flew up to its place. A second later, it started shifting back into a normal moon, and its eyes and tentacles disintegrated into ash, its power returning into Katie. Such a powerful demon was born and died in seconds at Caden's whims. Some powerful demons are known to be able to create minions of themselves like Merida's fungus and even Lunara herself, but nothing to this extent. Those powers usually are restricted to living beings, and they always result in a weak demon that must take decades to grow stronger. Caden had just turned a full moon, a non-living object, into a demon that surpassed all demon lords, and he did it so effortlessly. I put it back up. Caden turned toward Hattie. And about the continent, sorry, but it'll need an earth mage to fix. With my powers, it'll be left looking too flat if I attempt fixing it. A powerful earth mage? A second voice came from behind them, and when they looked, it was a second Hattie. That was her twin sister, Skoll. I'll fix it myself. It's been a while since I stretched my magic a bit. As Skoll started walking on the sea surface, a small, boat-sized island appeared beneath her feet and started carrying her away toward the destroyed continent. I'll have it fixed by tomorrow. Take them to heal up. She waved her hand to them as her island sped up, and she blasted away like a speed boat. Arad had finished his training. I saw it from afar. That last form of his must have been the best defensive form he could achieve at his current level of power. Caden said as he looked back, while Hattie didn't know what he was talking about, Lunara could remember the shadowy silhouette form that Arad appeared in right before being forced back into his humanoid form. That form is certainly what allowed Arad to survive the moon falling on him. But for now, none of them understood how. Only Arad himself could explain it. The Overgod's words rang in Caden's head, and they were true. The harder Arad is pushed, the more he'll grow in power. But that's a dangerous game, since that extreme level of stress and danger could kill Arad and end everything. Chapter 942, In Critical Conditions. Chapter 942, In Critical Conditions. Hattie walked back into her house, carrying both Arad and Lunara with her tails. She stood in the hallway and looked around, sensing that one of her daughters was close by, so she called her with a weak pulse of magic. Like a cat sniffing food, the daughter poked her head out of the washing room where she was taking care of clothes and saw her mother carrying the two behind her. Hattie waved her hand. Clothes can wait. Go get the healing quarter ready. We've got one badly injured and one drained. The daughter gasped and she rushed away to get the quarter ready. Hattie nodded with a smile as she started slowly walking after her toward the healing quarter. I'm fine. Lunara protested, trying to free herself from Hattie's tail, but she failed. What looked like a white and soft, fluffy tail was as hard as steel and as rough as steel brushes. It felt like being cradled in a massive blanket of sharp spikes and nails to Lunara. It felt like being carried by a porcupine instead of a Fenrir. Come on. No need to be shy, Hattie replied without even looking back at Lunara. Welcome to the mortal world. In any other circumstances, I would be shoving my tail down your throat and ripping your heart apart, but be grateful that Caden allowed you in. Lunara giggled. You kill me. I underestimated Arad, but I can tell you aren't a fighter. You might have a lot of magic, but it's mainly focused on buffs and barriers, and those aren't even defensive. They are for repair and maintenance. You're a builder, not a woman that fights in the front lines. Lunara's demon eyes couldn't be wrong. Hattie wasn't even trying to hide the colors of her magic. You aren't wrong, but you're still an inexperienced young brat. Hattie giggled. Great power is a detriment. You'll never taste defeat. Hattie finally looked back. People learn from failure far more than they do from success. You've never lost a fight, so you won't know what kind of people to be scared of. As Hattie finished speaking, Lunara started spazzing out with blood rushing out of her every hole. Her heart couldn't beat normally anymore, and her lungs started failing. Her organs began shutting down as her whole body crashed. Then, just as suddenly, she was fine. Lunara was confused. For a second, she thought that death was coming for her. Eternity means the constant state of being without change. Neither you nor Arad should be alive in your exhausted conditions. He's cooked alive and you're far past exhaustion. Your body doesn't even have the energy to allow your heart to beat. Another one of Hattie's tails wrapped around Lunara's neck and started squeezing it. You can't feel it, can you? Your heart isn't beating. Hattie was keeping both Arad and Lunara in a state of suspended animation using her eternity, which was quite the strange magic. It's as if someone's body is halted in time, no matter their condition. Even if they were awake, they'll remain awake. They could move and speak, but is putting stress on Hattie's technique. You being awake and speaking now, I'm the one paying the energy price for that. Hattie kept walking. You either be respectful or I'll let you suffer from time to time. As she said that, she let Lunara out of the technique for a second, just for fun, letting her struggle with death a bit. After Hattie took the two to the healing quarter, she laid each one on a separate bed. Sadly, Lunara's feet dangled from the bed as she was taller than beds that fit a 3-meter-tall, 10-foot giant weren't something that anyone had in their houses. One of Hattie's daughters Frankensteined a soft chair to the lower part of the bed with nails to extend it, and that seemed to help a bit. Despite how Arad and Lunara looked, their condition was far worse than anyone could expect, except Hattie. Hattie ordered her daughter not to inform Arad's wives about his injury. It won't take her long to heal him to a relatively stable condition. Informing them now would only cause unnecessary stress and fear. Arad's injuries consisted of multiple broken bones across his whole body and ripped and cooked muscles. They literally cooked by his own flames, and his body is scrambling to replace them, which is causing a deadly amount of inflammation. His organs were nowhere to be seen, but Hattie could assume they were as well pretty damaged, but hiding inside his void, which made them inaccessible to her magic, complicating the healing process. In Lunara's case, her lower part, mainly the legs, were completely destroyed. All the muscles had died due to extreme exhaustion and work-induced damage, and they were now both sucking an ungodly amount of energy as well as dumping a crap ton of waste into her bloodstream, killing her organs faster than Arad could have ever killed her. She also suffers from severe damage to her magic circuits, which got fried after her casting a second moon fall. Such wounds would normally take decades to heal without resorting to exotic healing methods, and even with such time, they might never be fully healed. What's more, both of them were in an extreme state of exhaustion, starvation, and dehydration as they exerted their bodies to the absolute limit. The situation looked bad and was quickly spirally beyond Hattie's skills with healing magic. Soon the two would succumb to their injuries and die. The healing quarter's door slowly opened, and the first person Hattie called to help her arrived. A tall woman of snowy pale skin, opal hair, and white milky eyes strolled in, gazing into nothingness. Her body covered with a transparent veil, she seemed both naked and clothed. Looking at her seemed like staring at a wraith or a ghost. The moment Lunara spotted her, she started shaking, almost passing out of sheer terror of the monster that had just casually strolled in. The pale night, the mother of all demons, while Caden is to the demons like an uncle that they rarely see and don't know how strong he is, but are sure he's far too powerful and would whop their asses to oblivion. The pale night was literally the mother of billions of demons. Trillions of demons get born from her titanic womb every second. Most of them die, and those who survive go to populate the newly formed lower layers of the abyss. She might not be the strongest demon in the abyss, probably barely making it to the top 100, but most of the strongest demons are her children, and they are extremely protective of their mother. They venerate her and worship the ground she walks upon. The pale night laid her cold hand on Lunara's forehead. "Light out, baby. The pain would be no more once you wake up." As she pulled her palm down and closed Lunara's eyes, Lunara was dead. "You killed her?" Hattie stared at her with a passive face. "This body of hers is already destroyed. I'll make her a new one. That should be faster than trying to botch her and hope she recovers." The pale mother smiled as her torso opened up from the collarbone to the hips, revealing a massive maw of teeth and fangs. A long tongue wrapped around Lunara's body, and she was swallowed whole. "How long will it take?" Hattie asked. "I've collected her soul. I'll give birth to her in an hour or so." The pale knight pulled a chair and sat down. An adult body is good, right? The same age as the one she had. Yeah, we want a body as similar to her current, so she won't have much trouble getting used to it. Hattie leaned back. It's amazing how you can just do that. I used to only give birth to demons as babies, and nowhere near this scale. The pale knight smiled. Thanks to Gracie, ever since I got her blessing, I can rebirth anyone into a healthy body as long as I get their soul. Like all powerful demons, the pale knight has her followers among humans, and most of them flock to her to cure their birth defects and disabilities. Those who are cursed with bad genetics or bodies that can't achieve their desired goals. With sufficient offering, some cultists had managed to convince the pale knight to rebirth them into healthier, stronger, and more talented and blessed bodies. Of course, with the caveat that the new body would always have a hit of demonic blood called the Pale Mark. The pale knight looked at Arad. What about that cute boy over there? She said with a smile. Does he need a new mother? Probably, but I don't know about giving him demonic blood. Leave him aside, for now I've called a specialist in dragons. Hattie looked at the door as it slowly opened up. Oh my, what a surprise! The pale knight gasped in slight surprise at the person who just walked in. Chapter 943, The Monster Above. Chapter 943, The Monster Above. As the black-haired woman walked into the room, her eyes were burning purple. Her glare immediately shifted toward the pale knight. Is the bitch who did this inside you? She growled, the bloodlust bursting from her glare enough to kill even some gods. Hati waved her hand. Come on now, Vasilisa. Sit down. They were training. You close your mouth, let I shove my foot in it. Vasilisa growled at Hati. Where is the bitch who did this? She rushed toward the pale knight and lifted her by the neck. Speak? Or do you want me to digest the whole mortal world and shit it on your doorsteps? Put her down. Hati stood. She only came here since I called her. She tried to pull the two apart, but Vasilisa lifted her by the neck as well. I'll skin you after her. You're the one who hid Arad in your domain. Calm down. Even though being lifted by the neck, Hattie's expression didn't change one bit. You know Arad, and you know that he won't grow unless pushed to failure. You agreed to this, so do your job. Vasilisa gave them a sharp glare and then threw them on the ground. She dropped down and a chair appeared beneath her. She sat beside Arad's bed and extended her hand above him, engulfing him in a cloud of dark magic. Did you calm down? The pale mother stared at her with a smile. I know how a mother would feel seeing her son cooked like a fine steak. But you must grow tougher. He can fend for himself now. I have billions of children as well, and they suffer injuries worse than this each day. You grow cold when you've given birth to that many. You aren't a mother. You're like an ant or a bee queen shitting children like they are her breath. Vasilisa looked at them with a still enraged glare. Next time something like this happens, you can forget about me helping. I'll rip this whole world apart, take my children, and leave. The two understood that Vasilisa's threat was no mere boast. Zooming out of Hattie's house, you could see the wild jungle, then the beast lands, and then the other humanoid kingdoms all nested on a massive continent, several unexplored islands and small continents dotted around in the deadly sea. But when you zoom out even more, fly outside of Zephyr's expansion, the atmosphere, you reach the moon. Going past the moon and zooming even further, you'll find the solar system of the mortal world a sun surrounded by elven planets orbiting it. But what protected that solar system wasn't a massive spherical barrier. It was something else. The mortal plane of existence floated inside the void, inside the stomach of a massive monster, a void Dracaina of mind-boggling proportion. She floated alone in the empty, dark space, swimming away, carrying the mortal world with her as she protected it from the rare but dangerous abomination's attacks. That massive void Dracaina was Vasilisa. As the long centuries of swimming in the bland, empty void grow too boring for her, she creates dolls of flesh and bones and sends them into the mortal world. She uses those remote-controlled dolls to live countless lives to pass the time. Sometimes she's playing as a farm girl, and in the next she's an adventurer sailing the seas with pirates. The entire mortal world was already in Vasilis's stomach, one whim away from being digested. Countless heroes and villains were born on it, thriving in wealth and laughing with arrogance. Some of them discovered that Vasilisa held some power and tracked her dolls across the world, not knowing the scale of the being they were targeting. They, their wealth and pride, their families and ancestors have never expected that they weren't even worth the shit they flushed down. Every one of them was already eaten by Vasilisa. They were born in her stomach, doomed to never reach her might. What Lunara feared as the Overgod's wrath before was her mistaking Vasilisa's powers for the Overgod's divine punishment. When a demon lord makes his way to the mortal world without abiding by several roles, Vasilisa instantly digests them where they stand. He's basically dead. It's a miracle that his soul didn't leave his body. Vasilisa growled, glaring at the two women behind her, ready to rip them apart. There are no miracles in this world. You know it better. It's my eternity keeping him alive. It was the same with the one he fought. Hattie sighed as she leaned back. Can't you relax a bit? He won't die easily. Not with us around. With you around? He's in more danger. Vasilisa sighed. It's only been a year since he's been born. He should be living like a normal human, hiding his powers and growing a nice family. When his human guise expires, he'll shift to another life and keep going after several centuries, and when he's grown old enough, that's when he should have gone out of his way to seek power. Not all void dragons have that luxury, and you know, Arad, he can't live a normal life. The pale knight leaned back on her chair and put one leg on another. Vasilisa glared at her. He'll get that luxury if I start ripping the world to shreds. As she finished that sentence, one of the mountains in the distance had vanished, and every lake in the whole beast kingdom had dried. Not a single fish remained, and the sun started flickering. When Hadi looked out of the window, she saw Vasilisa's claw eclipsing the sun. I'll fucking throw it down, I swear. If I find him this injured again, I don't give a shit about you or the Overgod. It's war. She shook the sun left and right, and the people of the whole world thought they were seeing some magical illusion. Their brains couldn't even fathom the idea of a monster that huge. As void dragons grow into their great Wyrm stage, they split into two groups. The Dracanas get handed a world each to protect, so they carry them in their stomachs and fly across the void, and the males, the dragons, fly alone across the empty void, seeking to hunt the abomination more actively. But the worlds aren't handed randomly. They are evaluated, and each Dracana gets a world based on her power and worth. The mortal world was the most frequent target of the abominations, and Vasilisa receiving it was a testament to her power. Vasilisa's magic only took minutes to fully cure Arad. They were all creatures of the void, and her mastery of matter reconstruction was far above the understanding of others. She broke Arad's body down back into energy and then formed that energy back into stable molecules, muscles, and bones, all while keeping Arad's vital organs like the brain and spine stored securely in her void. Vasilisa smiled. He grew stronger than last time. He stopped a whole-ass moon. Hati sighed. Vasilisa looked at her with a terrifying smile. A moon? So the bitch was either Saloon or Lunara. I'll rip their breasts out when I find them. The two froze in place. Realizing that Vasilisa was still mad, she hadn't calmed one bit. She only changed her strategy of getting them to talk and succeeded. Wait, don't go attacking them. Saloon is a goddess and Lunara is a demon lord. The pale knight gasped. Saloon especially. You'll get killed. While Vasilisa indeed hosted several planets and their moons inside her, those moons weren't the only source of Saloon's power. All of the other worlds, hundreds, if not thousands of worlds that were protected by other Dracanas, also had their planets, moons, and suns. Vasilisa only held a tiny fraction of Saloon's power hostage. Vasilisa stared at them. Remember Astra, the goddess of shooting stars? No, the two stared back at her. They knew all of the gods, but Astra wasn't one of them. There was never a goddess called Astra. Yes, you don't remember her, so shut the fuck up. Otherwise, you'll become nothing alongside Saloon and Lunara. Astra did exist in the past, but once Vasilissa got to her, she ripped Astra out of the fabric of reality, erasing her existence from the past, present, and future. The only one who remembers her besides Vasilissa is the overgod, Caden, and Death herself. Hattie, who called Vasilissa in the hope of getting Arad patched up quickly before tomorrow's training, started to regret her decision. Arad's mother is a monster of great power and intellect, an intellect so far higher than mere mortals that fooling her is nearly impossible. Now poor Hattie has to get her to fully heal Arad and leave without causing any trouble. She wasn't looking forward to that. Chapter 944, The Dark Silhouette. Now you're healed, Vasilissa smiled, brushing Arad's hair with her hand. Hold on for just a second. I'll go snap that woman's neck. She turned toward the pale knight. Get her out. I can already guess that it's Lunara and not Saloon, since you're the one who was called to heal her. When Vasilissa opened her palm, her long purple claws extended out. But she also knew that no matter what she said, the pale knight would never give Lunara out. She isn't called the mother of all demons for nothing. Now that she has Lunara's soul inside her, she'll protect her to the death. The pale knight sighed. Vasilissa, listen well, little girl. She was old, far older than the abyss itself. She's a creature that had lived since the ancient times of AO, long before the current overgod was born. She is my daughter now. You'll be starting a war with not just me, but trillions, untold hordes of demons that would drown you in a sea of blood. The infinite abyss is always growing deeper, several new layers emerging every month with new horrific and mutated demons being born out of the pale knight's womb to fill them. Only she knew the horrors lurking in the lower layers of the abyss. Those layers are so horrific and unhospitable to life that even gods fear them. Only the overgod had stepped inside and explored some of them. The pale knight had no reason to believe that Vasilissa wouldn't fear those layers, but she also had no reason to think that Vasilissa wouldn't dare to charge at her lair. Hati sighed, trying to think of a way to convince Vasilissa to back away. Forget about that. How is Arad? Did the training affect his body? Hati tried to change the subject. Vasilissa glared at her. You're trying to change the subject. Fuck off, but Arad indeed did change a bit. She sat back on her chair and sighed, staring at her son. The draconic body is our true form. Turning into a half-dragon or a humanoid is effectively becoming a lesser creature, trading power for convenience and efficiency. I bet Arad could survive on a single meal for 2 decades if he remained in his human form and lived by human standards of strength and magic, and the pale knight took her chance to slowly back away and take a seat. After Arad's draconic body, he could enchant himself with his 2 main curses, the vampiric and lycanthropic curse, turning into a vampiric wormwolf dragon. That form is the same as if a human was both a vampire and a werewolf at the same time and used those powers simultaneously. She looked back at Arad. Lycanthropy offers higher resilience, physical power, and senses. The vampiric blood offers regeneration and magical empowerment, as well as a ton of minions to use. You're saying he reached a higher form? Hattie looked at her. I won't say reached. It's more likely that he instinctively activated it as a defense mechanism as he was being crushed by the moon. Vasilissa stood, and her body turned into a pure black silhouette. Even without speaking, her thoughts reached Hati and the pale knight. This form is nothing, no time, no flesh or bones, nothing, not even light exists. Imagine a red dragon refining his fire magic until he becomes able to turn his body into pure flames like that of a fire elemental. This form is that of pure void. Do you know who I am? As she stood there, the 2 women stood terrified, pulling their weapons out. The pale knight pulled a long staff, and a crystal-clear sword emerged from Hati's palm. What are you? An abomination? Hati growled and swung at Vasilissa's neck. When the eternal blade of Hati crossed Vasilissa's neck, the part that was supposed to have touched her disappeared. Hati stared in shock at her now half-sword. What? That blade was immune to all damage. It never breaks or loses edge. It was protected by eternity. It's supposed always to be, no, What was it again, the hunk of glass in her hand? The pale knight, on the other hand, was stuck, staring at Vasilissa's pure black silhouette, engrossed in darkness that seemed akin to the abyss's infinity, hearing a faint voice, beckoning her to jump inside. She started to lose her balance, and her body reflexively fell back, and she sat on her butt, her head spinning. Your eternity, the abyss's infinity, or my ravenous void. I'm glad to test and see who will come at the top. What about you? She took a step forward and snatched Hati's broken sword from her hand, and then shoved it into her void body. A second later, she spat the sword back fixed. Hati stared at it for a second, remembering that it was her eternal blade. Once you fall inside, Vasilissa said, and the two could remember who she was. I'm the only one who can bring you out. The Over-God might be able to kill me, but that would mean the true destruction and end for everything that I swallowed. With the mortal world already in her stomach, she's literally taking everyone in there as hostages, and if she were to die, everyone would vanish with her. And Vasilissa reached with her hand inside her chest. If you aren't convinced? She pulled a naked, crying and screaming woman who started begging her the moment she came out. She didn't leave a word in the book that she didn't plead with. Hati and the pale knight immediately recognized the woman as Astra, the goddess of shooting stars. They could finally remember her as the two women stared in horror. Vasilissa shoved the begging Astra back inside her. Next time, if either Arad or Gojo get hurt by anyone beside me, I'll make sure to throw whoever harmed them inside. If they ran away, I'll throw the whole world, hoping they are in it. She shifted back into her normal form, sitting back on the chair. And to answer your question, she glared at Hati. Yes, Arad used a lesser form like this, one appropriate for his age and magical capacity, also the development of his stomach. With one leg over another, she patted Arad's head, to think his frail body was forced to use such an extreme power at a young age. She waved her hand at the bedside table, and it went right through it like an eraser. His form is probably limited to sending whatever comes into his silhouette into his stomach. He shouldn't use it too much since it damages his body a lot. She stood with a deep sigh. Tell Lunara that she was lucky this time. I won't be this forgiving next time. She disappeared into black mist, leaving the two women flabbergasted. They sat silent for a solid half an hour before taking a deep breath. They now became certain that Vasilissa left. She was an even bigger monster than they had expected. It had become clear why the Over-God made the Void Dragons to be the cosmic police and guards of countless worlds. Their power is so great that their mere existence is enough to force even gods to play by the rules. The pale knight hesitantly pulled Lunara out, watching out if Vasilissa was still prowling around, but everything seemed fine. This is exhausting. The pale knight sighed. I'm glad she left so quickly. I don't know if I could have had enough stamina if she spent the whole night here. Hati looked at Arad. But back to this, he reached that strange void form. It might not be mature, but that's a horrifying level of progress from being pushed near death. Near-death experiences are known to push fighters beyond their limit. The pale knight waved her hand and a bed appeared out of nowhere. She laid on it and sighed. I'll take a nap. Wake me when Lunara wakes up. Rest well, Grandma. Hati looked at her with a smug smile, and the pale knight immediately growled back at her. I'm not a grandma, but she was indeed far older than almost everyone. Chapter 945, Arad's Night Plan. Chapter 945, Arad's Night Plan. Minutes later, Lunara opened her eyes, looking at an unfamiliar blurry ceiling. This wasn't the skulls and bones of her dark castle in the abyss. She couldn't smell the rancid scent of rot and ash. Silence, not a single soul is crying, screaming, or weeping outside. She sat up, rubbing her eyes as memories quickly flooded her mind. She wasn't recovering from a normal injury, but having her whole body recreated. It takes time to fully wake up. After a second of adjusting to this new body, her vision finally cleared out. Blood rushed into her veins, and she could feel warmth spreading across her whole body. The pale figure watching her from across the room said in a quiet tone, That looks decent. Lunara's new body seems to have come out as expected and without any defect. Good morning, or should I say good afternoon. An hour had passed since you'd been rushed here. Do you remember me? The pale knight smiled as she was sitting backward on a wooden chair, looking at Lunara with a grin. Transferring memories from a brain to the soul and then to the brain of a new body is a daunting task. The person going through it would feel worse and be even more confused than a drunk person who got knocked out with a punch to the face and woke up in a foreign land. Lunara's face paled in fear. Instinctively, she could tell that the woman before her was a stronger demon than her. To her, this felt like getting knocked out in a street brawl and then waking up in an interrogation room with a fully armed soldier glaring at her. Wait, the pale knight. She crawled back on her bed, trying to get as much distance away, but the wall didn't allow her, stubbornly staying firm behind her back. It's not the pale knight now. It's mother for you. The pale knight smiled. She had a new daughter now. How does your body feel? I took some liberty and did some adjustments to make it a bit better. A mother gives her children the best she could. Strangely, Lunara could feel a sudden sense of peace and tranquility washing over her head. The pale knight's words were both calming and soothing, reminding her of her late dead mother. She couldn't help but feel assured to be beside her, while her mind screamed that she should be scared. Lunara clenched her fist and extended her legs. Yeah, something feels off. Pushing her fear to the back of her head, she could indeed feel that her body was lighter and more rigid. Like how a human can feel the limit of his speed while sprinting at full speed, a demon as powerful as her could feel the limit of her power at all times. That limiter had now vanished. Unlike before, this body she is now hasn't reached its full potential. I changed the location of some veins and optimized your magic circuit and lungs, but your power had dropped to half what it was before since this body had grown inside me for just an hour. The pale knight pointed at Lunara. Growing too fast must have had its cost, and getting reborn would always require some rehabilitation afterward since the muscle memory would fade away. Now you've got a better body and higher potential. It shouldn't take you long to surpass your past self. The ability to give demons and people alike a second roll at their genetic lottery was the power that made the mother of all demons a feared and respected being. And what's the catch? Lunara glared at her. Everything has a price, and that price would be paid one way or another. I'm grateful for the help, and I know you were called by that woman with many tails. But demons never do something for free. What's your price? The pale knight cracked a smile. You catch on quick. She stood, pushed the chair away with her foot, and approached Lunara. I gave birth to your current body, so call me Mother. Mom is better, and Mommy, if you don't mind, would be the best. The faint smile showing behind her veil felt both calming and disturbing. Each of those words must have a different meaning and feeling for the pale knight. If anyone tried to attack my womb, I'll call upon you and my other children to fight and protect it. The pale knight's lair is a massive mass of writhing flesh, blood, and bones, a titanic and defenseless womb that gives birth to countless demons. It needs protection, and the children are the ones supposed to protect it. I also want to be able to use your lair as a safe passageway and put a non-aggression treaty between me and you. Of course, I'll offer you services that I'm capable of, like giving new bodies to your generals or army if I had the power. This means that Lunara and her demons would protect any demon making its way through her lair that is heading in or out of the Pale Knight's lair in the abyss, and especially the lower layers. Murder is common. Those with power are free to do whatever they want, and they often abuse that power. We should have this in a written contract. Lunara leaned back. Sorry, Mother, but that's how all demons should act, like devils. We only trust in written contracts. This would allow Lunara and her generals to review the contract and dispute any potential loopholes. The pale knight smiled with a nod. I would have whopped you had you agreed just verbally. I'm your mother now. I don't want you falling into a stupid agreement. I don't need you to teach me that, Lunara giggled, but she immediately shut up as Arad suddenly jolted on his bed, sitting up with a stern face and tensed muscles. She and the pale knight stared at him for a second, and his glowing purple eyes turned to glare at Lunara, burning with a disturbing purple flame of pure rage and distrust. He clenched his left fist and magic started gathering inside it. The wind started getting pulled through the window like a storm, and the two women cried, "Wait, stop this." Lunara waved her hands. Arad woke up and chose violence in his mind. The fight still hadn't ended. He could only see Lunara and feel the itch to get his fist to kiss her brain. Calm down. Hattie appeared standing behind Arad and tapped him on the head with her long fan. The fight is over. Take a second to get reoriented. She sighed, putting her hand over his fist and trying to block his magic as he might mess up the room. Her daughters wouldn't be happy to have more work. Arad is a dragon, and dragons are aggressive by nature. He loses consciousness while still focused on nothing but killing Lunara. Now that he wakes up, his mind isn't disoriented one bit. It still carries the same will and focuses only on finding and finishing Lunara. This rigid mentality is what allows dragons to be able to fight right after waking up, no matter what their mental condition is. Right now, Arad couldn't even notice the Night Mother sitting beside Lunara. That's how much he was focusing on killing that demonic rabbit demon lord. With Hattie behind him and her hand on his fist, Arad looked at the room with one eye like a chameleon. One eye remained focused on Lunara while the other inspected his surroundings. Hattie cringed at the sight. She didn't know he could do that. Even Arad himself didn't know. He never needed to look at two different things before, so he never tried to move each eye independently. In reality, he didn't have that ability before. Vasilissa had noticed that most of the injuries Arad sustained were the result of kicks, and that he might have been able to avoid them had he been able to look in different directions and notice the charging enemy. She used her power to separate the nerves of his eyes, allowing him to control each one separately. Lunara wasn't the only one who got potential upgrades. Vasilissa probably didn't want to get outdone by that pale grandma demon. His vision finally stopped focusing on Lunara alone. We're back at your house?" His left eye looked back as he talked with Hattie, while still keeping one eye on Lunara, ready to strike in a fraction of a second. "She isn't dangerous anymore. The training has ended. It's time for you to rest for tomorrow's training." She walked past him and sat beside the pale knight. "For now, she'll be living in my house, at least until she's ready to get back to her domain in the abyss." Arad's brain instantly kicked into high gears. His wives are in this house. She wants to kill them to keep him for herself. This is dangerous, and if Lunara can't go back to the abyss now, probably the fight weakened her enough. This is the prime time to kill her and solve the problem. At night, he'll shove a fist up her chest and rip her heart out. But for now, he must act normal. "I'm not letting her stay here," Arad said, still keeping his glare at Lunara. But he leaned back and put one leg on the bed. He didn't want to mention that his wives were around. Giving the demon any information might prove dangerous. He should be against her staying here, so he'll argue. They must not figure out what he's planning. Remember, she and the other demons were called to train you. Some demons might be a bit crazy, but they mostly keep to themselves unless they are triggered. Hattie explained, trying to calm Arad down a bit. He's a reasonable dragon and should understand once everything is fully explained. Everything will be fine. The pale knight added with a gentle smile. None of them had any idea that Arad was already planning to kill Lunara. If Alcott was here, he would have figured out Arad's plan. But alas, those two women aren't experts in dealing with dragons and their schemes. He triggers me in different ways. Lunara looked at Arad with a smug smile, rubbing her thighs, and Hattie sighed. "We're trying to help here. Care to remain silent for a bit?" She wasn't helping her case, only making it worse. As they were talking, the door opened and Mira walked inside with a sweaty body and a large smile. "Arad, come, I got something ready," she said, barely breathing as she rushed in excitement. "Your weapon, I want you to test it," she said with a proud smile, grabbing him by the arm and trying to pull him back. Chapter 946, The Cult's Rabbit Hole. Chapter 946, The Cult's Rabbit Hole. A little bit ago, and far back at Croc City's outskirts, Jack Pin and the murder paladins made their way across the swamp's edge, following the faint demonic trail of magic until they reached a massive boulder shrouded with moss and vines. The musty smell of the swamp's rotten water, the flies and bugs buzzing around in the air, the soft mud beneath their boots, and the bug-infested dead trees, they stood beside the boulder, looking around and waiting for demons to jump out of the murky water. Pin climbed Jack's back and stood above his head, staring at the boulder with glowing red eyes. She giggled, biting her nails. "I can feel it, their demonic magic," she smiled. "They're close. It shall be a bloody party." As her bloodlust seeped out, the paladins pulled their maces and hammers and looked around for anything to smash. But nothing came out besides more flies and mosquitoes. Those can't be hit with ease. They are here. Beneath the rock like worms? One of the paladins stared at the massive boulder, noting that it was over 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, 16. 5 feet, and 10 feet the dark green plants and vines seemed to twist around the boulder, sticking their roots deep into its core, pulsing with strange magic. "Filthy maggots," another growled, "squash them beneath my boots. The boulder was either created or moved by magic recently." "This looks more like the work of a druid," one of the paladins said as he looked at Pin. "Lady Pin, we're trying to find a demon cult, not a druid circle." He was a smart one, a man skilled enough to notice the difference in magic. It was indeed druidic magic that moved the boulder, not a demonic one. Indeed, druids can get angry if someone trespassed onto their territory, another paladin said with a sore face. Nothing hurt more than stumbling on a druid grove and getting chased down by a bunch of bears or hungry vultures. No, this is the demon's cult hideout. "Pin is certain," she giggled, looking back at the paladins with a sadistic grin. A demon lord won't care about the classes of his followers. Even if this was indeed a druid's grove, it's already been tainted by the demon lord's influence. Don't underestimate the Severing Queen's art of torture. The paladins gulped down, imagining the druids forced to turn into animals and then getting slaughtered for food. For some reason, that was the common thought amongst them. She pointed at the boulder with her long and twisted finger. "Johnny, push it away." Hearing her words, the largest of the paladins cracked his knuckles with a puffed chest as he moved forward. He was the one with the most strength out of everyone present. If anyone is to push the boulder away, it's him. With a grunt akin to that of a bull, the paladin pushed against the boulder with his shoulder, his face turning bright red with veins bulging out. As Johnny pushed the boulder aside, it surprisingly moved with ease. What was revealed beneath the boulder was a long, twisted hole, deep, silent, and ominous. As Jack stepped beside it and pushed some dirt with his foot, they couldn't hear it hit the bottom. The exhausted Johnny looked at Jack as he sat on a relatively clean stone. Even if the boulder was easy to move, thanks to the soft ground, it was still a massive boulder. "So, any bastards inside?" "It's deep," Jack looked back. "I've got some ropes, but it won't carry the heaviest of us." "That hurt, man. I just moved the boulder for us." Johnny shook his head. "It's muscles, muscles. Doesn't change the fact my rope can't carry you." Jack looked at him, shrugging his shoulders. "Sorry, but they are priced to performance perfect to carry my relatively lightweight body." He looked at his heavy artificial arm and leg. "I'll stay here and guard, slay any cultist that tries to escape. This hole is as black as the abyss. Even I can smell the evil of that demon lord rushing out of it." Johnny nodded with a giggle. "May Eris's blessing be with you, and give them some kicks in my stead." Jack giggled. "Playing whack-a-cultist with a single hole and a warhammer, that should be fun enough." Pin looked at the hole. "Down the rabbit hole? Be ready for anything. Demons are far too powerful than you think." She could sense it, the strange twists in Lunara's demonic essence. Jack pulled a torch from his magic pocket and looked at it for a second. It had enough clothes and oil. "Let's take a look then." He smiled, and Pin reached with her finger toward the torch, touching it with her nail. A small red spark flashed, and the torch burst ablaze. He crouched down and extended his arm down, trying to illuminate the dark hole. As the flames flickered and the shadows danced, he could see the faint figure of jagged stones and pebbles piled up deep into the darkness. I can see the floor. That might be gravel or soft dirt. It's probably 10 meters deep. He looked back at the paladins with a worried face. A deadly fall. I'll go down first. You follow me afterward. A 10-meter fall, that's 30 feet, falling that low into terrain they didn't know. It might be filled with spikes for all they know. That's a high risk, so Jack wanted to go first since he's a rogue. He has the tools and knowledge to survive such a fall. We paladins charge first. One of the men behind growled, "You stay back. We shall explore the safety of the entrance." While Jack was the most reasonable option to explore the hole, the paladins couldn't resist pushing their pride forward. Pin stared at them. This man had fought alongside Arad, the lady's powerful husband. She glared back at them. Pin is certain. He's skilled. She tapped Jack on the back of his head. "Let's go. They'll follow after us." The paladins didn't look so happy about her decision as they mumbled to each other, but no one voiced a complaint. Jack fired his hook at the boulder and slowly lowered himself down with a rope, stopping right before touching the ground. He waved his torch around, looking closely at the ground and walls. He is a trapper, and such simple tricks won't fly past his head. The ground was indeed trapped. Beneath the soft sand and dirt lay countless metal spikes laced with deadly poison. He could notice them due to the faint smell filling the air, the smell of black boa poison. Since the pressure inside the cave is low, wind flows from the outside and to the inside. That means smelling the poison before jumping in is impossible even for someone like Arad. Smell travels by air, and if that air is pushed in the opposite direction, you get this. He looked at the walls as Pin stared at the ground, trying to sniff the smell that Jack smelled. The walls seemed to have been carved by magic. Look at those smooth twists and turns. They never form naturally. He extended his hand forward. The last time I've seen this big sister was showing it to me. It's a massive trap that can be created only inside caves. Pin looked at the walls. She wasn't a native of the mortal world, so she couldn't tell if those rock formations were natural or not. Some caves are filled with explosive gas, so you dig several air holes around it. When someone walks in with a torch, the whole place turns into a massive oven. The burning room is usually several layers away from the main chamber of the hideout. He started winding his rope up to get out. I bet there are a lot of burning traps inside that are designed to set the place ablaze if a stranger walked in. Unlike what it looked like from the outside, this place was a deadly trap. Charging inside blindly would only lead to countless deaths. As the paladins stared at him, Jack shook his head. "It's a death trap. We'll get roasted alive if we step inside, and there are poisonous spikes everywhere. Those hurt a lot, especially when you fall on your butt." He walked to the side and sat on the ground, pulling several bottles and trinkets from his pocket. rewebnovel.com. "Wait a bit. It'll take me some time to disarm everything." He started working, and Pin looked at him with a surprised face. "You can disarm the fire thing? Natural gas never stops coming out. It's like a hot spring. If they didn't build something to vent it out periodically, it might overflow to the main chambers. Or worse, once someone triggers it, there'll be too much gas that it'll cause a massive explosion and collapse the whole cave system." Jack smiled. "I'll check the geography of the location and try to figure out possible vents." Chapter 947, The Rabbit's Lair. Jack smiled, standing up as he picked a long stick from the bushes. "Everyone come around," he called the paladins and started drawing on the ground. "This is the boulder, and we have a small hill on this side, and a forest from here and to this place." "Did you figure out where the vent is?" one of the paladins asked. "Not exactly. Do you want an explanation, or should I just tell you what to do?" He looked at them. "Just give directions. Venting the gas is a chore. We want to get it done with so we can bash some heads." The paladin stood and looked back at the mossy hill. Behind the hill? No. 5 locations. Jack drew several X's on his dirt map. One of them is the vent, or multiple, I don't know, check them out. If it's a boulder, move it. If it's dirt, shovel it out. He pulled several shoves out of his magic pocket. Do whatever it takes. We'll get it done. The paladins split into 5 groups, each having at least 5 paladins as they spread, and each headed to a possible location. Jack and Pin stayed beside the hole and worked on getting rid of the poisonous spikes, and the paladins returned after just half an hour. "Did you find anything?" Jack asked, as he noticed some of them dripping with mud and moss, smelling like wet dogs. 3 groups have encountered vents and opened them. One vent was hiding beneath a boulder, another vent was buried and disguised as a grave, and the last vent was underwater in the swamp with a large stone blocking it. Jack didn't know how did they get to the underwater one, or who was disrespectful enough to dig a grave, but he didn't ask questions. The important part is that they did their job. Rogues only care about results, no matter the method. A thief can't criticize a grave robber after all. One steals from the living, and the other from the dead who probably don't need what they have. Right now, they should be able to proceed. Jack called the paladins. "Look, what do you think?" He had shoveled dirt and stones down the hole and buried the spikes with another layer. "You still can't jump inside. I'll go down first." Jack grabbed the rope and climbed down, finally landing safely, thanks to his light weight. He waved his hand to the paladins up and then proceeded to splash a strange potion over the dirt and stones. Magic engulfed the pile of dirt and stone, hardening it. The potion was made by Arad before when he tried to infuse different types of magic into potions. Some could explode into fire, some into ice, and this potion hardens dirt and stone to create a strong shell, and is usually used by armies to create ramps and barricades on the battlefield. The paladins jumped down one after another, and some of them were left to guard the entrance. "Don't use torches." Jack glared at the paladins. "Even if we vented the gas, we don't know at which rate it fills up. Let's be careful," even if he said that he had something else in mind. Of course. One of the paladins lifted his fist and put it close to his chest. "Shining sun, crimson night, illuminate my path and lead me to victory." He lifted his fist, and it flashed with a purple light. Eris's light. The paladins were already starting to receive holy spells from their faith in Eris. It was extremely rare for a demigod to be able to provide his followers with anything more than some divine magic for smites. But it seems that Eris is far more talented than most demigods, and her being a paladin of Amaterasu helps a lot as well. A magic that creates light? Jack smiled, pulling his wakizashi. "Prideful son, embrace my path in your divine magnificent." His dagger flashed for but a second, and the cave became as clear as if it were in direct sunlight. The spell was embedded into his dagger. The same way he can shroud himself and an area in darkness, he can shroud it in light. Amaterasu's holy embrace is the light spell, and Amaterasu's unholy disdain is the dark spell. Jack sheathed his wakizashi and walked in the front. Soon, they reached the darkness once again, even though his spell didn't require mana to cast or an object to create light. It had a set range and would stay in the location where it was cast. Jack waved his hand, and the light disappeared. To cast it again, he unsheathed the wakizashi and cast it just like before. Doing that, they kept pushing deeper and deeper down the hole. Soon they reached a large empty cavern. They had already reached Jack's spell limit, so he turned it off and was getting ready to cast it again in the darkness. But he stopped, hearing something move. "Something moved," Jack growled. "Arm yourselves." Amaterasu's holy embrace as the light illuminated the cavern. They were surrounded by hundreds of red-eyed white rabbits. "Bunnies?" one of the paladins gasped, and the rabbits swarmed him in a second. He didn't even have time to swing his hammer before the rabbits tore him apart limb by limb, eating him alive in 3 seconds. Everyone stared at the rabbits' bloodied teeth and snouts in horror. Killer rabbits. Jack shouted as he lunged forward, pulling a bottle from his pocket and throwing it at the rabbits. The bottle shattered and exploded into a pillar of ice, freezing some of the monsters. But that wasn't before they managed to swarm Jack, biting on him left and right. Jack screamed, and the paladins watched in horror. Some of them swung their maces and hammers at the rabbits, but killing one or two didn't reduce the number of mouths biting on Jack. In the back, a woman wearing a white robe with her body filled with cuts and scars walked out with a giggle and a smile on her face. Fools walking into our sanctuary like this? Be a sacrifice or our magnificent lady. Suddenly Jack's screams turned into a burst of laughter as his eyes looked at the woman. Nice legs? Care to spread your ass to me? What? The cultist woman gasped, and a massive explosion burst from between the rabbits. The cannonball smacked the cultist woman in the stomach, punching a hole into her guts. Jack told the paladin not to use torches because he expected the cultists to be already watching them. He didn't want to give them any chance of expecting him to use a firearm, as he was the squishiest of Arad's party and had a physics that was put to shame by Lydia's tough and muscular body. Jack had opted to wear full-body chainmail beneath his light leather armor. Thanks to Arad's funds, he managed to buy a set of lightweight yet durable, magically enchanted mithril chainmail armor. The rabbits suddenly started dying as he threw an empty glass bottle on the ground. That was a poison that evaporated upon contact with air. It's too weak to harm humans, but deadly enough to kill rabbits and small animals. Shaking the dead rabbits with just a few scratches and bites on his face, Jack looked at the darkness behind the dead cultist woman and could hear a few footsteps rushing back. He couldn't be grateful enough to Alcott for teaching him how to use echolocation in darkness without saying a word. He fired his hook and swung after them like a monkey, disappearing from the paladin's view in a second. The two cultist women who were hiding in the back ran away the moment their partner got her back blown to pieces on their faces. They horridly jumped behind the massive stone door and tapped the magic sign on the inside, closing and locking it. "The hell was that?" one of them cried, unable to steady her breath. The blood on her face was still warm. That sounded like a cannon. Where did he hide it? The other one was shaking, sweat dripping across her back. She could get the image of their sister in faith exploding like a grape. At that moment, both of them felt hands caressing their legs. Nice legs, as beautiful as that woman before, but those cuts and scares are a shame. Jack was already sitting behind them. The two cultist women froze in place and started shaking. Open that door, or the next cannonball would fly up USS. One of them could feel the burning hot barrel pressing against her butt. Jack wasn't joking, his cannon was loaded and ready to fire again. The cultist woman started panting as she reached with her hand toward the magic circle, but suddenly turned around swinging her now bear-like arm. She was a druid and could even use partial beast form. Jack masterfully dodged her attack and pushed his cannon between her legs. "I warned you, bang!" He blasted her innards onto the ceiling. "What a waste!" He mumbled as the other cultist screamed, swinging a kick at his face. Her leg has turned into that of a horse, the hoof blazing at Jack's brain. Jack jumped up and dodged her attack, landing at her side and wrapping his arms around her. He squeezed her neck with his left arm as he forced her to extend her hand with his other arm. She struggled, but he forced her to push the magical seal and open the door for the other paladins to rush in. At that moment, more cultists appeared from deep inside and fired arrows at him. He pulled the cultist woman by the hair and put her before him. Realizing he was about to use her as a flesh shield, she curled her arms and legs up, shifting her back into a turtle's shell. As the arrows bounced from her back, she grabbed Jack by the neck and started clenching her sharp fingers, digging into his neck as she tried to kick him in the stomach. One last chance, don't move. His cannon was pressed against her stomach. The red-hot barrel burned her clothes and skin. She glared at him and screamed, "For Lunara!" and tried to shift her whole arm into that of a wolf, but it was too late. Jack fired his cannon and her burning turtle shell flew back at the other cultists, smacking two down. The paladins who just arrived stared with gaping mouths at the carnage, and the cultists were struck by fear watching Jack's silhouette approach from the darkness with two red, glowing eyes sitting upon his shoulders. "Nice murder," Pin said with a giggle. Chapter 948. Jack vs. the Cult. Jack pointed his hand forward. "Charge!" he shouted, firing his last round at the middle of the cultists, forcing them to scatter around like terrified chickens. As the paladins charged to fight, he retreated to the shadows and started reloading the cannon in his artificial arm. He could only hold 4 shots, yet that was still plenty as long as he planned ahead. And now, as the paladins drew the cultists' attention, Jack stared at the chaos, trying to figure out who is the cultists' leader, as his hands worked by muscle memory. 10 seconds later, he had reloaded his cannon, yet he still didn't find any of the cultists to be particularly interesting or looking like a leader. Those bastards were at least that bit competent, hiding their commander, or it could be that their commander isn't in this cavern. That would have been even smarter. Jack sneaked across the room, avoiding the chaos as he circled behind the cultists and found where they came from, a small hole in the ground enough to fit 3 people. He looked inside and immediately crawled in, slithering like a snake as he crossed the 10-meter-long tunnel. As he emerged, he found himself surrounded by even more cultists. The ones outside seemed to have been only the guards. Jack barely dodged a firebolt to the face as he jumped out and rolled back, reflexively reaching for his dagger. "Don't," Pin said as she clung to his shoulder. "You'll just make them stronger." Using slashing weapons against the cultists of the Severing Demon Lord would only grant them power. What a strange person. One of the cultists, a large muscular man with countless tattoos on his scared body, walked forward. Taking a fiend as a familiar, "Are you a devil worshipper?" He glared at Jack, but immediately lifted an eyebrow. He had no idea who Jack or Pin were. The man couldn't even guess why they were raiding his hideout. "Strange, I sense Amaterasu's divine magic on you." He lifted his hand, curious at the sight of a man with holy influence walking around with a devil on his back. Such blasphemy wasn't a common sight. Catch him, he'll make a fine sacrifice. With those words, countless green vines burst from the ground like rampaging tentacles and flew at Jack, trying to entangle him. The rarer, stronger, and better the sacrifice, the more power and gifts they would get back from Lunara. Jack seemed to be like a fine sacrifice. The cult's leader won't waste the chance. Jack growled as he barely dodged the jolting vines. "You're the leader, right?" He smiled, and the spring on his artificial leg fired with a thud, sending him flying through the vines and kicking the large man in the guts, sending him rolling at the wall. Jack could feel his foot tingling and his hips burning. The cult's leader was heavy and hard. Attacking directly is not wise. It felt like kicking a wall. As Jack landed and pointed his cannon at the man to finish him off, the other cultists threw their arms forward, and each of them fired a spell. In the blink of an eye, Jack was surrounded by a barrage of spells: firebolts, acid splashes, ice spikes, stone spikes, and even some lightning bolts. With how adamant the cultists are to protect the large man, it is clear he is the cult's leader. The spring on Jack's leg fired once more, and he jumped into the air, latching onto the ceiling with his artificial arm as the magic exploded in a multicolored light where he stood. The cultists immediately aimed back at Jack in panic, but Jack wasn't willing to stand still and be an easy target. He swung across the room and landed on one of the cultists with a stomp, crushing his head to the ground. Jack was too fast and nibbled for them to deal with. The moment they finished chanting for their spells, he would have already dodged their magic. The other cultists picked their swords and daggers, rushing forward at Jack while chanting the ritual of the sacrifice. Severed from life, severed for blood. Beneath the night's moon, a prey awaits. Re webnovielt simaikim, if he can't be caught with magic, they'll outnumber him. The cultists didn't fear death, as only the embrace of their demonic mistress awaited them in the afterlife. They already signed their souls to Lunara and would resurrect as demons in her domain upon death. Jack dodged most of their attempts to slash him, and the few attacks that managed to land were easily reflected by his armor. They are decent fighters, but as a rogue, he was more accustomed to fighting in a dimmer environment. With only a few torches illuminating this chamber, he had the advantage. Using the shadows to his advantage, Jack ignored the weak cultists and focused on the knocked large man. That should be the leader and the most dangerous of them all. If that leader is killed, this cult will disperse, and Lunara will have no way of easily targeting Eris. But before Jack could reach him, The large man stood growling, fur covered his already hairy arms, and his face twisted, elongating into a hideous snout. The magic gushing out of the man didn't resemble that of a druid, but felt like a deeper, sinister taint, a curse cast upon the man's bones and flesh. A werbear. Jack gasped as he lifted his arms to block. The werbear swung his claw, and a magical slash flew from its swing, hitting Jack, who was over 3 meters away from him. Like werewolves and were-tigers, the large man was a werbear, a hideous monstrosity of the mixture of a bear and man, chained by the hellish blood of the Rakshasa devils. Jack gasped, some of his hair slashed, blood dripping from his shoulder, and a massive cut was engraved on the wall behind him. But the werbear cried. Impossible. He couldn't believe his eyes. When the werbear took Jack's kick, he noticed that Jack's artificial limbs were a massive part of his power. With that knowledge, he looked at Jack's artificial arm and recognized it as a cannon, explaining the booms he heard earlier. With all of that, he decided to slash it off using the blessing of Lunara that he received years ago. Lunara's slash, as a gift granted from the demon lord Lunara to her most devoted followers, this slash is hailed to be able to cut even adamantine. The werbear couldn't believe his eyes. Jack's artificial arm that he targeted wasn't even scratched. Jack's artificial limbs were made by Cain, the old man living in Alina. For some strange reason, not even Lunara's magic could put a dent on them. Jack immediately recognized that his artificial limbs could block the slashes, so he immediately got some distance away from the werbear and pointed his arm with a smile. Bang! Boom! The massive fireball burst from Jack's arm and illuminated the room as the cannonball flew at the werbear, aiming to burst his head open like a melon. The werbear dodged the cannonball and charged forward, jumping in the air and swinging his claw at Jack with a roar. Jack used his hook as leverage and blocked the werbear's claw with his artificial foot, using the power behind that attack to jump back and get some distance. By that time, the cultists were already about to fire another barrage of magic, and Jack bounced off the wall like a pinball thanks to the powerful spring in his artificial leg. To avoid being hit, Jack started jumping all over the large room, bouncing off the walls and swinging with his rope as the werbear swung his claws, firing an endless wave of slashes. One slash would be enough to cleave Jack's body in half. But this wasn't the first time Jack fought this close to death. He was strangely calm, not even sweating as he watched the werbear move and thought of his next attack. As the cultists started to move, they noticed strange glass bottles on the ground filled with black powder. It was too late when they realized that as Jack fired a cannonball at the ground, igniting all of the bombs he spread across the room. Near half of the cultists died in that attack, enraging the werbear even further. He roared, the muscles on his arms bulging as he swung as hard as he could, generating an even stronger slash. Lunara's demonic severance. This attack was his ultimate move. Getting this blessing from Lunara made him this cult's leader. For their demon lord to show him such love, such benevolence, and grant him that mighty power, he shall use it to bring victory to her name. Jack swung his leg and kicked the slash back at the werbear using the spring in his artificial leg. Those limbs, something about them surged with power, being durable enough to deflect such a spell. No human could make such things. The slash cut the werbear across the shoulder, and he coughed blood, growling in rage and shock. He couldn't have imagined that a day would come when his mistress's gift would be defeated before his eyes. As the werbear coughed blood, one of the cultists rushed forward, ripping her robe apart as she knelt half-naked before Lunara's altar. She cried, praying as loud as she could, using her nails to scratch and slash her body. Vicious and dark demonic magic started surging into the altar and exploded into a massive portal, cracking with Lunara's magic as the woman's pleads turned into maniacal laughter. The ritual she just performed was a summoning one, using herself as a sacrifice to their demonic mistress. She will summon one of Lunara's demons to aid them in battle. She looked back at Jack. It's the end. I'll be dying first. See you in the abyss. She smiled as the gate behind her sparked and a massive muscular arm emerged, grabbing the altar. Jack's face paled in shock as he looked at the massive being. The woman turned back with closed eyes and a large smile on her face. She opened her arms ready to be crushed by the demon of her beloved mistress, yet the hit never came. She slowly opened her eyes and looked up, finding herself between Arad's massive thighs. Chapter 949, A Horrible Misunderstanding. Chapter 949, A Horrible Misunderstanding. The cultist woman gasped, staring up with a shocked face. She had never expected Lunara's demon to look human, but what came couldn't be anything else. But now that she looked at him for a solid second, he was over 2 meters tall and as muscular as a bull. He couldn't be a human. This is a giant. Arad's eyes looked around, spotting Jack and the murder paladins who were just making it out of the tunnel to assist him. It didn't take him a second to recognize that the cultists were attacking Jack and the rest, so he acted. Arad's eyes flashed purple as a wave of gravity magic rushed out of his body, forcing all the cultists to kiss the ground. Even the Werbere couldn't resist Arad's magic. His body felt several times heavier than normal, and the wound up his shoulder didn't help. He coughed blood, wanting to curse the giant demon that appeared, but still fearing Lunara's retribution. Jack looked at Arad with a confused face. Arad was supposed to be several weeks' worth of travel time away. Even if Arad flew here as fast as he could, it'd take him a day to arrive, and this one had walked out of the demonic gate. Arad, is that you? How? He looked at him, still worried that this might be a shape-shifting demon. It wasn't that uncommon for demons and devils to show up to mortals in human forms to trick or make them drop their guard. Arad. A sharp voice boomed from the still-burning gate, and a long purple arm extended out, grabbing Arad by the shoulder. "This is my gate. Why did you jump in?" Lunara walked out and growled at him. The cultists couldn't recognize Lunara's demonic magic, as Arad's gravity magic had engulfed the whole place and muffled their senses. They could only sense him. To them, the one behind him was just another giant demon. This is only purple and has horns. 1 minute earlier, Arad and Lunara were still sitting with Haiti and the pale mother in the healing quarter when a small gate opened beside Lunara's head, crackling with magic. This was a call for help from her cultists. They were pleading for her to send them a powerful demon to assist them in battle. Lunara looked at the fist-sized gate, pulled it closer to her face, and looked closer at it. "I must go back to the abyss. My followers ask me to send them a demon to help." She stood and looked at Hattie. "It's safe if I open a door to the abyss, right?" She didn't know if doing such a thing could trigger Caden or the Over-God, but Hattie replied with a nod. "You can do that. It's dangerous to return to the abyss now." The Pale Knight said, "You might get killed by your generals who want to rob your power and throne. She'll be fine, but do it inside the training room, not here." Hattie waved her hand and opened a portal to her training ground. "I don't want the abyss's miasma stinking up my house," as the two were talking. Arad looked at the gate with his void eyes, sensing something strange about it. It was faint, but he could see it. A familiar magic sparkling on the other side, bloody and fiendish. A devilish presence that always stuck close to one of his wives. There was no doubt about it. That was Pin's magic on the other side, which meant Eris might be there, facing Lunara's followers. Blood rushed into his head, and a vein bulged on his forehead. Arad threw his hand forward and plunged his fist into the portal. Lunara gasped, but she was already too late. Arad's whole body got sucked into the gate in a fraction of a second. Usually teleporting someone as powerful and magic-dense as he was quite taxing. But if he is willing to be teleported, it's almost costless. Shocked at Arad's act, Lunara jumped after him, ending in them both inside the cultist's lair. "Ooh, great demon," the cultist woman between Arad's legs cried. "Please kill those intruders who trespassed on our great lady's altar." She didn't even notice Lunara, who had just walked out of the gate behind Arad as she was knocked down with gravity magic, and Arad's legs were too thick for her to see behind them. freewebensvel.com. Arad lifted his fist, the veins on his arm bulging as he swung his palm up. The whole cavern shook and cracked. Jack and the paladins got thrown to the ground as the walls shattered and the ceiling levitated. Everyone watched in horror as sunlight pierced through the shattered walls. Arid had split the whole cavern in half and lifted the upper part to the sky, exposing the inner layer to the outside world. He wanted a direct line of sight to everyone in the cave, all of them, including the paladins waiting outside, the dead ones in the other caverns, and even the sneaky cultists hiding in ambush inside the walls. He had already sensed all of them, so he wanted everyone to be visible, within punching range. Jack, what's going on here? Arid walked past the cultist woman. As his foot landed 1 inch beside her face, she could see it pushing through the hard stone, leaving a footprint. Terrified that she had almost got her head crushed like an apple, she got a sudden urge to empty her stomach from stress. "How do I know you're Arid?" Jack growled. He had no reason to think this was the real Arid, seeing that he'd just come out of a demonic summoning gate. Sadly, Jack wasn't as talented with magic as everyone else and couldn't use it to identify people. He needed something clear. Getting tricked by a demon here would mean death. "It's Arid," Pin said with a grin on her face. "I can sense it, my lady's blood in him." She jumped from Jack's shoulder onto Arad's shoulder with a happy giggle. "Milord, it's been a while." The moment Pin recognized Arid and jumped to him, the paladins smiled, smelling their victory cooking on the horizon. This is their goddess's husband. They couldn't ask for better support. Jack sighed. "So it's you, not some shape-shifting demon." He approached Arid with a tired face. "How did you end up coming out of a demonic gate?" The last time he saw Arid, he was sure Arid wasn't a demon. "I was in the Beast Kingdom with this demon called Lunara, and I then sensed Pin's magic when the gate appeared in front of her. So I jumped in," Arid looked back, pointing at Lunara with his thumb. "That one over there?" Pin looked behind Arid at the side of the portal, and so did everyone, finally noticing Lunara's presence and magic. Pin's smile disappeared in a second as she gasped, "Hey, dreadful, sharp, burning, and evil, the ancient demonic magic of a demon that had lived for centuries. She was a demon lord, and everyone felt it." Everyone started sweating as they slowly realized who was the monster standing behind Arid. They were in the presence of the demon lord of Severing. Jack slowly lifted his artificial limb, ready to fire, as the cultists smiled in terror and happiness. Their demonic lady had graced them with her presence. Both the paladins and cultists started cracking into faint smiles, glaring at each other. Each side thought they were winning. The cultists' confidence as their demon lord appeared was unmatched, and the paladins were the same. Arid slowly turned back toward Jack and the paladins. "Now, what's going on?" He still didn't get an answer to his question, and everyone tensed up. The only one who realized something was off was Jack. He knew how powerful Arid was, and that you can't underestimate a demon lord. If Arid and Lunara were to fight here, Croc City and everyone in 1,000 kilometers are fucked. Lunara started sweating in the back. She knew what was this about. Since she tried to see who Arad's wives were, she triggered Lydia's senses and ended up causing this whole mess. If her standing with Arid was bad earlier, it's about to get even worse when he knows it's all her fault. While everyone there thought Lunara was the most dangerous being present, only she knew that it was Arid that they should be afraid of. Their previous fight ended in a draw, but now she's certain he'll kill her. Before anyone could speak, Lunara was the one to speak first. "Sorry, this is my fault." It's better if she was the one speaking instead of anyone else ratting her out. Arid's neck twisted, as if he had no neck bones. He turned toward her with a burning purple glare. "Your fault? What did you do?" She could sense that he was indeed angry, far more than before when she threatened his wives, since blood had been spilled this time. But he wasn't attacking immediately, which was a good sign. Yet she couldn't relax. He was one word away from shoving his fist down her throat and pulling her heart out, but even with that good sign that Arid was willing to listen if she was the one speaking directly, she still felt like a stone was stuck down her throat. "Remember when you told me about your wives? I then tried to see who they were, so I used small cuts as mediums to check who they were so I can identify them from the common rabble. Pinching her fingers together, she couldn't look at him in the face. Cuts? Arad took a step toward her and she gasped, feeling her stomach turn. She jumped a step back, waving her hands. No, it wasn't a cut that I caused. I used cuts that already occurred. Arad stopped moving and she felt a bit relieved, yet she couldn't relax just yet. One wrong word and not just her head would roll, but probably all of her cultists would end up evaporating. When I identified Eris, a paladin, that with her noticed my demonic presence and identified me. I suspect they are here to attack my cult for that. She looked at the cultists with a troubled face. Her actions had led them to face several deaths without them even knowing why. If they made it all alive from here today, she'll give those who died a high rank among her demons. Pin was the one to speak after that. Demon lords use their cults as beacons to spread their influence. When Lunara's demonic magic appears on my lady Eris, the easiest and quickest route to make sure the demon lord doesn't reach her is to destroy all the nearby cults. That's why are we here to destroy this cult, murder every one of them so Lunara can't track my lady. Arad halted his gravity magic and released everyone. He only kept the ceiling floating in the sky. He was smart enough to guess this was probably a misunderstanding. But his aim was someone else. As the magic lifted, the werebear who had regenerated thanks to his cursed blood lunged up, swinging his claw at Arad's neck. You aren't one of my lady's demons? Die, monster. Chapter 950. It got worse. The werebear lunged forward, swinging his claw at Arad's neck with a burning rage. Arad didn't even bother moving. It was as clear as day that such a weak attack wouldn't even pierce his scales. But something else happened. Lunara's foot flew above Arad's shoulder and landed between him and the werebear, her toes digging into the stone ground as she gracefully swung her open palm forward, hitting the werebear in the stomach hard enough to send him flying with a blast. She gently put her other foot down, looking down at her toes, ignoring the shocked gasps of her cultists. The last thing Lunara wanted now was for one of her cultists to start a fight with Arad. It didn't matter how weak the werebear was. What mattered was the fact he was her servant and was attacking Arad, and that was bad. Being fully aware of how sore her standing is with Arad and still feeling the burning will to get close to him hot in her heart, she knew her current goal shouldn't be getting close to him, but making sure she doesn't get even further from him. Even if making progress is hard, let's try not to make the situation worse. She stood and turned toward Arad. Colorful words and theatrical apologies are only going to trigger Arad's distrust and suspicions even more. Sorry about that. I won't cause you any more trouble. She looked at Arad with a straight face. My lady. The werebear, now stuck to the wall, started crying. Even you. I trusted you. He lifted his tearful eyes, glaring at her with a hint of rage in his bestial eyes. After a short pause, he continued, If what that devil said is true, you're the one who betrayed us, led us to this mess. All of those people who believed in you are now dead, for what we sacrificed our lives for what we cut ourselves for years, only betrayal. His tears flew like a stream, gushing down his cheeks as his skin wiggled and his eyes burned black. The demonic magic coursing through his body started shifting, and Lunara could see it changing color. Her eyes dilated as she recognized the pattern, and she growled. D. With a powerful lung using the full power of her legs, she thrust her fist at the werebear's stomach. The attack was so fast that none other than Arad could see her move, even with how weakened she was. She didn't spare any energy to finish the werebear. Lunara's fist hit the empty wall, piercing a hole in it as the werebear was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes rapidly turned back, looking for the werebear, but even his magic had disappeared. As she turned, her toes drew a crescent shape on the ground, Moon Seal trying to seal the area before the worst happened, but she was late. For a moment, even with everything, she was hoping it was Arad who had finished the werebear, but she couldn't be more mistaken. It was only hope, but she wished nothing more than to see Arad's angry face and get punched by him in the face. Herself getting beaten down is a much happier ending than the horror she's expecting to happen. Arad, was it? As she looked back, Arad was already on his knees, gasping for air and clenching a fist on his chest, the hair on his body growing longer and shorter as he tried his hardest to restrain his lycanthropic metamorphosis. Lunara's face paled as she realized her seal was indeed too late. She had once again caused another problem, and this time it was a disaster that could not be fixed. One of the cultists, a woman who was standing beside Jack and watching, suddenly started bleeding from her nose as her eyes flushed red with blood. As she lifted her shaking hands and looked at the blood dripping from her face, she pissed herself and threw up on the floor as a deep scream escaped her throat. Her painful cry shocked everyone in the room, pulling them toward the truth of the horror beginning. This was how most interactions with demons start and end. There is no winning when dealing with demons, only loss, suffering, and misfortune. Her arms and legs twisted and contorted as bones wiggled beneath her skin. Her hair fell off and started getting replaced with fur, and her gaping mouth got decorated with one too many rows of sharp and bloodied teeth. In front of Lunara's eyes, the woman had turned into a warrior, giggling on the floor, engulfed with madness. Half of the cultists started falling as they transformed into monsters, all consumed by the spreading lycanthropic curse. It was already getting out of control, the curse of the moon. For a pathetic prey animal, it's revolting to see you basking in the moonlight. Arad said in a different voice than usual. He stood up, fully transforming into his werewolf form. He was a massive, muscular werewolf, with glowing golden eyes and long obsidian claws. Arad, what's going on? Jack lunged toward Arad as the cultists started transforming. In this madness, Jack only trusted Arad. Sadly, his mistrust had ended way too early. It would have been better had he never relaxed. "Fool, run away!" Pin shouted at the top of her lungs. Crack! Arad smacked Jack with his fist, sending him flying to the wall with several broken ribs and a shattered arm, bleeding rivers as Pin was flung across the room from the impact. "Give him back!" Lunara growled as she glared at Arad, her toes digging into the ground as she was ready to lung with a kick. Alaric Lupin. Lunara's demonic magic burned fiercely like a raging flame as she glared at Arad's monstrous form. Froab Oval Silim. Alaric Lupin was the demon lord of bestial instinct and beasts. He's the patron of lycanthropes, cannibals, and primal savagery. He and Lunara fought for centuries over the power of the moon. While she was blessed by Saloon to be the moon's heir, he could only gaze upon her magnificence from the ground. Being looked down upon every time by a rabbit had burned several holes in Alaric's pride, making him a laughingstock for other demon lords. How is the demon lord of beasts getting stepped upon by a mere rabbit? It was an insult that kept him plotting for every waking second of his life. So this is the man who defeated you. I could never expect such a power to be stored in this immature body. Alaric Lupin, checked his arms, sensing the incomprehensible power surging across Arad's veins. Lunara lunged at Arad, swinging a kick at his face as hard as she could. Wake up, crack. As she landed, her foot was still in Arad's jaw, getting munched. Tasty. Nothing beats the flesh of demon lords. He looked back at her as she healed her severed foot in an instant. For the first time, he could feel himself being stronger than her. Such a splendid feeling gave him enough euphoria to get addicted. "You bastard! Get out of his body!" she growled. "The moon shall be mine once more. You're nothing more than an injured rabbit now. A prey like you should have never stood above me." He smiled, lifting his claw, and I won't miss this chance, he could imagine it. The bleeding white rabbit running alone across the flat hills being chased by a pack of hungry hyenas. But suddenly, blood gushed from his nose, and he looked shocked. What's this? He could sense it. Something horrific rushing from deep inside Arad's body, assaulting his connection to the body. Bitch! He saw Doma viciously ripping his lycanthropic curse from Arad's body. Thud. Pin landed on Lunara's shoulder. "I've cast healing magic on Jack. He should be fine," Pin said with a serious face. She was neither giggling nor biting her nails this time. "Doma says kick his ass from the outside, I'll rip him from the inside out." "Who's Doma?" Lunara gasped. "And why are you clinging to my shoulder? Who are you, devil?" "Doma is Arad's fifth wife. She lives inside his soul. Get to work, Pin growled as she glared at the possessed Arad. He's taking advantage of Arad's lycanthropic bloodline to control him, but he shouldn't be able to maintain this for long. Arad alone could resist Alaric Lupin's control and reject him in about 5 minutes. But with both Doma and Lunara putting pressure from the outside, he should be able to kick him out in less than 2 minutes. A demon lord's was far too powerful, especially against someone already cursed with his power. Usually, people afflicted with the lycanthropic curse can never disobey Alaric's command, but Arad was an outlier who could fight back. I wonder, will he break if I killed and ripped his wife with his hands? Bam! Alaric Lupin disappeared as he jumped away. Where is he going? Lunara immediately chased him, but Arad's body was faster than her. Don't lose him. He's going to kill Eris, Arad's other wife, Pin said. He'll have a nasty surprise awaiting him. She didn't forget that Lydia was protecting Eris, and she knew well how tough of a nut Lydia was. But even she probably can't stop a motivated Arad. Everyone seems to have forgotten about the Werb era. Chapter 951, A Three-Way Battle. Lydia stood in the hallway. Way in front of Eris's door, she didn't move an inch. Her blade stabbed into the wooden floor as her divine magic gushed forth and engulfed the room behind her. Her eyes were closed. It's been more than a couple of hours since she stood guard, not moving a muscle. At the edge of the city, Alaric Lupin stood up, perching on a tree. His stance only lasted for a second as he located Eris using the Reminet traces of Lunara's magic. To a demon lord, such a feat was trivial. A church? Huh, damnable son. He looked back. Lunara was already on his trail. Arad's body was fast, far faster than her, but she still won't take more than seconds to catch up. He must hurry. He jumped, landing on the city's walls with a single leap. The guards who stood there saw him towering over them, casting a shadow as large as the mountains. Before they could scream, their heads were already divorced from their bodies, rolling on the cold stone FreyaWebNovel.com, using what remained of Lunara's magic as a guiding beacon. Alaric aimed his aura straight toward Eris, trying to overwhelm her soul and curse her into lycanthropy as he did the cultists. His magic surged, and he could feel the heat rushing across his veins. His curse sparked, flying toward Eris at lightning speed, but suddenly and out of nowhere he could see a massive titan standing before him. A blonde woman with short hair clad in steel armor, holding her sword down. He didn't even match her toes in highest, as she opened her golden eyes and glared down at him. "Be gone, vermin!" She lifted her sword, the sun burning behind her. As she swung down, his curse was obliterated as he fell to his knees, gasping. The fuck was that? The iron will he faced? The burning divine magic and the blazing sun. There was no mistaking it, a paladin and one as powerful as the ones who fought in the ancient wars. He lunged with a single leap, shattering the massive walls as he landed in the church's garden. He immediately bounced up, entering through the window of the hallway. Even if a paladin had an iron will, their bodies are still that of mortals, and would break with a single claw strike from him. His eyes immediately landed on Lydia, who was standing before Eris's door. She opened her eyes and glared at him with a raging glare. "Vermin," she growled, pulling her sword out of the floor. "Goddess's bitch," he cursed, lunging at her with a blinding fast swing. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on the other side of the hallway, and Lydia seems to have moved from her place. A bit of her hair fell as Alaric glared back at her. "Survived by luck, so wounds don't wake you up, Arad?" Lydia said, and Alaric noticed the blood on his arm. The one he tried to claw Lydia's neck with was struck on the forearm. Alaric giggled. "So you're not just all divine magic." He licked the wound on his arm, and it healed in an instant. This fight should have been fun, but sadly he wasn't looking for that. He wanted to kill Eris. To get to her, he must kill Lydia first, as her magic is locking the room. "By my oath of protection, you shall not harm the one behind me. By my oath of vengeance, I shall take revenge for Arad's violated body, and by my oath of balance, demons belong to the abyss. Begone, vermin." He was right. She didn't have a single oath, but a whole 3 of them. Not even in the past 1,000 years had he heard of a three-oathed paladin. Bam! She jumped forth at a blinding speed, swinging her sword at Alaric's face. He blocked by engulfing his arms in demonic bones akin to spikes, but he still got blasted out of the church. The nuns inside the church's main chamber heard the window break at first, followed by the large explosion and the violent shaking caused by Lydia's attack. They held to the wooden benches in bewilderment and only understood the situation when they saw Lydia land in the backyard, chasing after a werewolf oozing with demonic magic. Mundane demons and cursed beings usually die the moment they step into a blessed church, burned by the divine magic surging across its holy walls. Yet for such a monster to survive that and still move well enough to contend with Lydia was unheard of. Everyone immediately guessed it. That demon can't be normal, a demonic general at least, at worst, a demon lord. Lydia, too, was well aware of this fact, and thus didn't hold any punches, especially since this demonic magic doesn't match the one that she was expecting. Light reflected from the church's windows. The moon stood majestically on the dazzling blue sky. Lunara fell from the heavens with a drop kick straight toward Alaric's head. Alaric dodged her attack. His time was over now that Lunara had caught up to him. Another prey for dinner. He swung his claw at her, and she blocked with her sword, deflecting the attack down as she swung up a powerful kick. As the two were in the middle of clashing, they froze in place as they sensed an ominous presence towering over them, no matter how beautiful and majestic the moon was. It never amounts to the glory of the dazzling star dominating the sky. Lunara and Alaric barely dodged her swing, and just by feeling the sheer presence of divinity, both of them swung at her in their next attack. They were the first to ever realize, why is this paladin so powerful? It was too simple, but in that simplicity came power. Lydia was a fanatic, a woman that nothing exists in her mind beside Amaterasu's beliefs and doctrine. She had measured everything in her life to match that and followed it to the best possible human capabilities. Paladins are the gods' weapons against evil in the mortal world, and Lydia was nothing more than a sword, a divine blade held in Amaterasu's hand, dripping with her divine power. Lydia blocked Lunara's kick with her forearm, and Alaric's claw with her sword, standing between them with a darkened face. Only her eyes burned like a blazing sun as she swung her sword in a circle around her body. A blast sent the two demon lord flying outside the city. None of them doubted that Lydia had held back on that divine smite. Her goal was only to get them out of the populated city. As the two demon lords flew out of the city, their bodies smoking from the divine magic. Lunara was busy thinking of a way to convince Lydia she wasn't an enemy, but it was nearly impossible to reach an understanding with a hard-headed religious zealot like Lydia. Alaric, on the other hand, looked around for a way to escape and buy some time. Even with Doma being a queen of curses, Alaric was still the origin of the lycanthropy curse, and his mastery over it was unmatched. By evading damage and trying to always be one step ahead of Doma, he's managing to stay stable by a hair strand. He must run back and kill Eris. He has to find such an opening to win. But if he got hit with a single solid hit, he'd lose control over Arad's body. Lydia's body flew out of the dust storm in the church's backyard like a log, standing upright, reaching the two terrified demon lords in a split second. To them she seemed as titanic as the mountains, her right eye replacing the sun as she growled at them. You leave Arad's body at once, and you'll pay for touching Eris with your life. Lydia's voice shook the air, crackling like thunder on their ears. They couldn't help but sense Amaterasu's presence from her, and the goddess was indeed watching down from the bright sun with an amused smile, dangling her legs down as she tried to test and see how much divine magic she could pump through Lydia's body. "What do you say, angels?" Amaterasu said with a smug grin, and the legions, the thousands of angels prostrating themselves behind her, all answered at the same time. About what? Giving her a higher rank. If I restrained my power only to this world's sun, then Lydia can withstand the output of one of my fingers. She lifted her index finger, her nail burning with divine magic. Each star in the sky was a sun dominating its world, and Amaterasu represented the combined power of those countless suns, all burning inside her divine essence. The same way she can use all of that power, she can restrain herself to just one of them. Lydia could withstand the output of one of Amaterasu's fingers, which means Lydia could withstand 1/20th of the power of the sun in divine magic thanks to her faith. Lydia's only limiter now is her mortal and fragile human body, even with the extreme healing magic induced by the rushing divine power in her veins. She could only withstand so much before breaking. "What do you say? Shall I resurrect her as an angel if she is to die in battle?" Amaterasu said with a giggle. "That won't help in death." One of the highest-ranking angels spoke. "I plead against such a decision. She shouldn't get ranked to an angel. It's just a waste of your divine power. We already have enough angels." I said resurrect her. She'll be an angel in the mortal world. With Amaterasu's words, all of the angels gasped. Won't the over-god get mad at such a thing? I can convince him to let me do. He always let me play around. She giggled, looking down. The fight is reaching a critical point. Elemental expansion, Alaric crossed his arms. A release can only be used in a demon's true body, not a possessed one. Elemental expansion, Lunara pulled her sword. She's already too weakened to use her release again, so she has to resort to her expansion. Divine expansion. Lydia lifted her sword before her face, standing beneath the glorious red sun.